who will get
tomorrow. 2 more points on the board. Get to that. 2 little.
Every fight comes a moment where you either run from the fire or run through it. You will find me on the other side. Rise to the podium or from the ashes tomorrow. Give full gas! I'll push, you punish.
In the end, everything dies.
Agreed.
watch the world burn?
Not today, Kapatid. You've got people depending on you.
Failure is an opportunity if you use it.
I love the hunt, no matter the game.
Time to rise and shine.
Thanks.
Gotcha.
You are not built for this.
I'm even better face to face.
9. Your moment came. You are not ready.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Hello everyone, this is Rejects, the Apex roster. My name is Yuris, this is Axis, and this is our IGL Alpha. And today we're gonna be playing a game. And we're gonna be asking trivia questions, and when they get it right, they get a turn to smash the hammer. Whoever gets the nail at the very bottom wins. Which legend is a Marvin robot?
パス。
アルファが最初。
そういうこと。
You got it first. そうそうそう、そういうこと。そので。
殴っていいの？
うん、殴っていいよ。
もういいの？
いいよ。これね、これね。
こっち？
Apex Legends 出た時、最初出た時、最初のマップの名前は何？
キングスキャニオン。
おー、OK。おー、OK。バンガロールはどこの国から？
わかんない。
わかんない？ The answer is Greedy Run。
あ、知らないよ。マジで知らん。
一番強いアーマーの色は何？
赤。
アルファの勝ち。
あ終わり？
終わりだよ。
終わり。下手くそすぎる。外したね。
今の今シーズンの Apex Legends の名前は何？
わかんない。
わかんない。
オーバークロックみたいなやつじゃなかった？
おー。
少ない。
コースティックの本名何？
いやもう知らん。知らない。
知らん？
わかんない。
わかんない。It's Nox。Apex 出た時レジェンド何人いた
8。俺やってない。
合ってる8。おお今のめっちゃいい。
まあまあいったんちゃう？
いったな。
まあいったんちゃう？いやむずいん。いやそんないったないな。
ブラハの鳥の名前何？
ブロスフーンダルとか違うな。
違います。アルファわかんない。ちょっとそっち聞いてみたい。ブラハのカラスの名前何？朝。
なんか言われたら
でしょ
わかる気がする。
アーチャーレジェンドの名前で俺らの地球でも国の名前でも同じなんか
ジブ
られたる。で全部の質問終わりました。ネイル進んでたのは、アクシスの勝ちですね。
おはよう、僕たちは WGR ネオだよ。おはよう。今回の EWC で僕たちは1位を取ります。よし、じゃあ今回はこのゲームにチャレンジしていこう。レッツゴーカモン。
じゃあ最初の質問です。どのレジェンドがマービンロボットですか？
はい、パーサインだ。カモン。
じゃあ真ん中だよ。
次の質問です。オリジナルのローンチマップの名前は何ですか？
ワールドエッジ。
キングスキャニオン。
はい。
ダッサーお前。だけだロン毛。
終わった俺。負けだよもう。もう無理だよお前。
このゲームの中に現在いくつのショットガンがありますか
？4つ。
グー。
やばい。
俺もこんな。
じゃあちゃんとBK47 の、最高のマガジンキャパは何でしょう？はいどうぞ。
30。
違う。BK47 はいどうぞ。
28。29。
はい当たりで何色ですか？何色のレベルですか？
何色？紫。
はいグッド。じゃあどうぞ。
入ったちょっと。
ブラッドハウンズのレイブンのお友達の、名前は何でしょう？
カラスの名前？アルトゥーラ。
惜しいけど。
もうちょっと
アルトゥーレ、アルトゥーラリ、アルトゥーリ、ラリルレ、アルトゥーレ。
違う。
アリラリ、アルトゥール。出ました。
無理だよちなみにこれ答えられる人いないからね。
カモン。
おーうまい。
ビナボー。
おめでとう。カモン。
レッツゴーウッド。
Welcome to the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs lives at the Esports World Cup. My name's Barney Banks. I've got Rain Day here with me. We're here to chat a little bit about the overarching environment and experience for the fans, the players who are all arriving here. As you know, this place is starting to fill up now, isn't it, Rain Day?
It certainly is. And Apex is always a stadium that gets filled. Whether we're in Sapporo, whether we're here in Paris, they are fans that love to travel, and that's one of my favorite things about our esport. But even today in the stands, talking to one of the Sentinels fans who is their first time coming to an Apex LAN after watching the esport for a long time. It feels like maybe this is like, oh my God, good enough. I'm seeing this on TV. I got to show up here. A lot of European fans of ours, Pask, I got to shout you out as well. Makes every LAN, wasn't it this one? He saw the first 2 days, Barney, and he said, okay, is anyone selling finals tickets? Because this is too good to not watch live.
It's one of the best things about the Esports World Cup, right? The accessibility, the fact that now we're also in Paris, so it opens up to a lot more audience members that can come down and check it out. One of my personal favorites, I chatted to some of the dads. We've got Papa Jen here. We've got Papa Hackis here, Papa Unlucky. We got all the dads out. We're dads. We like to get into the crowd and chat with them. And you know what? A bit nervous right now. It's day 3 of the group stage, and Alliance, they're slipping.
This is a scary one for me because there's a lot of emotion attached to some of our long-standing heroes in this scene. And to see somebody who you have respected so much, who the scene has respected so much, like Hockey's, show up the way that he did yesterday in the final interview, but also coming into today with the nerves kind of showing for the first time. It's like seeing your dad cry for the first time. You're like, this is this invincible superhero, and then all of a sudden, you're like, wait, he's a real person too, doing his best. I think that's kind of the transition we're going through, but it signals something important, Barney, which is with all the young gunners we're interviewing, the Sacreds, the Jellies, we are seeing this rise of Apex talent that is opening up what has been a pretty consistent top 5 performance team over the course of our history. So I think this is a tournament that's going to start the new era of Apex, to be fair.
Yeah, because something that we always like to talk about are these young guns coming through and making an impact. How do they fare on a live stage? How do they fare in an esports environment at a LAN? A lot of the time we talk about experience being the biggest struggle because you step out onto the stage, the lights hit your face, you've got all the pro players around you, it's intimidating. They're having interviews for the first time, and some of them struggle with that.
Some are struggling, and I gotta say, it's something that I struggle with watching, but it's a part of the maturing process because we are here to put on a show, and they are not used to that yet because so far their experience of playing Apex is, I'm playing this game to be good, to perform, and to win. But when you get to this level, like any professional athlete understands, you are also now a part of a performance. You are part of a greater stage where many people pay thousands of dollars to spend their hard-earned money supporting, traveling to see, and watching you. So that interview, it's important to get in your back pocket just to get more comfortable with it. But again, I'll give them some time. They are still young, a lot of them.
Yeah, we got to give them some time. At the end of the day, it's entertainment, baby.
Come on,
at the end of the day, isn't it? Right, we got more ALGS Split 1 playoffs coming up. But for now, that's me and Rain Day out here at the Esports World Cup live from Paris.
C'était le bon temps dans le pays d'antan, on allait danser toute la soirée. La masse musette, des balades au canal en revenant du bar pour boire un godet dans un petit troquet. Bien guinguette, c'était le bon temps dans le pays d'antan. Il y avait des gamins, des petits gavroches, les mains dans les poches, le verre sur la tête, ils marchent en sifflant ou à bicyclette à Ménilmontant. C'était le bon temps dans le pays d'antan, c'était le bon temps.
Okay, I'm going to try this. Now, here's the deal. This is hard, so do not make fun of me if I can't get more than 2. I've tried this before. It's not as easy as it looks, okay? The jacket's coming off for this, okay? My man, would you mind? Thank you so much. You could hold on to that, okay? Don't make fun of me.
You need to apply here.
Okay, all
5,
right.
4, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
The delay.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Oh my goodness, great. Come on, man. Listen. I got 3, okay? I didn't know. Hey, give me another chance. We'll be okay. Thank you. I just might have to. Just take it. Just take it. You weren't recording, right? Okay.
Hello, it's Guild. I think normally I'd start, probably rip the pillow off.
Let's start with the chair. I usually sit at the edge of the chair like this, so the armrests don't get in the way. So let's get a little bit closer here.
Honestly, I hate the armrests, so I'd normally rip them off, but I can't, so that's okay.
This is good. I'm gonna move the monitor a bit. Definitely way closer than this. Let's move this a little bit up. A little bit more up, like this.
My monitor pretty close. It's like, probably like, I don't know, about there. Probably have the desk a little higher too. Maybe like, probably like there.
This is pretty good. In-game, I would go native, like full screen. Everything, I'm gonna go max FOV.
And then like the only settings I change in game are, I play on 2D for damage feedback. I play with my hit markers off.
Disable FOV, scaling, maybe turn this off actually, chain healing.
I play on 0, 220, 0 for my reticle color. Autocycle on empty, off. Taking damage on death box, closes, off. Always sprint, I put on.
Yeah, everything low and for graphics. 4-3 linear for controller. No dead zone. Chain healing is off. Always sprinting is also off.
Mantle boost UI, minimal. I play on hold for my jetpack, and then compact for everything that I interact with. And then I play, it's kind of weird, I guess. I play with colorblind mode on, the Deuteranopia one.
Pretty standard default like setting for the most part, honestly. Monitor very close to the face, and yeah, that's good.
What? Wow, the best mime ever. Newcastle Slam.
Repeat. Finisher. Like when you're trying to first someone? Finish? No? Why is he stabbing? Stabbing and pulling. What could that?
What?
Is it like something that you do every game?
Just knifing?
Hop in a bat?
And you pull it out.
It's like he's farming materials or something. And pulling.
Taking Nexus. Reloading?
Yeah, taking Nexus was a good shout. Is it something with like ultimate maybe? No?
Nothing.
Looting deathbox?
Reviving.
Oh.
Reviving.
Axel Q. MotoGP.
Driving a motorcycle. Eating whilst driving.
Driving to restaurant on motorcycle. Delivering on motorcycle. On scooter.
Pizza delivery. Baguette.
Baguette. Eating baguette on motorcycle.
Emoting. Breaking window. Breaking... Punching a door.
Punching a door, yeah. Why did you do a circle then?
Like that's a door.
Yeah. Wow. The best mime ever.
That's the door.
Wow. Man, look at you see that play? Hey, Papa Jen. Papa Jen, what's up, man?
I'm here for this. Come on, don't disturb me, man.
Wait, I thought we were friends, man. I thought we hugged. Come on.
I love
man.
you. I
Now I feel left out, man. Now I feel left out.
This is what Apex is. My heart can't take it, you know.
Yes,
but I'm here. I'm here with my community, my family, my children, and I'm just enjoying it. And I'm loving Paris as well, even though it's very hot.
Very hot right now.
Yeah, yesterday, like I was sweating, you know.
Yeah, it's not been comfortable here. Listen, I know you're a dad. You're watching Jen Burton right now, or at least you're watching while he's here. It's a little different, right? He's not playing on the stage. How's that experience knowing you've supported him so much as a father, and as you know, his mom's right there, Mama Jen Burton's over there, but you guys are in a different role this time, kind of keeping his head up.
Actually, it's not, because we didn't qualify for finals before, where we had to sit down and watch it. It's pretty much almost the same.
It's the same feeling.
Yeah, same feeling. But the thing is, either way, I know we're disappointed, and Jen is disappointed, but this is the game.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about. Maybe all the players might experience this, but I would say all their parents or anybody that supports them, if they can't make it, definitely come and support them. Keep on supporting them, you know. Just don't give up on your team. Your players, never give up on your team and players.
I think that's the reality of kind of being in professional sport, being a parent of a child who's in the profession of a sport as well. You also have to deal with the downs, not only the ups as well. I mean, we're parents of young kids right now, so I guess we're just looking for some advice at this point as well. When our kids grow up, you know, when they're struggling with the reality of some situations, like for instance what Jen is struggling with now, of like being here and then, you know, watching from the sidelines. You know, how do you, like, what kind of advice would you give us if we, you know, encounter those issues as we get older?
I'll give you good advice. People think I'm coming to land to win, watch my son win. I'm not here just for that. I'm here to support him in case he loses, to back him. Because when you're disappointed, you know, you go crazy, you know what I mean? And I have to be here for him when he loses, mostly. Of course, when we win, it's completely different. You know, I've experienced that 3 times. I know they're saying that Jen only won 2. Actually, he won 3. The first one in Sweden, which people don't count, which is wrong. You know, he's got medal, trophy and all that. And so I was there, but I hope we still have 2 more lands to go.
Yep.
They're gonna make it, and we'll see everybody in Las Vegas and then Sapporo.
Listen, at this point, if he keeps not qualifying and you keep showing up, you're going to have more interviews in your career in the ALGS than he does.
He might get jealous. I don't know.
You might have more fans than him at the end of the day.
I do.
Does Papa Jen Burton have more fans than Jen? Let us know, guys. I think it might be close. Hey, one thing we do love is that you're always showing support and a part of our family at the ALGS, Papa Jen. We appreciate you being here. We will see you in Vegas, right?
This is my number 14 at 15, Las Vegas.
Ooh, I love it.
We'll see him there, baby. All right, thanks, Papa Jen. And shout out Mama Jen, who's hiding, but you know, we love her too. We love her too.
Love you all.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hello guys, this is NIP. I'm here with Karev and Cole, and my name is Van, and we're going to be playing this game here, and whoever sinks the nail first wins. We're going to be asking questions about Paris and France, just some trivia. So yeah, let's get started. What river flows through Paris? Nile? You said the Nile?
Yeah.
No. What the fuck? I thought you said now, like today. Like, yes, it's here today. No.
I have no idea.
Okay. How many districts does Paris have?
13. 7.
No. Now, which museum houses the Mona Lisa?
Louvre.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Nah, it's okay. Bro, if I miss this shit. Holy shit, man.
The French flag is composed of 3 colors. Which ones?
White, blue, and red.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I was about to say.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh,
That
that's
was
a good one. That's a good one.
All right, what's the currency of France?
Europe.
Nice. Nice. All right, what is the famous French pastry shaped like a crescent?
Croissant.
Croissant, yeah.
Bro, like, you say croissant, no?
Crescent.
Bro, that is so... Oh my god, man. Whatever, bro.
What French dish is made of snails?
It's cooked, man.
We were talking about it when we got here.
I remember talking about it. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, nah. Nothing in my head
Nothing?
right now. No.
That was like a good one. Okay. What is the highest mountain in France?
I have no idea. The Everest, bro. I don't know.
Okay.
Nah, that was a hard one, bro.
That's it.
Bro,
You guys lost? You guys lost.
I think I win then, no? Yeah, you win, but...
I win. We know nothing about France.
Yeah. All right, guys, and that's it. I mean, we really got almost all the questions correct. So, yeah, it was a good showing by us. And, yeah, we're happy to be here, so...
Day 4. It's survival stage here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. Yesterday, we sent home 6 teams, completely eliminated from the competition. But 14 teams did make their way through to match point finals. Lace, it's exciting.
I mean, it was an absolutely beautiful day yesterday, but you know what? I think today's going to be a little bit more crazy, Lauren, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. 20 of our teams will battle it out in 10 games. We're going to send 6 through to win that $2 million prize pool, but unfortunately, 14 teams may be saying until next time.
What happens when you put 2 chronically inside people outside? Well, you get a group stage recap. Yesterday, here at the Split 1 playoffs, we did conclude the group stages, Dan. Let's start off talking about B and C. And I do believe, even though you live in America now, you seem to have forgotten about the power of EMEA, and you owe a certain team an apology. Alliance making it through to match point finals.
Because I still will stand on business. I still think they would have been better with Effect, but I am pleasantly surprised, and I'm happy to eat my words, because Alliance, one of our favorites, fan favorites, they looked very good, and the fact they got through to match point finals, excellent.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from them. One team who's denied winning every single group that they were involved with. Elite Esports, fantastic consistency from them, but Ninjas in Pajamas, #1 America's seed coming into the tournament, saved themselves. A Game 6 win was so important for them to stay alive in the tournament.
And we knew it would happen, it was just about when it would happen for Ninjas in Pajamas. Sadly, they do have to still play through that Survivor stage. Are they going to dominate today? Will they struggle? There's only one way to find out.
Well, another team who struggled a little bit yesterday, but again, kept their tournament alive, is the #1 Apex South team coming into the tournament, and that was Wolves Esports.
Wolves Esports, who had some questionable fights, to put it lightly, but they were looking good when they did get into those 3v3 engagements. Now, as we move over to the other matches we had in A and D, we started off with Zipline Mafia, For Fun, JDG. They all had very tough starts, but they were able to breeze through in the end to those Survivor stages.
stages.
Yeah, one of the standout moments for me was the win for JDG, and you saw Naughty, what that meant to him. First event on land where he's IGLing, getting that first win under the board, so important for them, and I think their confidence just grew from there.
Another one of my favorites from yesterday was Team Vision. They were able to actually dominate match 5, not only pushing themselves past the Survivor stage, but into the match point finals.
Yeah, a huge clutch coming in one of those games as well from Carter. You've seen one from Lota now, you've seen one from Carter. Zach seems to feel comfortable in the IGL role. Vision's looking good.
Vision's looking good. And then a team that was quiet, confident, but went about their business, Zeta Division. Now they are a team who were dominating throughout their region, and they came into this one, dominated the day yesterday, got a match 6 win, and actually took the series in the end.
A little bit of a playstyle adjustment we saw from day one. A little bit edge-orientated on day one, but they seem to get a little bit more zone focused, and that really paid off for them.
And then we sadly had to say goodbye to 6 teams yesterday. We had, sadly, Mark's favourites, Dory, they went first, and then we had TLN Pirates, Kirasami Havoc, Heretics, Dog Red, and Trinity. All 6 of those teams' keys will be crushed today.
And now we get serious. Today is the Survivor stage where we will be sending a lot of teams home. Only 6 more teams can qualify for the match point finals lobbies down, which means, unfortunately, 14 have to say goodbye. And we'll, of course, be keeping you up with all the action. The game's getting underway very soon, and we'll see you there.
Day 4 here at the ALGS at Gidea City Grid, and things are really starting to heat up. It is the survival stage here for Apex Legends, and it's time for another club championship update. What does this mean for our club championship teams? Well, this is what we've got going on. Survival stage is the last opportunity for our squads to stay alive in the competition. 6 teams were already sent home yesterday, while 14 teams made their way through to the match point finals. For our last 20 teams here today, there's only 6 remaining spots in those match point finals, and that means we have the likes of Aurora Gaming, Gen G, and VP battling it out for an opportunity to get those club championship points, which are only available in the match point finals. On the flip side of things, we have some juggernauts like Team Falcons, Team Liquid, and Elite Esports finding their way through, already securing our match point finals, which means they are one step closer to being able to not only be CC eligible, but to acquire those club championship points. It is a very important day for all of our teams in the survival stage. They're going to have to be fighting tooth and nail to secure their spots. I can't wait to see how it plays out.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had some shocking surprises here at ALGS at EWC 26, and I can't wait to see what's going to be happening today with the survival stage. My name is Decisive. I'm your desk host, and I'm joined by some amazing people, none other than Snipe Down, Graceful, and Lace. Lace, survival, only the top 6 get to move on.
I know, I'm incredibly excited for the chaos and the competition that's about to have today because, yeah, like you said, only 6 go through. And then if my calculations are correct, that means we get rid of 14, 7.
Yeah, we do get rid of 4 teams, but what you can do at home is head over to the ALGS website and sign in for the chance to win some coins so you can be ready for the new event. All you need is an EA email. You have all week long and enter. And Saturday night after the game, so you still have some time, and we're going to be giving 5 different viewers this weekend a chance for 11,500 points each, which, boy, I mean, with those amount of coins, so you could get some pretty cool skins, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, give me an heirloom. I only got 2 or 3 in my inventory. I'm lacking in that sense. So, you know, maybe some lucky winner can have some more luck than I do.
Well, hey, that's if you do end up getting them, make sure you use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26 to let us know that you actually ended up winning, so we can maybe in the future end up giving a shout out. But if you missed out the first 3 days of action, let's do a recap with some of the best Kraber shots that we have seen so far, because we have gotten some good ones, Grace.
I mean, really. And the most comical thing as well is that it's always the same players that everybody hypes year round. You know, we've seen Yuka F's Kravers, we've seen Zero's Kravers, we've seen Light right there as well. There's so many people that are so talented across the board, but the same people keep coming up over and over.
I think we're missing some Sweet Dreams Kraber action. That was some of the best Kraber action we used to have, so throwback to some OGs right there.
Look, I love hyping up some Kraber shots, but I also love saying that I saw some choking Kraber shots as well, and I'm like, yo, hit! Oh, okay, it didn't miss, but we always love seeing this. I don't know, I don't understand why this shot with a Kraber just gets everyone so hyped, you know. Talk about it being like such a powerful gun, but I don't know, something inside me every time we can see a Kraber shot, I'm like, yes!
Listen,
knock them, push the team.
Yeah, I mean, as my name is Snipe Down, there is something about a sniper with the one-shot kill that is just so satisfying.
It really is, and I can't wait to see who is going to be, you know, putting up some good performances out there. As the beginning of the show, I mean, we heard Team Vision was definitely one of those teams that put up a great performance. Alliance put up such a good performance that they ended up going directly to the match point finals, and today, as I mentioned earlier, it is going to be the top 6 teams. So you have to make sure you are very consistent, Graceful.
I mean, honestly, we like to talk about slow and fast starter teams. I would say right now is the most like in favor of slow starters there's ever been. There's 10 games, there's several, you're playing every map. You cannot rely on just, oh, we didn't have our favorite map or best map. You're playing every map at this point, and you have 10 games. So I think that they're more than capable of pulling this back now. All the teams that started slow yesterday has the grit and tenacity to make it further on today.
Yeah, well, it is going to be 10 games. We have already played a bunch of games on those first 3 days of group stages, but today is going to be 10 games. Top 6 get a chance to go, as I said earlier, match point finals. You're going to be hearing that a lot, as this is the survival stage. 20 teams, I mean, we already have 14 teams waiting in the match point grand finals. We have some heavy hitters over there. I think today, if anything, a lot of these teams are possibly going to be using this as an extra oomph, would you say, Snipe Down, to make sure that they get everything in order?
I mean, this is the highest stakes that we have. This is, you know, usually it's the top 10 that make it through. Now it's only the top 6. So all these teams have so much more to prove. And we talked a lot about the format yesterday and how much we love and we feel like we want all the best teams to make it to the grand finals. There's a lot of stacked rosters in this elimination finals here for survival. And honestly, it's going to just come down to who practiced the most, who's feeling the most comfortable. And I think the teams that, you know, maybe started a little slow and picked it up near the second half, they're the ones with the momentum. They're the ones that we're going to be watching today. And those are the ones that I think we're going to see pushing towards the top 6.
Well, there you have it right there. This was the group stage leaderboard. Elite Esports, I mean, they were playing out of this world. Same with Team Liquid, honestly. Not only having some of the best series in a while, having their best group stage in a long time, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid just got it together a little bit there. I did want to sort of touch on a little bit, like this number from Elite, even close to Team Liquid, you know, the 199. In, I believe it was Las Vegas, Dark Zero had 248 on the all group stages. And they were a little bit worried that Elite was kind of going to get that many points in these, you know, sort of group stages. But look, didn't make it there, but that is still an absolute feat. Even Team Liquid and SAUL staying consistent. I did want to say that we talk about these teams that want to, you know, stay consistent. And like you said, Graceful, they need to do it immediately. I feel like, yes, we have 10 games, but I feel like they may need to go out of the gate swinging and maybe just push that momentum a little bit more. We obviously see these teams making their rotations and getting into that, especially, you know, teams like SAUL and stuff like that. But yeah, I think today, if you are to match those teams that are in the top, you're going to need to follow suit and do exactly what they can do, because that's the competition. You know, if you get in those top 6, you're about to go against.
Team that we keeping an eye on, that we've been keeping an eye on since the beginning too, is Virtus Pro. This squad was just almost there, so close that they ended up being tied with that 14th spot with a limit. What do they need to do to make sure they end up with those top 6 teams going to match point finals?
I think all of these teams that are in the cusp of making it to finals straight off the get-go, in the upper batch of making it straight away, they kind of found their proactiveness a little bit too late. So now, if we look at the last series as well, the last couple of games, we saw 14 team circle too, I think. Everybody was absolutely sending it on everyone, and being that proactive from the get-go is where you have to go, because if it starts way too late, the pressure just keeps going up and up because only 6 teams make it through. You can't just smooth by, like we said, on a top 10 5 points average anymore. You need to be dropping like 50 plus points maybe.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we talk about, once again, the format. We have 10 games, so it's going to come down to the consistency and the teams that are able to drop these massive games. We see some teams pull away with the 30 points that are able to propel them to the top of the leaderboard. Those games are going to be so massive while making sure that your points are consistent. You're not dropping those zeros, averaging with at least, 5 or 6 a game. So when those big games do come, that gives you a big buffer. And honestly, I'm kind of worried for, the Strafing Flames, the RQs, where, they started so well. They got top 3 in their first lobby, and then ever since then it's just been kind of a fall off, so that consistency isn't there. And I mean, honestly, at this point you have to ask questions about certain teams. You have WRG Neo, you have Gen G, who we were hyping up from day one, that still hasn't seemed to find their stride. It really does come down to this final set of matches, and it'll be very interesting to see if the consistency happens or if teams start fading away.
Yeah, we need a big bang at the start, guys. All right, you need to come out of the gates running, grab those points early, and then maintain that.
Well, he just mentioned Gen G too. I know this is one team that you've been keeping a close eye on, Lace, for that squad, and now they have had extra time, right? Luckily, they were able to make it here to survival stage. Will they have what it takes to make sure they readjust whatever was going on wrong with group stages and make it to the top 6?
You kind of look at like their mental capabilities, because you see them so happy when they do right. We saw it in Strafing Flame and stuff, cheering even though they didn't win. And then you see, Pricey with head in his hands when they sort of didn't make it. So this is just going to have to be something that they have to get together mentally.
Okay, well, hey, we talk about Gen G. There's so many more teams to talk about, but I believe Rain Day is with Virtus Pro. So let's see what Virtus Pro's got to say for today for survival stage at LGS at EWC 26.
Hey, man. Thank you for interviewing with us. This is Prestis from Virtus Pro. How are you feeling going into today?
Fine. We're gonna win today.
You are one of our top damage dealers. You're 3rd overall, but it's been hard for you guys to win a game. Do you know what's been wrong? What you guys have looked to fix to get into those top 5s and then come out winning?
We just do a mistake.
Yeah.
Too much for win game.
Yeah.
So that's why we cannot win, and we talked about it yesterday. So,
really?
So now we're gonna win.
Listen, people love you. You are one of our great new stars. Anything you want to say to your fans?
Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you for your cheating.
Prestis from VP, I'm going to let you go, man. Get settled for today. He is one of the best damage dealers we have in all of EMEA, and today it's time for him to show out or go home.
Something that Prestis might have wanted to told his all his fans too is that don't worry, we're gonna do our best to make sure we are within those top 6. But now to a team that has honestly been struggling. I've been looking at the social media, and a lot of people have been counting this team out, especially on the second half of their series yesterday. And this is our PS5 story of the day, which is none other than Aurora, because this squad, man, underperforming. It doesn't even fit into it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been following along a lot with the Alliance Aurora storyline. Alliance kind of leapfrogged them, and then you have Aurora, who's just been really underperforming this whole weekend. And I think the real main question here is, was it a fluke when they won with Hyarka? I think this is the moment that he needs to come out and prove that they are the top team. They're meant to be here. It's the top 6 again. So, they don't get the buffer of just being mediocre in this lobby. You have to prove and be the best to survive. And I think it's going to really come down to how much cohesion they have. We saw the vibes were a little low. So if they don't start off strong, what's that going to look like on the cameras when we pan into that? And I hope Effect can really step up as a player, because this is one of those, he's been the kill leader at most tournaments that they've been at under Alliance, and with Hawkes as the IGL. So is there, some communication issues there that's making him not be able to be as free of a Slayer as we're used to seeing? And I guess we're going to find out right here.
I mean, I think in general they just didn't get put into those scenarios where they could frag out the event. Like if you're never getting into endgame, you're realistically never going to be fragging out, right? So yeah, I mean, yesterday looked like they were straight on survival mode. Today, they're still in survival mode, but they do have 10 games to warm up properly, and you're playing through every map. So if one map isn't clicking, maybe the others are. Really hope to see them wake up, because if not, they're going home.
I'd have to hard agree with that. Like, and we were sort of touching on it. You just don't have that time. You don't have that time to not get it together and get it immediately, honed in. But am I just the faith person? Am I just the one like, I have faith? Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. I mean, every team here is a professional. It's like, yeah, you got this. But look, yeah, this is down to the stakes. And like we've said, there's somebody in the top 6. Like, you can't just cement into the top 10. You have a lot.
Since you're the faith person here, I'm not even going to send it to you tonight because once you hear this team, I'm just going to see the reaction on your face. But do you think RRQ is going to make it in the top 6? You've been on them the whole time. Are you going to flip-flop on them, Lace?
I know I have faith, but...
Oh, yeah,
wait.
But what? That's a little bit too much faith.
Y'all really put me on the spot here.
You know what? Let's switch it then.
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay.
It just watching these games, no, not with this format. I don't know. I don't think so.
Fair. What's one team?
And I hope that I've just jinxed it so they actually do well.
Oh, like a reverse jinx.
Hey, we've been doing that a little bit.
Yeah.
They start off hot, though. They did start off hot.
We did that with JDG yesterday. We all said they weren't, and they came out hot. So we'll see.
Okay, let's do it again then. I already know your answer, actually.
What for
Is RRQ going to make it in the top 6? Yes or no, Grace, as we're looking at today's schedule?
Okay, so I will say no, but I hope at the end of the day, I will say, I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game. That's what I hope I have to say.
Well, looking at all these games that we're going to be playing here today, 10 games. We're going to be starting off E-District, Snipe Down. Is there any team that automatically comes to your mind saying, E-District, you know what, I expect this team to do great?
Honestly, we were looking at some of the average placements, and PXX is in a really good position to, I believe they're at Blossom, and there's been a couple wins on that. The average placements are around, I think the average points are around 8 per game there, so I think that they have a good draft. But at the end of the day, we're playing every map. We're not getting the luxury of, oh, we're good on this map and we're good on this map in the bracket play. You have to be good at everything. And with so many maps, the drafts, every team gets at least a couple POIs, and they need to turn up on the ones that they drafted specifically for their picks.
I mean, not only that, but legend bans. We haven't been affected by legend ban to this degree in this tournament so far at EWC, where now you're going past 6 games. If you don't have any more comps at that end, we're probably gonna see, I think we're gonna see more Fuse. Who knows? Maybe even a cheeky Lifan I like Lifan a lot, but no, we'll have to see. But all these comps will come out where you're not used to seeing the orthodox comps where you're like, okay, they're just playing. First we see Crypto ban, then we see Sierra ban. Now it's like, what are we actually banning at 7, 8, and 9?
Yeah, see, because we were touching on like those scan characters because no one's using Bloodhound. Let's face it, no one's using Bloodhound.
Octane? We were talking about Octane yesterday.
No, I think we could see more like, the Vantage plays because the sniper has the shield that you can sort of check what type of shields they've got and stuff like that. So I feel like there's going to be a lot more Vantages coming out because we're taking away those scan characters.
Okay, and then another team, we got to just brief on quickly, is Wolves, right? We had No Name, their first place team out of their regions.
They're going to make top 6.
Oh, that's okay. That's the confidence I
agree with that.
Okay, so that's why I was like, look, don't put me on the spot for that other team. I don't think of it. There's the one.
Now, Snipe, you say you actually agree with it too.
I do agree with that. Yeah. I'd say NIP is going to also be a team that makes it into the top 6. I mean, I know that they've been kind of falling under the radar, but their final series set was exactly what we've been expecting out of them this entire tournament. And we got the luxury of talking to Vane on the studio the other day, and he's just constantly saying, we're improving, losing is learning, and they knew they started slow. Apparently, this was Vane's second time IGLing from zone, which is something that's been different in the past, because when he was the IGL of Oxygen, they played a lot of, hybrid edge, and I think for them, this is why they did deal the most damage in all of America's Pro League. They had the highest damage differential, and I'm really looking for them to continue that, because I'd love to see them in the final lobby.
I mean, for me personally, I think you're seeing that interview as well when you're like VP said as well, we're feeling confident we're going to win this whole thing. That's the mindset you really have to bring today, because you don't really have the choice anymore. It's do or die, survive or go home.
All right, well, you just said it. It is a do or die. You're either going to be surviving in those top 6, going to the grand finals, or you're going to be going home. It's time to find out what's going to happen today.
6 teams have been sent packing, but that's just not enough. So after today, 14 more will join them in the graveyard. No more second chances. It's show up or go home.
Hier, nous avons déjà perdu 6 équipes. Mais pour une grande finale, il en faut 20. Ce qui veut dire que ce soir, 14 autres équipes seront définitivement éliminées.
Listen, today's not about winning. Today is about survival. And when this kind of pressure is on, that is when champions are revealed. And so with that being said, the real question is who can perform when survival is on the line?
En effet, Barney, aujourd'hui, tout est une question de survie. Ils ont 10 games d'Apex Legends pour faire leur preuve. En vérité, beaucoup des équipes présentes ici ont de quoi aller capturer ces 6 premières places, mesdames et messieurs. Alors, je vais vous demander de faire un maximum de bruit pour accueillir nos équipes, à commencer par Team AAQ!
JD Gaming!
Ninja and Pyjama Easter!
Enter Force 36!
Virtus Pro!
WGR Neo!
Ziplan Mafia!
Wolves Esports!
Genji Esports!
For Fun Esports!
Flat!
Kinotrope Club!
Aurora Gaming!
PXX!
Hello?
Shopify Rebellion!
Dinos!
Real of Deep Cross Gaming!
Your reigning EWC champions, VK Gaming!
Geeky Esports!
And finally, TIE! Now, as you all know, this is the Esports World Cup, and so keys must be crushed. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming to the main stage your first place team from the group stage, Elite Esports.
Mesdames et messieurs, du bruit pour Elite Esports!
Okay. Kinda. Light and Henchman, welcome to the Crusher. So, Kinda, I want to ask you first and foremost, stepping into the final day tomorrow in first place. I spoke to Light yesterday. He said that not a huge amount of expectations coming into this tournament, but you're currently leading the charge. What does that do for your confidence?
That feels amazing, of course. The boys are prepared for tomorrow. The vibes are up. Everyone's ready for it. All confident. We're ready to crush it, just like we're going to crush the skis.
Ooh, baby!
So, Edge, little question. Of course, you play against all of this team in front of you. So, if you have to choose one, which one do you like to see qualify tomorrow with you for the big finals?
I would like to see WGR Neo to qualify.
Oh, and why that?
Really nice people.
Yeah,
Let's
nice,
go! Let's hear it for nice people. I like that. Okay. Luti, it's about that time, my friend. Let's get this going. Let's open up the Crusher and let's get this started. I think we pressed that again. Oh, something's happening. Here we go. Okay, the gears are turning. We're ready to go. Light, is there anything that you would like to say before we crush these 6 keys?
I mean, sad for the boys, but they played pretty bad, so now the kids needs to be crushed, so let's do it.
Let's do it. Here we go. We're now going to crush the keys. Pull the lever! And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that was quick. It was painful. And I enjoyed it. So now our survival teams have seen what it is like for their keys to be crushed in our stunning Crusher right here. So if that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what will. And so with that being said, welcome to the survival stage of the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs.
Seulement 10 games d'Apex Legends pour tenter de se qualifier pour les grandes finales. Mesdames et messieurs, le survival stage de l'EWC commence maintenant.
Group stages is here, and who's gonna be able to make it to the grand finals? The final day of group stages is getting started.
So whether you are cheering for the favorites, the underdogs, or you're simply here to witness greatness, you have come to the right place, because every decision made could change the course of this tournament.
They're just going to hold them out.
There's one from Cole. And he's hungry for more. Cole wants to finish this off himself. NIP are back. They will win the final game here.
And an L-Star and a dream with a portal. Oh, and look at Legacy. The angles behind enemy lines. Here comes Cinetic. Sharky, though, last standing. Can he finish it with the triple take? Is hitting. And he melees him, but For Fun take it. For Fun stand tall in Gardens in map number 2.
JD Gaming are looking to take the dub when they need it the most. Floating! They have 10 total KP. It's up to stay nutty. L-Star in hand, playing up the knockdown. Only one member left has JD Gaming. At the very last second, they take the final game on Olympus. They are your Game 3 winners. All eyes on JDG. They've been fragging out 7 total kills with this team, but the follow-up from Shubi. As For Fun get eliminated, Mike though is incredibly low, love the swing. Now they have to move, they can't get the rest. The zone's closing in right behind their backs.
Oh my God!
Get eliminated, Shubi is just built different.
Welcome along, everyone, to the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs here at EWC 2026. And today is all about survival. We are in the survival stage. Dan Gaskin alongside myself on set to take you through this first game here on E-District. And let me tell you, you've got to be nervous today if you're one of the teams on our main stage, because only 6 teams will survive at the end of play today. 6 teams will go through to those match point finals.
10 matches as well today, which is the key factor for me. This is going to be a test of strength and also of distance here. Can you go all the way? Are you going to falter in the middle part, or can you actually have consistency across every single map? Because that's also key. Yes, we start here on E-District, but playing every map in the pool today.
Yeah, we are playing every single map, like you say, and when we're looking at the maps, we've got to look at the POI draft. This is what happened overnight. This is where these teams will be playing from here on E-District. Now, taking a look across some of these picks, Dan, anything in particular that jumps out to you?
So we have to look at the best performing POIs so far this tournament: Blossom Drive, Neon, and Viaduct. So PXX going to be dropping at Blossom. We've already seen Elite Esports performing very well from Blossom, averaging 9 points from there. Aurora are going to be at Neon. This is a pretty good POI, quite central to work with. Can they bounce back from their performances yesterday? And then RRQ are going to be at Stadium. They're actually our best performing E-District team so far this tournament, and they have already been dropping down at Stadium. It's going to be very comfortable for them on their rotations.
Well, I'm a big fan of recency bias, Dan, and if I'm Wolves Esports, I'm pretty happy at Humbert Labs, considering the amount of zones we saw pulling down there yesterday. We'll have to see if that pattern continues, or maybe we'll explore a little bit more of E-District in our end games today. It's going to be a fascinating day, though, to watch.
Then on the other side, look at our weaker teams on E-District. NIP have only found 10% of their points from this map. Will they struggle in the early stages and perhaps need to look towards Stormpoint, World's Edge, and Olympus for something else? The same could be said about E36. Only 15% of their points have come from this map, and JDG only 18% of their points as well.
One thing we were discussing before the play got underway today, or before play does get underway today, is we're kind of feeling that we're going to lose one of the big dogs today. Somewhere along the line, you feel like with the amount of talent that is in this lobby, in these 20 teams, with 10 games ahead of us, Dan, surely we lose someone that you wouldn't expect to be falling out this early in the tournament.
There's a lot of big names still in this survival stage, and only 6 places to get through to those match point finals. I think you're right. There's only so many points you can gather here, and a lot of it is going to be learned in this first map. Are you going to be able to step up to the plate here? Will you be able to fight the current that is currently going on at the moment, or can you actually change the tide and go into your favor in these next matches?
Well, I did notice during the walkouts of the players and teams entered the stage, Aurora will be very happy they made it, because the Aurora noise and fans was certainly picking up when they entered the stage, and they will be interested to see if they can continue the form that at the back end of that series yesterday into today. To make that match point finals for Aurora from where they were yesterday would be a ridiculous move.
And even though they do have the momentum behind them in the fact that they have qualified for the survival stage after looking like they were on the brink of elimination, it's not like they got through in style. They limped through to this stage, and we will have to see a very different team today if they're going to progress to those match point finals. We know that, and I think they would know that themselves. So it's going to be a test, that's for sure. But again, this first match I think is always a good indication of how teams are feeling coming into a day like this. Are you playing a more aggressive playstyle? Are you going to go for something a little bit more slow and methodical?
Another team to keep an eye on in this lobby, Shopify Rebellion, maybe a team that expected to get through to the match point finals. Of course, they've had some tribulations, and Phony will be sitting in today, substituting alongside Zab and Zainu. And then you've got the likes of Ninjas in Pajamas. What a day it was for them yesterday. They left it late, Dan, but they just survived, and they almost managed to jump into match point finals.
I think the good thing for Ninjas in Pajamas is they were finding wins. They've been able to get a couple of wins on the board, even though they weren't as consistent as we had seen them throughout Split 1. Just finding those wins and putting those points up every now and then always is going to put you in contention for getting to match point finals. And then once you get to match point finals, suddenly it's the, if they can get there and cross the threshold, they become favorites with the amount of wins they are still finding. And then back to your point about Shopify Rebellion. Yes, okay, they are playing with Phony. I do think that is an incredible addition to have on your team as well as a replacement for Koi. That being said, Shopify Rebellion, 42% of their points have been on E-District, so these opening 3 maps, very important for them.
Yeah, very important indeed to get those E-District points on the board. If you're looking strong on a particular map today, you have to make the most of it, because we are going to be chopping and changing. We are going to be seeing every single map in the Apex Legends Global Series today in this survival stage. I don't know what to expect. I think we're going to have upsets. I think we're going to have huge moments, and we're certainly going to have some heartbreak in that final game of the day. But before we get there, we've got a lot of action to get through. Starting off with match number 1, we are live on E-District. The survival stage is underway.
Well, Aurora have been fighting that current for a long time throughout the stages so far, but finally they were able to turn the tide and find themselves here in the survival stage. But are they going to do enough to actually get through to match point finals. A lot of eyes are going to be on them, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but they have survived task 1. Can you now survive the survival stage?
Well, let's see where this endgame is going to be taking place. When we take a look at the map, it looks like we're heading down towards draft point. So Humbert Labs still looking like a pretty good POI draft here for Wolves Esports. They're going to have good prio. Over at draft point, it's actually going to be TIE who are going to have the pick of the litter as to where they want to play. VP already on their way towards zone, as are Flat, as are Wolves. Everybody quickly rotating as you would expect in a lobby like this.
I don't think you need to be a mathematician to notice there's a 100% cryptos in the lobby. I was going to say 100 cryptos, that would be even worse. So crypto is definitely going to be a ban going into the next one. But as you look around, there are still wraiths popping up, a lot of caustics, as you would expect here on E-District as well, and expect a lot of void passages to change that end game, just being able to bounce through some of these walls here or there. There are a few teams
I'm just looking at Gen G here, by the way.
too.
Gen G, you've got Crypto, Maggie, Bangalore, game 1. So Gen G's plan is to play like Gen G play, which has been very aggressive, look to take those fights and use those M&Key aims inside of some of that smoke.
Neo also playing the Mad Maggie. I do think playing Maggie early is quite good because she typically is going to get banned around map 3, you would feel, and Legend bans is another important factor, as looks like VP have lost a player here. I don't know if that's a person off the map, whether that was an accident, but they're going to be able to get Taskmaster back onto his feet, so it's not going to be too much of a problem. But as we are playing every single map today, as we do have 10 matches, remember, Legend bans are going to get increasingly more difficult to try and build around when we get to the latter stages.
Yeah, those games 8, 9, and 10 are going to be interesting when it comes to compositions. We'll have to see if there's a little bit of a reset on some of the Legends, or if we're going to have something a little bit out of the box when we get to those latter games. Just a note there, it was VP we saw getting that respawn. It almost worked out for them. They were one of the quickest teams to actually rotate to zone, and not being able to pick up too much Evo on the way, but having to hit the respawn, they actually managed to get up to Blues pretty easily. So maybe that works out. It's one of those strange quirks that actually, even though you lost a player, you had to get him back, you still got a good spot, and you managed to level up those Evos.
Yeah, VP will have that southwest side, which will be frustrating for some of the teams that want to go for a late rotation. You often see a far western rotation to try and get in behind a lot of the northern teams because they can make it very difficult to find yourself in. Still quite a lot of teams who have not moved early to zone, it is worth saying. We have seen this quite consistently on E-District throughout this tournament. Some teams are more happy to play Edge because there is a lot more to do in these early games when we see E-District.
PXX taking a longer route. They're going to have to pick up some Evo on their way forward. You can see they've only managed to get up to, well, they haven't managed to get up at all when it comes to armors. Still on the thinnest of armors with the white armor. And a long way to go for them. DCG on our screen right now. Speaking of Evo, speaking of Harvesters, they're finding one down by their feet as they land. So that's going to help them get a little bit closer to purple, and that's going to be the plan for them here as they move towards City Hall.
Elsewhere, a lot of fans of VK Gaming, the reigning EWC champions, in the building as well. Can they live up to expectations and get a chance to defend their title in the match point finals? They did find at least a comfortable route here through to the survival stage, but they have not looked like champions thus far. Maybe they can change that here today.
Interesting game number 1, actual end zone. The fact that E-District, we always talk about how end zones in general have a lot of playable space, and that is similar to what we're seeing in this particular end zone, but there's a lot of different layers of buildings. We're going to see a lot of cohabited buildings, a lot of noisy neighbors, shall we say, when we get towards that end game. And you can already see here, VP, who had to reset early here, have already got some noisy neighbors.
This was the southwest building I was talking about. It can be a bit of a choke point. You can hold people out. That being said, because you do have multiple levels and people are playing caustics, you can kind of hold them out and you can share the building as well. And that's exactly what you're seeing at the moment. Neo get forced away a little bit as Virtus Pro. They play the height quite successfully. And now Aurora are starting to arrive to the party here. They're coming from the southwest.
This is down at the southwest, like you say. This is just outside of zone. Iyaka and Noirain separate ever so slightly from Effect. This is where you're going to see Alta really come into play. Effect is trying to be that Alta. Trying to take some angles. Trying to see if he can flush out that first frag. That's what he does best, and that Thermite is going to tick, tick, tick away. The R9 not quite connecting in the way that we're used to seeing it from Effect there, but good damage done anyway.
Neo frustrating Aurora a little bit. They are sporadically spread out. They are not making it easy for them at all, and other teams are going to be in the area. Virtus Pro starting to take a look closer towards this one as well. So Aurora just have to be careful they don't go chasing shadows.
It's actually going to be Neo who lose one here, and VP looking to overextend in third party. You can see they do have
The Void Nexus down in that building, but you got to get to it. And Prestis is going to be hoped to be dragged. He's going to get that knockdown shield working and just about manages to avoid the final bullets. VP will survive and go back to the building they were holding, but it worked out for them. They managed to pick up a KP.
Those darn knockdown shields, they always get in the way. Got to have that sensitivity high so you can spin around and make sure you deny those bullets as quickly as possible. As VP now has lost one.
Effect just took the ball. He wants to get aggressive, and I love seeing this early on here from Aurora. They don't want to let Prestis get comfortable. They don't want to let VP get an easy reset here. They want to push the advantage that they have, and even though it's a slight risk, I like the intention that's coming in. However, Oirain has gone down and been finished, so that's the one thing that's a worry. You try and be aggressive, but with so many teams in zone here, Dan, it's cost them.
Oh, Effect's going to go for an instant respawn here, though. I like this. Make sure you get the busy beacon right here, right now, as Effect now can utilize that Altar's Void Passage and get away and get on the other side of these buildings.
Yeah, it's a very, very busy respawn beacon already so far in the game. It's been hit twice. Dinos were also looking. We'll have a little bit of a pause here. We'll get back into the game as soon as we are ready. But Dan, a lot of action right down on that southern side to start off.
It is so funny, isn't it? These teams that just notice these battles are happening and they think they can maybe get involved. And then you see that it's actually already 3 teams fighting. And you're like, okay, we'll have a look, but we're probably going to back off away from this one. We're in a better position. We'll just see what happens and watch this one comfortably from our sofas.
It's interesting as well. You know, you look at that play. I can guarantee in a scrim lobby, Aurora probably get that. It's a little bit isolated. But the fact there's so many teams already in zone, it becomes a little bit more complicated. Effect did a good job, actually, to hit that respawn nice and quickly while VP was still trying to reset themselves, and a couple of teams were getting involved, like Dinos, for example, which means that essentially everyone survived. No one is out of the lobby as yet. Zipline Mafia, I think, lost 1, but outside of that, there's been a few scuffles, but no team has fallen.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion and Zipline were going toe-to-toe. I think Gen G and DCG also were looking at each other on the map as well. So there is potential for a few engagements when we do unpause here. But as you were mentioning, a lot of teams already have played zone, already found themselves in a comfortable position. And it is frustrating when you're trying to take these fights. I think it was Dinos in the end who put a couple of bullets towards Aurora and Virtus Pro. They got involved in that fight because they had some long-range weapons to do so.
30-30 repeater peaking and doing the damage required. There's VK Gaming, looking pretty chill about today. I think coming into today, you've got to come into it with that kind of an attitude. I think if you put pressure on your shoulders from the moment that you get into these games, you're really going to struggle. A reminder to everyone who's watching as well, not just here in Paris, but everybody at home as well. 10 games is the series today. We are in for a marathon of Apex Legends, and those latter games, I think it's going to be a few tired faces when we get to those final moments.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the mathematicians who are trying to work out what the cutoff's going to be during match 1. But when we start to get towards the latter stages, we can start to think about those numbers and just how tight it's going to be. I was thinking about yesterday. It was tight when we were in one of the group stage games. You know, we had the 3-way tie, 3 teams on 61 points. Sadly, Elite didn't get that turkey they were looking for 3 group match 1. But then you look at the other side when qualification for match point finals, we had 3 teams I think tied, and we had another tiebreaker. It's just been such a closely contested tournament so far, and it's been brilliant to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Kinder on the way in today from Elite Esports, and I mentioned to him, I was like, I can't believe you left me having to look at 199 all night. Can you just got 200? He was like, dude, I know, like I saw it as well when we died in that final game, and I was just as annoyed, but hey, you'll take first place. It doesn't matter what the points tally is. We're back in the game. The game is unpaused, and we're focused on Dinos, who are involved in that little scuffle we saw on that southwest building.
Dinos will be happy to go back to where they came from. Pre-extinction is now, the zone is going to continue to move a little bit further south, but away really from the buildings that Virtus Pro and Aurora are currently hovering around. Now this is an engagement I was talking about. Shopify Rebellion had taken down 1 from Zipline Mafia, but now Zipline will not use the zipline to get away, but they will have a portal.
Yeah, the Void Nexus down. They're going to escape for now. They should be able to reset. Okay, here we go again. Effect is straight back in the building. Effect seems to have a chip on his shoulder today. I think he woke up baying for blood. He wants kills.
He's a dangerous man to play against when he is at his very best, that's for sure. And on the altar, he can manipulate the map to try and give the team an advantage here and maybe catch Virtus Pro off guard.
I think he's just waiting for his teammates to engage, or maybe he's just looking for a peek. If someone jumps up onto that roof, the Arca on the drone, going to be able to scan and let him know exactly where Virtus Pro are. Here comes the climb. He's just going to wait for another scan, I think, before he decides who his first victim may become.
Yeah, they've just got to be careful. They're well aware of dinos. They know there are other teams that could get involved in this fight, but they are certainly planning an attack at the moment.
That Wraith cosplay is amazing.
That keyboard's amazing as well. I'm just going to put it out there. As there's the EMP as effect now. Might just decide to take charge.
EMP's exchange between the two teams. Taskmaster playing that corner, watching that void passage, making sure that Effect cannot get that free pick. VP are holding extremely well here.
Yeah, the frustrating thing about trying to take any building off a caustic is it's stinky. It is not enjoyable, and it's very difficult to do so. And Virtus Pro are utilizing those barrels to their best ability to make this uncomfortable for Aurora and Effect in particular.
Usually just paying so much attention to your shields in those fights that when the caustic barrels are activating and it's chipping away at your health, you kind of almost don't realize it. When the shields get broken, all of a sudden you've only got 50 HP or so when it comes to health, and you find yourself on your back. So you've got to be aware in the kill feed. By the way, QQ just took down one, so VKG has secured their first point of the game.
Still plenty of time for both of these teams. There's not a panic immediately. This zone is going to be very comfortable.
See a fuse ult here, maybe?
Boy, do they want it here, Aurora. And this has been isolated for quite some time. No one from the center of zone feels like they need to join this. Even dinos have decided, you know, this isn't worth it. We'll think about the team that wins.
Here's the MP again. And Effect is looking to move in and get that first knock once more. Huge damage coming out of Effect, and it is going to be the fuse ult, the motherload from onto Prestis from Oirain that gives Aurora that first knock. They waited for those abilities to be available, but Oirain is down. It's a 2v2 inside this building.
2v2, but look how weak they are, and now Dino's starting to get involved. DJ Killer up to the top and says, maybe I'll have a little look here. We could pick up the pieces, and Aurora have to be careful.
DJ Killer causing some problems. Aurora down to 1, down to 0. VP's still alive somehow, but for how long? Not very long by the looks of things, because Dinos have been waiting for their opportunity to strike.
Was it necessary? Is probably the question that both Virtus Pro and Aurora are going to be asking themselves here, especially considering like 5 minutes ago, that same thing happened where Aurora push in and then Dinos are able to come in and get a couple of knocks. Frustrating, I'm sure, for both teams involved, but Dinos will be all smiles. The new boys on LAN, they get the kills in their favor, and they'll be first in the lobby at the moment. 5 points on board, and they have the southwest side.
And let me tell you, Dinos, as you say, new to the LAN experience, new to the live event experience. I love the confidence they play with. So many teams would have watched that happen and gone, well, we are safe in zone. We don't need to get involved. But Dinos showing no fear. And you have to do that when the opportunity presents itself in these kind of lobbies. In the kill feed, though, Synetic has just got a knock onto Shopify Rebellion Zach. As we jump over to DCG now. Just outside of zone, kind of hovering in and out of zone. Dusan's going to go into the drone to see if he can spot out some of these players coming from Neo. Maybe scare him away a little bit by getting some of those scans. But the drone is destroyed, and now Neo might think about pushing.
A couple of Skynades as well, but DCG, I don't think, will want to force this one too much. If they can cohabit, they can kind of hold the northwest a little bit here. So they are just going to back away for now. By the way, Dinos, after pushing that fight, they have lost their spot to Shopify Rebellion a little bit. So I know we were saying they didn't fear about pushing things, but Shopify Rebellion might have been able to capitalize about the gap that they found in the map.
Shout out Hotic, shout out the Hermit Crabs. Moving up to take away someone else's spot. Now Gen G, they might be having their game taken away from them. They're going to get slid on here as PXX will eliminate Dexter as that final player. Gen G fall out the lobby. The comp did not work this time around. Back over to Neo though. And DCG, it looks like they really do want to take this fight. And it's going to be DCG who get this first knock. So Xiao Che who gets it.
Great patience from DCG initially though. They do get the full wipe. Neo will be eliminated, but they waited for a little bit of commotion to happen on the map. Some of that noise gets covered up and you can push in somewhat unnoticed.
And there is Roy, the baby-faced assassin. He looks so locked in and ready for this survival stage. Calling the shots for the troops as they get their first points on the board here. VKG, we mentioned how QQ has already found 1 kill in the lobby. Well, he's doubled it up by the looks of things. He's now got 2 and he's looking to hit the Void Nexus. Can't quite execute. Cassa's sat on that Void Nexus on the other side, though. Can they keep the knockdown shields up long enough to get back to the safety of Cassa here for the res?
Gets one. Oh. Doesn't get the second, though. So VKG are going to be down to just a 2. JDG now starting to join the action here. And that's a very contested area in the Northeast at the moment. You've got 6 teams that are all eyeing each other up. I'm curious to see whether anyone's going to try and rotate a little bit down to the southern side. I think TIE have been the biggest winners of this zone pool right now, and they find themselves dead center.
Well, VKG have managed to get the reset at least, using the crypto drone to grab the banner and then hit the respawn beacon, but that's going to be a little bit of a lonely landing. Split away from the 2 teammates. KNC on the screen right now, Chappie dancing inside of the toilet, but it might get a little bit explosive in there. We've all been there before, as VKG look to push up to try and help their teammates stay alive. Cassa has managed to get back in. RRQ been eliminated in the meantime, and now VKG are starting to pinch onto KNC inside of this building. Here's QQ, not quite connecting with the R9, excuse me, it's Cassa. QQ is connecting on the downs, and Wolves Esports will be eliminated.
You can always spot out a mouse and keyboard player with the R9, I feel, as Wolves going down now leaves us with 14. Still a couple more engagements happening on the north. PXX are trying to force their way in at the moment, but they're being held out by DCG and Zipline Mafia. Still have a solo that is away from the rest of the team, just looking to try and apply a little bit of extra damage as DCG and Roy trying to clean up the rest of PXX.
Yeah, one player still stuck behind that knockdown shield. Enforce 36 were eliminated, as well as Kinotrope Club. So 8 teams out of the lobby already. Something to highlight here, by the way, as we look at DCG. TIE, who dropped over at draft point, are still bang center of zone, away from all of this action. They have called zone perfectly. And now with Roy down, it's down to DCG. Xiaoche looking to clutch for his team, but Senetic will peak before Fun Esports and get that knock. Shopify Rebellion will go down as well. Lusan now in a 1v1. Jumps into the drone, but I don't think he meant to. There's an armor swap. Has it cost him? No, it hasn't. Ninjas in Pajamas will fall. PXX eliminated as well as For Fun will finish off the final remaining member of Relove DCG.
Into the drone, bamboozled him a little bit, I think, but For Fun have been quietly going about their business on the northwest. But now they're starting to heat up. Of course, they were very close to making it to match point finals yesterday. Sadly, with a poor match 6, they couldn't quite get over that finish line. But they are definitely a team who can thrive in this lobby.
I'll tell you what, this frag grenade might be followed by some very big numbers. Shubi! With the banger, with the frag grenade, get flattened.
5 kills now for floating. And 5 kills that are going to help JDG send themselves up a little bit further in this leaderboard. And I like this position that they currently take as well. You were speaking about TIE holding the middle, well, JDG might try and contest them.
First real challenge for TIE. With EMPs going off. JDG thinking, is it right to push here? Or do we think about playing for some placement points? They will be safe inside of this zone. Threading the needle though. F-Jam finds out that Naughty don't miss too many bullets with that wingman.
Sadly, TIE go down. Couldn't quite fortify that middle spot, which potentially was a game-winning spot, and maybe they give the opportunity to JDG now. As we check in with Zipline Mafia, who are being very resilient this game, but they are being very focused down here in this choke point.
I've decided because we're in Paris, it's no longer the L-Star, it's Le Star. We're going to have to see here if Excusey can use it in the way that he needs to force Zipline Mafia a little bit closer towards this end game. Now they do have the Void Passage on the altar available to get back up to that high ground if they need to, so the low ground can actually be very beneficial to play from if you can avoid the attention of the teams above.
Worth noting as well, JDG, the only team running a Watson alive in this lobby at the moment, and the fact they are controlling the high ground really helps having those fences compared to the gas that you're going to see from the Caustics. And yes, there will be cryptos, but are people going to waste those crypto ults?
Well, here's floated. Oh, needs to hit that. Just about manages to get back to his teammates. He's influencing fights here as Dino, GK, and VK will all be eliminated in the blink of an eye. First win on land as IGL yesterday for Naughty. And you can see what it meant to him. JDG are dominating the lobby right now. 8 kills for this man. A superstar in the making. And now he's living up to that.
Zipline Mafia are going to take that Void Nexus below JD Gaming, so perhaps that will turn attention to For Fun on their rotation in. It's really going to depend where Zipline Mafia go for how this fight plays out. And that there is an option for Zipline Mafia to try and stay as low and quiet as possible. But they don't have the same kind of coverage that For Fun and JD currently have.
Yeah, difficult for Zipline Mafia here to find a space that's safe. The Void passes through, that staircase will help them. But now you can see how easy these shots should be to hit here for Floating. Zipline Mafia in the open. We've seen one banger nade. Will this be the next? Yes, it will. WeQ down. And Floating is taking this game over. He's already got 8.
Now they have to start thinking about For Fun, though. I know they haven't quite eliminated Zipline, but Floating still has eyes on the prize. Now it's a straight 3v3.
Floating hitting shots already. However, it's Cinetic who takes down Naughty. Shubi falls as well. It's all up to Floating. He can't clutch. It's For Fun Esports. We'll win game number 1 here on E-District.
Nax says, keep it calm, keep it calm. It is just match 1, but it is a very important match 1 to get under your belt. At one point yesterday, For Fun, the question was, are they even going to make it into the survival stage? And then it turned to, could they even make match point finals straight from there? And even though they just missed out, they are now one of the favorites here in this survival stage.
Now, it's a long way to go. If this was a 6-game series, I'd be saying For Fun, that win, fantastic. You were almost taking all the pressure off your shoulders, saying, hey, we might have done enough if we just have a good game here or there in the rest of the series. But the fact that this is a 10-game series, that's not going to be enough for one big game here. You're going to have to continue to perform at a high level. Now, JDG, let's talk about them. And let's talk about Floating, because the guy was fragging.
I love the bounce nade as well, utilizing the frag as he saw the Arcstar was coming his way. Just being able to use any utility he can to try and favor himself in that fight. Sadly, for Zipline Mafia, they were never really going to survive from that spot. But the fact they got to top 3, if you take yourself back to when we were in like the last 8, they were already being focused, they were already backed into a corner, but they just survived long enough. And sometimes that survival can pick up big points for you, and they do, in the end, pick up 11 points total, which placement-wise was brilliant for them and allows them to stay in the top 4.
Yeah, we saw TIE getting into the top 7, I think it was, dropping over at draft point, playing center zone for the majority of the game. But the Floating show, I'll tell you what, buy your tickets now while the prices are a little bit lower, because in a year's time, this guy's going to be a headliner. Floating, just picking off player after player. He looked a little bit shaky yesterday in some moments, but it looks like today he is feeling like his old self.
And honestly, the survival stage isn't the worst place to be. You get 10 extra matches before you go into the match finals if you qualify for them, right? That extra time on land, that extra practice is going to do wonders for those 6 teams that do go into match point finals.
And you can see the reaction of both teams, both happy. Even though JDG came out the wrong side of the final fight, the fact that they picked up a huge amount of points kind of just makes that feel a little bit better, knowing that you let the final moment slip through your fingers. I think everyone was expecting JDG to play well coming into this tournament. They're starting to find that momentum, and like you say, maybe it's games under the belt here. A new IGL on land for the first time. Things are starting to click.
Another team that also was able to pick up big points was Dinos in the end. They got 10 kills. After that initial fight that they joined in where they denied Aurora on their push, they went on to actually finish 3rd place in that game in theory, just off points alone, just because the amount of KP.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from them when it comes to those fights. And I love seeing that as well. I mentioned it at the start of that game. So many teams we see a little bit nervy when it's their first experience on land, but they were pushing fights and advantages when they presented themselves. Great stuff coming in from Dinos to pick up those KP. This is what it looks like at the end, though. 10 KP alongside the 12 for Fun Esports means 22 points on the board, but JD just behind with 11 kills. They put 20 on the board.
And then, of course, some big teams that did not pick up points on the second page as well. The likes of Aurora that we've already mentioned. NIP weren't able to put up those points either. And even though it's just match 1, you are already starting to be on the chase now. You already have that seed of doubt planted in your mind of, All right, are we going to fall too behind here? Shopify Rebellion were able to put 5 points on the board at least through KP, and I can't stress enough how important it is. If you do not have a game where you are going to place highly through placements, you need some KP on the board to just keep those averages high so that you can stay with the rest of the pack.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's what do you make out of the games where the zone is across the map, right? We talk about that a lot. When zones coming your way, you expect to be putting double digits on the board. However, if you have to travel a long way, if you can pick up a team fight or two and you win those, all of a sudden that 5-6 points when we get to the end of a 10-game series can make all of the difference. So Shopify Rebellion picking up those kills, so important for them.
Very impressed though with JDG, not only with how they played, not only with the grenades, but considering this was their worst map coming into today, they had to make use of this map. They had to turn that around. Otherwise, they might have gone into games 4 and 5. You could be 40, 50 points behind some of the lobby leaders. They have clearly put work in from the previous days, and it's paying off.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from those top two teams. 21 and 20 points. You'll take that every single day for first and second. And you can see, like I said, why JDG weren't too disappointed with that second place. We'll have to see what's going to happen in game at number 2 in just a few short moments. We'll be back with game 2 here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Together, I mean, what is it like being back with Phony on the same team?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely reminds me of the SSG days, like our comms back then, you know, like it may seem like from an outside perspective that it's hectic, and I know it is, especially with like the way our dynamic worked with Koi compared to Zap, but like we went and talked about it, and I think today, like no matter what happens, like I think we're gonna do great. Like, yeah, it's like there's not too much pressure, you know. At the end of the day, we're here for Koi now, and like we're all here to prove something, you know.
How is Koi doing?
He's doing better. He won't be playing, but other than that, you know, we're hoping he just speedy recovery.
Let me ask you a question. Did you anticipate getting to this position, being in survival stage? Did you guys think it would go a little bit smoother? And if so, kind of what changed and what's changing now for you in terms of your strategy going into this?
Yeah, I mean, it really sucks because, I mean, as we saw that last group, we literally won the last game. We were feeling great coming into the next group, and no hate towards Phony, but, you know, at the end of the day, we
can hate on Phony, man.
we don't have our teammate, and, you know, it does kind of suck, but, I mean, Phony's the GOAT for being here. I appreciate it, and we're just gonna show up, you know, like,
yeah.
No, I feel like there's not much pressure.
Thank you, man. Phony, I gotta say, last time I talked to you, you were focused on getting a gluten-free croissant. Now you need to win in survival stage. It's survival day. Just any comments on what it's like going into this moment again?
I mean, I'm not really stressed at all. I've been in this stage too many times. We're survival stage, losers bracket. It's really no pressure for me. Obviously, it's no pressure for Zainu. We've been in the same stage before together. We're just going to look to show up and show out for Koi. That's literally all it is at the end of the day.
I love it, guys. Well, congratulations on getting here, and good luck today. I know we're going to be excited. A lot of people will be rooting for you to succeed. Phony, Zainu, Shopify Rebellion, we'll let them get going. Get ready for survival stage on Survival Day.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Survivor stage here at the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026, where For Fun just took our first game on E District with some double-digit KP. But you look on the other side, Tid, you look at a team who has struggled on E District before, go out swinging, floating from JD Gaming, really made a statement with some interesting decision-making by the very end, which actually allowed For Fun to walk up and get the dub.
Yeah, it was a really interesting endgame for sure, but of course you have to be happy with the double-digit kills. The fact that Floating was able to grab 9 kills alone in the first map of E-District coming into this series, starting off on E-District, is probably not what JD Gaming wanted to do, or maybe it is, because they are one of the worst performing teams on E-District. They had 18 total points on the group stage from E-District alone. They picked it, Uptown, 50th pick, but you're coming out immediately grabbing 20 points, which means you've bested your entire E-District series from the past week in one game. That's a start I'm talking about.
I mean, is that the momentum that they need? Sure, they didn't get the dub, they didn't convert into it, but when you start off strong like that, as I hear the crowd behind me, the super fans giving them energy, here in Paris, guys. Game number 2. We move back over onto E-District. We say goodbye to Crypto. And if we follow suit with the way that these pick and bans have really worked out for these different maps here, especially on the E-District, it's probably going to be Seer going away for game number 2.
You're 100% accurate in that assumption. Seer with 18 total picks in our lobby, Alter with a close 17 just behind it. You imagine that these teams are going to be hyper aggro as you look at where we're kind of starting, right? Tyler FPS locking in the Watson. They'll have access to those ring consoles, but you think about kind of, do they have that at their POI, and will they be able to grab that information in a neighboring area? For City Hall, for them, they do have a survey beacon, and a ring console if I'm not mistaken, so they'll know that we are heading right back down south. Street Market with WGR Neo is going to feel really nicely as soon as they see that information that they have offered. Virtus Pro, yet again from Viaduct, hitting a quick evac tower and trying to set up shop. Yes, they went out earlier in map number 1, so they need a bit of retribution here, but they set up shop so nicely, and I'm curious to see which building they're going to look to lock down. They do come off the caustic and grab Watson since there are no cryptos in the lobby, which I think is going to be much better to hold those buildings.
Yeah, and it's kind of to deal with the altars too, right? We were talking about how much space caustic controls, and when it comes to having that side by side with those barrels set down and then having to deal with the EMP, sure, it could delete all your hard work, but now that crypto's not in the lobby, you bring forth the Watson to deal with all these pesky teleporting altars all up in your face when it comes to dealing with the void passage and how you're going to be able to find the positioning and timing to take some of these fights when it comes to the high to low ground that Street Market provides. Obviously, since Neo have that POI advantage, they'll have that ring console, the survey beacon, and with another southern zone. And imagine here with teams like Shopify that have to go all the way out from the north side of where Resort is, they're already rotating themselves. Other teams like Flat 2 who are now making their move out of Viaduct. I do believe Wolves Esports are taken to the skies. Yeah, right on top of them. You can see the pressure already. But they're just going to be wrapping around them and going in from the southern side of Viaduct because there is that southern choke rotation that would lead you into market.
They immediately, you're right, anchor down on the south side. Now Wolves, of course, coming in as the #1 seed from APAC South. This team are one of the best performers when it comes to E-District. So the fact that they were not able to lock down a good score in map #1, starting from Humbert Labs, which has one of the highest average points per game, right? They were able to achieve it with a 22nd pick. That's what we need, though. I was looking at it, Vicky, I'm thinking like 8 points per game across 10 games should get you there. So PXX, we're already about 5 to 10 points shy of that.
I mean, when you got to be in the top 6, this is why it's called the Survivor stage, and it gets brutal at the start for a lot of our teams who want to soak up those points early. That's why you saw the likes of even JD Gaming coming in swinging. Dinos, who also had a pretty strong start themselves, aside from our Game 1 winners like For Fun, who once again had that 10 KP, Aurora. Everybody was gasping right there, and where Aurora was taking a lot of these risky fights in the middle of where these zones were pooling. Next to question how that's going to work out for them. You can see the pings, you can see how they're going to be able to rotate now deeper in, and it's going to be against PXX, DCG, also to their north side, but it's the fight for the info, as there is that ring console right on top of their building.
So curious to see what Aurora do here across Deep Cross Gaming, considering it has definitely been a major underperformance for that team over there, right? It was a really slow start in the groups. They went 33, 18, 19 points across the board. So I'm saying if you're getting 19 points in a 6-game series and we got map 1 with a 0, you're gonna have to have an explosive game to turn it around. And Deep Cross Gaming, we got a couple of points on that map. They are definitely gonna hold this ultimate height on Aurora well.
It's just so crazy to me to see how our heavy hitters in Pro League are struggling out here. Aurora still trying to find their footing. VKG, our former EWC champions too, finding themselves with 9 total points, looking up at the team right above them in Viaduct, which is still flat. They have not moved from this position. It's going to be hard for them to do so, considering that NIP are to themselves as well as Wolves Esports. But with the amount of altars here, this is what you can expect, right? You have the TP to just reset here, having to be careful with the way that these teams try to push onto you with that void passage, easily being able to be the elevator to put you up on the high ground. Ooh.
This is going to be so interesting because I love the pace of our play, right? The survival stage, it's all about our smart engagements and making sure that you don't fall too early. You saw just yesterday in our final matches of the series and stuff, everything was so much more amplified. Teams were going out faster. And I was thinking, would that start off the same? Would teams int and take these aggressive pushes that actually don't make sense because they just feel like they can take it? But NIP, a team that I feel is very momentum-based. At least they started warming up in that last game of the series to find themselves here. And all the Nessies hiding around. Please don't fall in there. Please don't fall in there.
Not the Crusher, please.
Not the Crusher. Has he got a mustache?
Looks like he actually does. Bonjour.
Bonjour, mon ami.
I love it. The amount of Nessies here in the arena. Trying to alleviate the pressure here, but it's a lot with a lot of these teams too, stuck on the north side, like E36, who get to see information onto Neon Square, Neo, who will be trailing right behind them. Aurora still against DCG, but it's a huge pileup over by Viaduct, where Flat are holding their ground. King of the Hill, VK Gaming still playing up that low ground here as the exhibit is called in. The knock from the low ground here. Dictos is holding the high ground for the rest of VP. Preston now following up and with a quick cleanup at that. P-Order cannot run away. Good luck with that, as TIE is the first team out of this lobby for game number 2.
And this is a great fight for VP in particular because we know where they start on that south side, and they immediately want to take some of those pressures off their location. They are in the center of zone in particular right now, but just in map number 1 alone, they had so many teams that were fighting for their building. As we pull up the map, you can see they are just below For Fun and Dinos, which honestly, I wouldn't really want to be set up that close to Dinos. They are actually, honestly, I said they were playing like ranked in map number 1. They were just pushing everything. They were incredibly confident with their fights, which you have to be in survival. But look up on the screen toward the top right side of things. Gen G Esports are coming out of Galleria, and they did get access to that survey beacon, likely saw Zipline Mafia and Shopify Rebellion as they're carving through Energy Bank. It's a rather open POI that you don't want to find yourself in, especially too long, because so many people are running longbows, 30-30s, those triple takes, they're hurting. But Neo looking for some points.
You can expect it too when it comes to a map like E-District, whether it be the triple take, the Hemlock in hand, and unfortunately Neo losing out on their Valkyrie, one of the few teams dropping out on the Valkyrie. You see the Wrecking Ball now, DJ, who has been popping off 5 total KP off that first game alone, still sticking to the altar, dropping down as Chaos is going to be able to get the follow-up now. Only one left for Neo. If they could stay alive here, Jaxo is going to be able to try to run away, being on the Seer himself. But Dino, you mentioned it earlier, Tiff, this team was on a rampage for game number 1. They themselves, they may have not gotten the placement points, but they still got the double-digit KP the way that they opened up the game for E-District.
I mean, 16 points is a strong start, considering in one of their entire group series of 6 games, it was 24 points and 20 respectively. So we're already putting ourselves that much further ahead in a 10-game series. I told you they're being aggressive, and they came in feeling confident. A team that needs to do that is on your screen. Enter Force 36, hailing from APAC North. They've been fighting a little disjointed lately, and with Obley joining them back in March after their strong performance in Champs, we know Synap is the IGL there, but I fear with Obley kind of counter-calling, maybe we're hesitating just a bit too much on starting those fights.
Having to clean that up, hopefully, especially when we're going to be saying goodbye to our 7th to 20th place teams at the end of the day over the course of these 10 games. 9 left to go. Shopify Rebellion. Got to hear a little bit from Zainu and Phony. Love getting their thoughts, thanks to Rain Day. And before they start rotating together, they are isolated for the meantime. Coming out of the north side, they will eventually rotate into Kinotrope if they commit going through the choke that leads into draft point. But if they do want to clear their backs, teams like Gen G, Zipline, as Aurora do have that Void Nexus out just in case. They're playing on the edge of zone. They're looking to their backs to ensure that PXX do not wrap on them.
And I'm immediately looking to the altar players on our teams, because with everything ending towards Street Market, you're going to have a lot of these like covered small areas that teams are going to set up with their Watsons, right? And those portal plays are going to have to be so massive to open it up. You're going to have to destroy the pylon and then lay siege with nades, especially with Crypto being out of the lobby. So I love where Aurora is on that outside. You will need to defend, and with PXX starting to kind of lay some grounds, get some information on what their setup looks like, we have to be hyper aware. And you see Hiarka immediately calling that out.
It's kind of like the rock, paper, scissors too, because while Aurora's looking to their backs, essentially PXS are doing something similar, because a rotate from Viaduct could come out of Wolves, and then they could collapse on PXX, and that could be a 3P opportunity for Aurora to clear their backs. As long as the southern side of this zone is clear, Aurora will be able to have a way easier rotate, but it also depends on how that zone pool is, because we've seen these market zones pool kind of closer to VP by that hilltop, as Genji in some trouble, still stuck outside of zone because it was a Shopify Rebellion who were looking to their backs. And Genji are going to have to take their time. At least they have the medkits ready, and of course with the altars too, it provides that easier rotation. We just saw it right there from Shopify. They're moving now up, avoiding Kino choke from that choke, and the fact that there are no teams waiting for them on the outskirts of market on this rotate is great for them.
Only thing I'm worried about with them is they do not have an exhibit. Why can't I even say exhibit? Cedar Man, the things that you do to me. They don't have an exhibit available for their next fight in that circle, right? You have been silenced. It gets me every time. But for real, though, at least they do have 2 charges on the Seer attack there. Genji Esports likely just going to pop some information up in Neon Square before they decide which area feels rather safe to go do it. Why is my intrusive thoughts wanting the crazy Kraber shots?
Because we've been seeing so much of that action, man. It's been crazy. I mean, imagine with the way that Floating's also playing. I don't know what he was cooking with the way he was trying to take these flanking angles. It works a lot. It works. The way he plays aggressively, it's beautiful. I mean, that's what you need from an entry fragger.
Well, here's the deal, guys. I'm having trouble speaking, so let's get into a JDG Gaming listen-in.
Just keep following me. We have the third party for like this, bro. I don't think we evac. I think it's just all in.
Alright, can we try to 3, 2, 1 a team?
Yeah, wait, we're gonna peek together. I'm gonna maybe queue up the bridge first. No. Yeah, bridge. Ready? Okay. Like this way. Come here, peeking. Ready? Peek this belly on the left. Walk. Peeking. I have a Kraber, okay? Let me shoot first.
Blue there.
Ready? On the roof. I'm sliding and peeking.
They're sliding.
Ready?
Shoot. Shooting.
I went. Sliding up, guys.
He's anchoring now.
He is. It's fine. Just you're fine. I'm burnating.
Good. Walk forward. They're back there.
Okay, hold on. Got it. Hold on.
Okay.
Q, shoot me. What did we Q?
I don't have Q. I'm on scan.
Also 100.
I just died, bro. I killed one.
All you.
Thirst.
Yeah, just thirst.
Down you, Ben. Runs. Thirst. Nice.
Oh my G! JD Gaming going down. I like the way that Naughty tried to calm that, the 3-2-1, but all for naught when they tried to engage in a fight that the other team was waiting on the other side. Genji capitalized after being stuck in the zone for so long, have now wrapped on 2 of our teams. JDG out, Shopify Rebellion to meet their doom back into the lobby, and Genji have come from the north side. VK Gaming though, inching in from the other side of the choke that would neighbor Genji, but a lot of these teams, if you see where the zone is pulling, Tiff, is going to be pulling towards RRQ.
Look, RRQ have been so good at calling these zones, especially with them being the best team on E-District in this lobby, with 50% of their points coming from E-District alone. Neo, though, the majority of theirs from fights, and they have looked scary. But Ninjas in Pajamas, after they heated up, decided to do enough to push them back away. They say you cannot rotate through this. 39 seconds, though, and still 3 teams on this side, and a long way to go. So Exhibit is down, and PXX are about to take it to him. That Maggie ball going crazy, and 2 falling solo. Ninjas in Pajamas, Gareth, we've got to hold on.
It's like they're inking themselves, man. Like, you literally can't even walk. No, I literally saw him. I'm surprised he actually committed to trying to pull it off. Unless,
like, nah, bro, I got it.
Literally by a corner, and then, oh my gosh, I actually almost got beamed from that when he tried to delay the tactical there off the Void Passage. I mean, this is a huge mess. PXX do get eliminated. NIP now down to a duo with Curve going down, but the fight's not over yet. Dancing around the shield with the wingman. The melee hit is all he needs, as Wolves are the next to go down, and you get the Death Box res. This is nice for NIP. Zip are within the vicinity though, but for now, they have some respite to get this reset.
That was insane, the collapse. Just a few seconds on the board, the ring will be at their back as they full send to the most populated side of this circle. And you know who's there? VK Gaming, double-digit points for them. A lot of teams over on this side need their points from E-District because this is where they find them. Enterforce 36, VK Gaming. Ninjas in Pajamas do actually slide through into that next side of the circle. But wow, we see where they go. To the top of Zipline Mafia they've chosen.
man, these pile-ups. Yeah, this is going to be at least a
Synapse.
3v3 cleanup here. VKG now move up as E3 are looking down at VKG, who are trying to rotate. You see the Watson fences painting the floor, blocking them off. As Kesa with the nade, and E36 though get eliminated thanks to that nade, but they're feeling so much pressure. I mean, dude, look at this. Tactical after tactical. You literally can't catch a break. This is why series banned after this game. There's so many scans. You have the slowdowns. You can't catch a break. VKG now get eliminated.
That's like, so many people are looking to get involved in this, and for fun, hold that farther northernmost center. And NIP through the portal, throw the focus of attention out. We have so much loot. The shield swaps. Cole taken out by the frag.
So insane here. Well, Kuro tries to stay alive after he finally just comes back. And now the rest of Ninjas get deleted in 13. 12 squads left. And look at the way For Fun is playing. They're looking to keep up this momentum, but they got to deal with Dino. And Jay Future swinging that by himself, by the way. Could have been the demise. But with Synatic now going down, it's only up to DJ from Dinos. Can they try to get this? It was the one. Where are you going? He wanted to get the reset. No way he's doing that in space. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh,
we're going to have to talk about that one later, because that was a little bit of a breakdown. For WGR Neo, they will take every point they can get, especially like that. Rotating towards the north side, their biggest area is going to be that Team RRQ holding that zone. Gen G, on the other hand, Vicky, we've got to fight against Kenotrope.
I can't believe that. I mean, listen, you know what? Sometimes we all go through it when we're feeling the pressure, get a little nervous sometimes, but committing to going through that Void Nexus is definitely a choice. Too many chefs in the kitchen, the food is absolutely burnt. As Aurora now have stayed underground for quite some time, have moved up from the under part of Street Market. Nades for days, though. They're dancing like they're in the circus. Effect now backing away. And they're also scanned, by the way, off the Seer attack. But thankfully, being one of the Ultra teams, it's the alley-oop to go up on the high ground. Typically with neighbor, a lot of these other teams, because look at this pile up right now, Tip. You got VP, you got Aurora, you got GK, as well as RRQ. It's going to be a bloodbath over to the south side. Zipline to add, as Aurora Effect can't clutch it out. It's only one left, as Yarka is trying to get this reset.
I said it comes down to the altars, the importance of the entry fights, and when you're the last one standing, the IGL Yarka is going to have to figure it out. We get Oirain back up on his feet, and we throw it down. We check behind enemy lines. For VP, they're just looking to close out Aurora. Prestis does fall, but Ozus and Taskmaster are so healthy here.
I was going to say, it was just a matter of time. Aurora do get eliminated eventually. Playing Ring around the Rosie, around the Void Passage, even trying to cover their back with the nade originally before. With 8 squads left, though, this is what you can expect. VP now looking to get aggressive, as well as DCG, who are just trying to avoid this drill. Rory, unfortunately, goes down, is hiding behind the desk. Try to see if he can get the 2-for-1. At least he tries to get the reset here from the rest of his teammates. Well, KNC, they hear all the action happening above their heads, and they're not looking to get involved. They're looking to take this slowly from underneath the market.
And it's WGR Neo that has that Mad Maggie on their team. So if you're getting riot drilled, it is totally them. The Valks gave them a nice little rotation for now, but for Flat, DCG, and Kenotrope, they are on a side where there are so many teams that you have to anchor it. So bringing out the Newcastle, bringing out the Gibby for that extra coverage is going to allow them to hold on if we time everything right once we pull out of these little crannies.
And when my fan dies in the arena, the competition's getting even hotter. Imagine how our players feel while we get to see the side-by-side. Neo, who had then slowed down and being able to get this replay. I mean, he's literally staring at Dino that last
that was tough.
TP. I mean, what can you do? But that was an earlier situation we had seen. 8 squads left. KNC, remember we mentioned, they weren't going to try to show face just yet. They're taking this slow as now the final ring closes behind their backs. Look at the way that RQ make this move, though, with Strafing Flame being on the Rave. It's going to be able to try to get the climb up here. There is another team right above them, but it's really important with Pricey being able to get that knock. They get to fully extend on this, even with the Seer tech behind them, though. They're getting stared down with the other team across the way.
Flat, and everyone just immediately like, nah, I don't think we're getting away with that. Knocked through the portal, behind VP. The RE45 does enough damage. We go for a clean reset, and we have to move. With RRQ to the other side, Vicky, it's about to be so exciting.
But look how important Drop's exhibit is. He gets all the information. Look at the beamage of the RE45. The gold extended energy bag here. They know where everybody is. Last 4 squads left.
Virtus Pro has been eliminated, and now Kinatrope, can they defend? Bubble is down, the wall is there, and Nock doesn't even care. Firing through the wall, Zipline Mafia are down. Will Kinatrope follow?
Can they here with our last two squads, though? It's going to be DCG versus GK now, with Nock being so low. Keon going down. The ring was his demise. DCG move up. They take the portal. Last squad, 6KP for dropping Revolve. Get the clutch and the win. The melee coming through to secure the dub.
Deep Cross Gaming. What a stellar performance. The fact they hold on to that. At that point, you're diving into electrified Gibby Bubbles. You're trying to get behind these Newcastle walls. And honestly, GK trying to get to Kinatrope left them slightly exposed, where Deep Cross Gaming could just focus on targeting them.
Honestly, though, the way that drop played that was insane. It was unfortunate with the way that the Ultra Portals were placed. The Void Passage causing so much disruption, especially with the ring being on that angle against the staircase too. Sure, you're fragging out. You have the information from the exhibit that you put down. You have the nades, but the way that DCG had played that to the very end, the melee hit, the nail in the coffin, and then also the ring. What we had seen at the very end, even better way to just kickstart the way that DCG have now taken this dub TIV.
Honestly, I'm also very impressed with GK Esports. 9 kills, so many points there in the double digits. But not only that, they got second place in map number 2, but 5th place in match number 1. We ask our teams for consistency, especially in this survival stage. As we pull up the match results, you can see it just there. With the fact that we got 9 kills, we actually outpoint our team that won at the top with Deep Cross Gaming at 17 points. Kinatrope find 9 points, which is above that average that I'm talking about. I want to see north of 8 points per game in this series if you want to fight out for top 6. Virtus Pro grab 11 points, and as we jump to the back half, Dinos, after that fight, they still walked away with 5 KP, so they got 6 points.
Any little bit counts here in this overall series too, especially when we have 10 games played out. One more, by the way, on E-District before we swap over to Olympus, because we got all the maps in rotation, which is important when we take a look at some of these highlights. We talk about GK and what they were able to do. We talk about the exhibit here, but in this end, this was the most important part, TIV. You saw with the ring closing in, look at that. The Watson fences, you go through the TP. You can't survive. The melee at the very end is more than enough to secure that for DCG, because they were just in a way better position, honestly, when it comes to coming in from the high ground, sure, but they also were inching forward behind the knockdown shield too.
Yeah, not only that, they definitely had a player that had dropped down to the low ground. You saw them kind of portal through, so they approached it from multiple angles, and that was pretty smart, right? Yes, you only had like 1 tick on your armor left and relatively 75% on the health, but at that point, the circle had gotten so small that you're right, with just even like a melee punch, you're finishing blowing them at that point. So I'm okay with the way that one went down, but we got one more map on E-District.
We do, and DCG, like, recapping their performance. I love the little mustache on the Nessie. Just recapping their performance on map number 1. They at least got 4 KP. Can they do it again now after taking the dub in game number 2? And as Tiff said, we got one more game on E-District, and that's coming to you on the other side of this break.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
All right, it is time to break down a little bit of green room on stage, what we've been seeing, watching in the back with Snipe Down. And Snipe, we have these conversations after a couple of games. For Fun Esports have gotten up there. We just saw GK Esports have a major game as well to go up front with them. How are we feeling after 2?
Yeah, I mean, feeling really good. I think it's awesome to see some of these teams. GK has actually struggled a little bit throughout. They're more of a placement team. They really low damage usually, but I was talking to Dropped before this tournament started, or actually earlier today, and he was just mentioning how that's their biggest thing is they need to find a way to get more initial damage. And honestly, I'm very proud of how they did that. We saw how dominant they looked, and I think that they had a really good team talk. They don't want to rely just on placements as much, but dropped one of the most prolific IGLs, been in almost every single grand final. So for him, he knows what it takes to come out and perform, and it's really good to see them start off this strong.
I was just reminiscing with Drop Dad actually down there in the stands, and we were talking about how he got that second place, and really the game that would have won it for Optic in that tournament. Sweet. Believe it or not, NRG Sweet or LG Sweet at that time ended up pulling off some heroics to stall that tournament out. I think it was TSM that ended up ultimately winning. So it was a moment that could have been dropped. Now maybe this is the moment that Dropped gets his trophy. But talking also about what has gone really well for these other regions, DCG, Red Love, the fact that they were regional finals and they just got that big win, that is huge for APAC South.
Yeah, I mean, APAC South has been one of the best regions in general. We've seen just so much talent come from them, and just, you know, they did win their regional finals, so they have the ability to win these lobbies, and with 10 games to go, it's really good for them to start off strong because they have been a really slow team so far throughout this event, and getting that win under their belt this early in, you know, game 2, it's a lot of positivity. I'm sure they have a lot that they learned from that to carry forward.
Aurora at the bottom, is it too early to start scrambling, struggling, feeling a little worried, or so much game left to play?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw them come out, you could tell they wanted to just drop, you know, a massive game with how aggressive they were, and it didn't work out, and I feel like they need to understand if they committed too hard. It's like that was their plan, there was no backup plan.
Yeah.
And I think that for them, they need to figure out a way to have multiple playstyles other than just we need to go out there and slay. We saw them get a little more points with some zone gameplay there, but it's still not enough right now.
Thanks, Snipe. All the thoughts happening in the green room. We like to bring them to you fresh and live, but we've got more games to go. 10 today, 14 teams going home. Let's get back to the action with Onset and Gaskin.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are ready to get into match number 3 very, very soon. The final time we'll see E-District for a little bit before we start changing things up here. Danny G and DCG with the win in game number 2, making this one a little bit more juicy as we move forward.
It does indeed. I think they should be delighted to put those points on the board, and I think you were alluding to it after match 1. One win is not enough. You have to be consistent and you have to start putting these points on the board. Even if you're not winning, you need to be getting minimum 6 per game, really, to be able to keep up with everyone, and then hopefully you have that big win alongside it.
Well, I think the teams who are landing on the north side of E-District will be hoping maybe that a zone is going to start coming their way. We did see a City Hall zone yesterday, but a lot of the zones have gone down to the south. Another one there, Dan, down by Street Market. You got to wonder if that went into the POI draft. I've got to say, if I'm looking at the consistencies I've seen, POI draft, I'm just going, well, we just seem to be going down south here on E-District. I've got to pick something on this other side.
You want a northern zone? Denied! No northern zone for you. It has been crazy to see the repeat zone so far, but you know, with the percentages of it, surely we go a little bit further north now, right? That's exactly what's going to happen, so those northern teams will finally be rewarded. Perhaps we will see PXX get more points on the board over towards Neon. They haven't really been able to capitalize from there as much as they would like to. Will we see the likes of NIP finally find a few more points on the board as well? There at the moment, they are in 10th. It would not be good enough, and as we were hearing from the stage, 4 points at the moment for Aurora. They have not been able to find those early engagements they've been looking for.
Just to remind everyone who's watching and also watching at home, nice and comfortable, top 6 will stay in the tournament and advance to those match point finals.
Careful, Nessie.
Will have to. I don't like Nessie being that close to that thing. I'm going to have to say. I don't want to really know what minced Nessie tastes like.
No.
It might taste pretty good.
Might taste pretty good, but no.
I don't want to know. I don't want to experience that. I want Nessie to be safe and see some more sights of Paris.
Do not crush Nessie, please, Barney Banks. I know that you are usually the one to press the button, so hopefully Nessie shall be safe. But yes, as you were mentioning, Mark, sorry, before I rudely interrupted you, 6 teams will progress here from this survival stage. Everyone else, they'll be going home and their keys will get crushed.
It looks like the players are loading into the lobby now. Ninjas in pajamas on your screen. There's a little bit of Wolves Esports as well. They lost a difficult fight against NIP in that previous game. NIP, I think it was 2v3 they managed to turn around after Wolves got the initial advantage. And as we head in towards E-District for the final time for quite some time, before we start changing the map up, it's the last chance if you're an E-District team to get those points on the board. Here we go then. Match number 3 is live. We're about to jump back in.
So can DCG get another win on the board, or will GK be able to push themselves one step further after, unfortunately, not quite getting that first place, but technically, with the points they gathered, they still did win it out. Now, as we look over across the map as well, remember, we lost Seer after a 90% pick rate of Seer in the previous. We'll now look towards the likes of Mad Maggie being heavily favored here, and I'm expecting a Maggie ban. But there is also a chance for a Watson one. We have seen that a couple of times.
I did see a baby comp in the previous game as well, which to me was a big surprise, considering that we see a Seer ban. You wouldn't want to be Valcolting up into the skies and landing into 17 different Seer queues. You're not going to have a very good time. No bubble, no queue on the Newcastle. You're sitting duck, but doesn't matter because we're moving ahead now. By the way, something to highlight here, Dan. A lot of Alta and Maggie. A lot of Watson, a lot of consistencies in the compositions we're seeing.
Yeah, it's 19 Maggies, 18 Watsons. So Maggie will be banned going into the next. Probably a good news for those who want to run Watson going into Olympus.
Hey,
now, when we look
I'm sorry to cut you off rudely, but we're going to the north. I got overexcited. We're going to the north, everyone. We are going up north.
Great news for Kinatrope. You were mentioning before they were playing that baby comp. Actually, maybe it's bad news for Kinatrope. I don't know. They were playing that baby comp in a meta they probably shouldn't have during match 2. And they are going to stick with it going into match 3 here, but we are going up north, so they won't have to go too far with said Valkyrie. But of course, they will have that Newcastle to hunker down, so perhaps it does work out for them. They just don't have to have the Valkyrie ultimate.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about Seer in this game as well, which is certainly leans into some of the strengths that the baby comp does offer. A lot of teams already moving up to the north towards Electro Dam. You've got JD Gaming, GK Esports, Gen G, and Force 36. You can read the names. Let's take a look at what's happening elsewhere, though. Teams trying to rotate their way in at the moment. One of them on your screen is going to be DKG.
Just checking to see if there's any areas that they can teleport through as well. That void passage, very useful to transition from point A to point B. It really was interesting when Alta came out. Everyone was jumping onto different maps trying to find out just where the void passage could get you, and also where you probably shouldn't be able to get as well.
There's an engagement here. JDG are going to be able to drag floating back. Gen G have lost 2. They should be able to just about reset on these stairs. It's E36 putting out a lot of the damage. They're going to be forced to get that gen down. So Gen G's gen is feeling safe. But this is a little bit of a risky spot to play. See, E36 want to try and push this. They know that Dexter is still down. And with Maggie in the lobby as well, you do not want to be in a staircase if someone throws a wrecking ball your way.
E36 trying to capitalize on the damage that was already done by JDG here as Gen G cannot catch a break. But I love this aggression from Asia. You have to force them back. You can't just sit there and take the damage.
Back over to VKG. This is happening just outside of Galleria. TIE are just behind them as well, as you can see on your screen. Split by that big divide, the big wall that kind of surrounds Galleria. 13 points on the board after 2 games for VKG. Not the worst of starts for them. A bow check in the hands of Casa here. Shows that they've tried to move pretty quickly from the POI.
Need light ammo.
Gen G get peppered again, by the way. Look at the kill feed knocked from distance this time with the Sentinel. That staircase is a little bit shaky for them.
So a few teams who are making very wide rotations, Ninjas in Pajamas being one of them on the eastern side at the moment. Expect them to be very late. You also might see Shopify Rebellion and PXX fight shortly, but finally, Gen G will be taken from the stairs. And it is a combination of JDG and E36 in the end. They just didn't allow them to escape. It didn't matter if they went up or down. Someone had their exit.
Yeah, Gen G going to be looking back and saying, hey, if it's an ENAM zone again, I think we don't play the staircase early. It's a tough one. Maybe in scrims it worked, but when everyone is in the zone, it becomes a little bit more awkward. E36 up on this high ground, by the way. They're going to be safe for so long. Such an advantageous position to have with these northern Electro Dam zones. And you can see exactly why. It's so difficult to challenge any team that's up on height. And I've just realized that Jusna has a 3 times on a charge rifle. So anyone who's going to be arriving late is going to be singed, he's going to be burnt. It's more than likely going to be on their backs.
A few teams have actually gone further into zone here just to get a little bit more information and Evo. Shopify Rebellion being one of them. As VP on their journey through, they're actually starting to approach Galleria at the moment. Now TIE are waiting in Galleria. And VP at the moment just prioritizing leveling up some of their weapons and getting extra attachments. But I think they have now spotted TIE. They have to be careful because if they went north, they'd run into RRQ. South of them is Aurora though, so this is a tricky rotation for VP.
I feel like Galleria is a little bit of a honey trap at the moment for a lot of teams as well, considering that you've got a ring console and a survey beacon there. So as well as the fact that teams are going to be rotating to the north, you have those little sweet treats down to try and hit, to level up the UVOs to get the information. Over towards the zone, you can see KNC have found a corner to play. The Babycomp's worked out for them here, slamming below a lot of the teams on the bridge, GK being one of them. No power booster on the Gibraltar, so that bubble's not going to be coming up as quick as it could. Also, only the blue armor, so one defensive bombardment to use.
It is bizarre how these pro teams are so happy to take corners like this and just be under constant stress. It is very difficult to hold those kind of spots. You have to rely on those abilities from your legends to make sure that you can always be having them ready, basically.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point you raise here. You know, some spots are very playable late game. Early game, not so much. That place that we just saw, very playable late game, but very difficult early game because there's so many teams looking at you, so many lines of sight. You've got to wait until they become lines of sight that don't exist later in that game. GK being aggressive, that was definitely just from height with the charge rifle. And Noct is going to be brought back to his feet here. You can see Keon is sticking that. JDG looking to clean up the final pieces here of KNT. It's a little bit of a portal dance, a portal pie. And Naughty wants to be invited.
I think this was my point initially with Kinatrope playing on this baby comp and the zone coming towards them is they are forced to really use the Newcastle and the Gibby. As that is a very interesting playing position, I will say, with the knees up.
That is a far more flexible man than I ever will be.
Flat also struggling. They're going to be eliminated.
Watch yourselves, Pops.
Neo are able to get those kills in their favor, but are you going to be able to actually get the res? That's the real question.
Yeah, Kinatrope just been eliminated in the meantime, so the solo wasn't able to survive there. And like you say, it's one thing to survive, but Zipline Mafia are chasing them down.
Zipline, who are in 6th place at the moment after their impressive Game 1. Game 2 was a little bit more lackluster. But it would be quite something if they were able to get to the match point finals. Actually, both Zipline Mafia featuring here and TIE, when you talk about regional finals and the success stories to be able to find yourself here at EWC. And both teams who we know, when their backs are against the wall, they can find those moments.
Just going to focus in on Ninjas and Pajamas on the right side of the screen here. You can see that they've had a little bit of a more distance to travel to get to this zone. So they're just taking a little bit of a wider route here. They're going to play for the next console to find out where the zone is going to be pulling. Sometimes doing that just gives you a little bit of a heads up on the rest of the lobby to see what side of the zone is going to be best to fight for or play for. They could also, of course, hit the survey because they should be up to purples at least when they do get to fight. VP looking to do something similar here when it comes to ring console, just over at Vibe Isle. And Neo are still alive here. You can see they're just moving towards Energy Bank, the solo player who is still alive, but might be about to run into Relove DCG, who are going to be feeling all kinds of confident after the win of the last game.
It was quite funny seeing his arrow on the map just do a quick 180 as soon as he noticed DCG. As we can look back at just how unfortunate Kinatrope were with the teams that had eyes on them. Everything that was available to use was sent to make sure that Kinatrope could not stay alive. A difficult position to hold early on in the baby comp. Not really being of use so far in these early games, but perhaps later Kinatrope will be able to reap the benefits.
Yeah, it's one of those where there's just too many counters in the lobby for it. Seer being a big one, and you've just seen the perfect example of why it's difficult to run it in a Maggie-filled lobby, because you can just get drilled behind those shields, you can get Maggie-balled as well. It's just very difficult to survive and hunker down with the amount of offensive abilities that are still available in the compositions you're going up against. Aurora then. Let's take a look at them. Only 25 Evo here for Orain to get his full perks available. And having to play quite far away from where the zone is going to be pulling Electro down. Shopify Rebellion finding themselves in a fight here with DCG. They're playing for the Mythic Bin, which is spawning right next to them.
Yeah, DCG are not in a position to stop them getting this Mythic Bin either. For Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they want to do it for Koi4, I'm sure. It adds that extra little bit of willpower to you. For Phony, you're kind of playing with house money, right? You're playing for free, but at the same time, you want to be able to get it done. I guess it's not too much pressure, but it's a different kind of pressure, isn't it, that is applied to you?
Yeah, 100%. I think that Shopify Rebellion fans will be recreating The Simpsons. Lisa Simpson do it for her with the pictures of Koi on it. Seeing if they can help from home. Well, Shopify Rebellion got a lot of pressure on their shoulders. One thing that Zainu is going to have to do is lead the troops. Having Phony, of course, an IGL himself alongside, he's going to be able to give some input. Look at where the zone is going. It looks like it's going towards GK Esports, right on the northwestern tip of where the zone is falling. 55 seconds on zone close. Ninjas in Pajamas on your screen right now. They did play for heights. They played for all that information. They weren't actually able to get up with their pathing to purple armors, so they're not going to have all the perks available. So this is going to have to be brute forcing it from them, and Kurev is going to have to portal back here and think about the next move.
Oh, RRQ there and waiting maybe. Strafing Flame certainly saw the Void Nexus, but they are not in a position and they actually disappear themselves. NIP do have an evac tower to work with if they'd like to go up into the sky, because they do not have a Valkyrie, of course.
Virtus Pro just having a little swing behind here to see if they can be a frustrating force to deal with. Great shots coming in from the flat line. Prest is still showing that that thing can kick. As now they're trying to ping where the next play is. They're trying to put that little corner inside a Galleria. Now Neo, Ninjas in Pajamas. This fight is taking place and Vayne is not looking healthy. Gets the med kit off. But he's going to need the help from his teammates here. The worry here for both teams is that RRQ are looking at this as third party. So Neo, if they want to take this fight and Ninjas in Pajamas get taken down, there might be a third party. But this might be clean enough for them to actually reset. But no, Vayne makes this difficult now to 1v2. But where are RRQ? Did they want to try and force this? They are safe in zone. It looks like Ninjas in Pajamas are going to get a reset here.
I don't think NIP wanted to take this fight at all. And Neo, they kind of forced it, got aggressive, and NIP make them pay, as Neo are going to be down to just a 2 as well. So neither team either able to benefit from that. RRQ have actually focused a little bit more towards Neo.
Look at this from Vayne. Patience waiting for Cole to join alongside him. And then all of a sudden they can come behind, but no. Ninjas in Pajamas are eliminated. Neo were eliminated a few seconds ago. VP gets sandwiched. And it's Shopify Rebellion who come out the victors here, but now they've got to deal with Relove DCG. They're below them now inside of Galleria.
And it's not quite a straight 3v3 because RRQ are close enough they could get involved if they would want to. They are certainly hovering at the moment, just waiting. But if it takes too long, if there isn't enough gunfire, I'm sure RRQ will just start to think about zone a little bit more. They might just meet at the choke point past Galleria, which is going to get quite ugly because on the other side of it, you've also got VK Gaming and For Fun that are currently taking a 3v3 battle against each other as well.
Here it is. QQ has got Lestar in his hands. Skynades are going to hurt though. Has to back up to his teammates, thinking about hitting the Void Nexus to get out of there, and that's exactly what they're going to do. The problem is, on the other side of that Void Nexus, there's a team waiting. GK Esports has just been eliminated. They were in the prime spot in zone, and this is what I was worried about for VKG. Shopify were sitting on that portal waiting for that opportunity. That is free for SR.
One member of VKG did escape into zone. But at the moment, the one team who is actually in center zone is TIE again. This time, can they hold on to it? Remember in game 1, they weren't able to hold on to it. They got pushed and lost that engagement. Shopify Rebellion starting to move with a little bit more confidence now. It's For Fun that can be their next targets.
They got a pinch here down this low ground. Even though the drill's coming in, Phony is so healthy. The gen is a problem though, so those nades aren't going to be able to flush them out. And with the zone closing in 40 seconds, Shopify, if they win this, might have a walk-in. For Fun though, hidden for now, but they could hit a Void Nexus through if they want to get aggressive, but instead Zainu's made the play call to play this corner where they will be safe.
Dinos get eliminated as Zipline Mafia are able to win out on that one, but they're a little bit worried about TIE below them as now Shopify Rebellion will push in onto For Fun, and they've been able to get a couple of knocks.
Oh, the difficulty here is there's a lot of teams surrounding them. Zap getting shot in the back, getting shot in the side. And Zainu now left on his own. For Fun down to just one. It's a 1v1 between the two. But I don't know if there's time, really, for either to survive. Excuse me, Synetic did get away, so it's a 1v2. Shopify Rebellion can't make that happen. And now Synetic, only a couple of health points to play with, manages to scarper away.
Yeah, DCG will rip this away from them, and it's incredible patience, really, from DCG. They've been dominating since that early fight in Galleria, biding their time and waiting to just pick apart teams who have already taken damage, as JDG will also go down. And now the entire eastern side is covered by RRQ. TIE are starting to move out a little bit. As we check in with PXX, they are in a little bit of trouble. Both TIE and Aurora and Enter Force 36 are all looking towards them, and this is what happens when 3 teams start to focus you.
Yeah, you can Maggie drill this corner, but it's just going to delay the inevitable here for PXX. XZZ, it might be ZZZ, as he's going to sleep in a few seconds' time. He is gone. PXX are eliminated, 6 squads remaining. JDG being eliminated a few moments ago, though. Continuing the momentum, a decent placement for them after game number 1 and 2. VK Gaming will be next out of the lobby. And who is standing tall here inside of the top 5? It's Aurora.
And boy, do they need it. They need something to give them a little bit of a confidence booster here. They're up into 9th place as they stand right now. And they do have kills alongside the placements they've already found in this game. It's the first time they've really been awake here in this series. Can we see the incredible IGLing skills and history from Hayaka? He's been able to put them in a good position at the moment, but Enter Force 36 is certainly going to be a concern.
Well, Relove DCG are trying to move somewhere where they will be safe. They still aren't safe, and they've lost 2 on the cross. So Roy into the top 5. He's going to try and start a barbecue, but he finds out that he's the meat on the grill. Takes down 1, but RRQ will wipe them. Aurora now move up onto the bridge position. They will be safe. They've got some fences down. They've got a gen down as well, which is going to help them against those Maggies in the lobby.
I think actually TIE hold the most space at the moment on the eastern side. The trouble is this is all about elevation. There are so many different points you can hold here on the bridges that are above. And with the amount of ultras still left, there's always that potential you can void passage through and get involved in a fight. RRQ down to a 2, do have a Wraith to work with though. And then 4 Watsons.
They did lose Pricey. I wonder if they're going to be able to go for a box res here, or if it's going to be too deep in zone for them to do so. E36, by the way, showing exactly what we were talking about earlier, how a spot becomes playable late game that isn't playable early game. They are playing almost the exact same position we saw the Baby Comp struggling to survive here, and they're making it work.
I think RRQ did go back into zone to get that banner. Question is, do they have a mobile respawn beacon? I think we're going to find out very quickly to see whether they're going to get a 3rd back on the map. Otherwise, they're going to have to try and do this as a 2. Looks like right now it is just a duo situation for RRQ, and they are being heavily focused on the height. Aurora up there are making their life very difficult.
Easy Flash taking damage as its effect, down to 1 HP. Strafing Flame trying to thread the needle with this RE45 as E36 are going to be very happy to see that TIE are helping them out with Aurora, their biggest threat that's above them. Effect is down and he is dead.
Good work again from TIE though. They push up, they get aggressive, and they've already removed 1. Aurora now look like they're going to struggle with this one. It's just down to a raid.
But you see E36 take the opportunity now to void passage up using the alter cues. Hold on. To get involved in this fight, and that forces TIE back. RRQ now watching all of this and thinking, this is our chance to strike.
Suddenly this is a 2 versus 2 versus 1. There is not one full team right now.
Back to the low ground, E36 should be able to get a reset. RRQ, oh, the baseball bat to the back of the head is going to hurt. That's TIE gone.
Aurora trying to get a full res as well, dropping down to Moby, seeing if maybe Effect can get back into the map, but E36 and RRQ perhaps are not going to allow this. It's E36 who have the most in terms of players up here.
RRQ are playing for second. They get second, and now it's a 2v3. E36 versus RRQ. Shield swap maybe for Strafing Flame, he gets it. It becomes interesting, but Strafing Flame takes damage. Sinep now, looking to peek with that R9. It's all about timing the swing here for E36. 1 player remaining, easy flash, down with. E36 will win here.
E36 put their first win of the tournament on the board. And no excessive reaction, no pop-off, but pure focus. Typical Obley.
So a big moment for Enter Force 36. The fans loving that. And another winner
a different winner across the 3 games that we've had so far. That's what you can expect here today in this survival stage. The air of unpredictability continues to hang over all of these teams.
And with that, enter Force 36, they jump up into 7th place, and they put themselves 1 spot away from one of those qualification spots from this survival stage. And that's how close it is always going to be. But again, that's 1 win on the board, and they are still not in one of those positions. They are still behind those other squads that have found wins, but then also found some consistency on the board. Another thing I wanted to say, I mean, Relove DCG currently in joint first. Yesterday, they finished dead last in the qualification spots to get here into this survival stage. So they had the worst POI draft that you could have had in terms of selection process.
That's how you become a fan of Apex Legends, by the way. You just pick every team. And then if someone wins, hey, you're happy. We love to see that, supporting all of the teams that we have here in attendance in Paris, and everyone putting on a show so far. I mean, 3 games in already. And I know it's a marathon today with 10 games, but it feels like it's going past really, really quickly here.
And no real clear front runners as well. The points are being quite evenly shared between teams. Just to give you an idea, GK Esports and Relove DCG are in joint first at 31. For Fun at 28, JDG at 28 as well. And then you drop off a little bit to RRQ and Zipline Mafia at 22, and then Enter Force 36, who just won, are at 21 points as well. Even those teams who are down in the bottom, Wolves Esports, for example, they are only 26 points away from first. Now, Barney is down on the stage with an interview. Let's check out who he's got.
He's not here yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here on the main stage with the main man, Floating from JDG. Floating, we've got to talk first and foremost about that Game 1 scenario. It was so close at the very end. You guys, it seemed like you went for more of a creative angle. It didn't pan out. Talk us through what happened at the end of Game 1 from your perspective.
From my perspective, I cracked the crypto. I was close, and then I told Nari to swing it. He didn't get the knock, and then Shippy got double swung, and I almost won it, but yeah, I just didn't hit my shots at the end.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got to go for those chances, and sometimes it pans out, sometimes it doesn't. But let's talk about you as a player, my man. You're having this breakout year. You're getting a lot of attention. You've got these huge pop-off moments that you're having. You know, you had one in Split One Pro League. You're having them here on stage at EWC. How does it feel to be, garnering this kind of attention and respect amongst the ALGS community?
It feels great and warranted. I feel like I was a good player the whole time, but I'm finally getting my chance to shine,
You're getting your flowers. That's what we like to hear, my man. Okay. Now, first, we got to talk a little bit as well about the group stage, right? Because I've mentioned these pop-off moments that you guys were having. You're also having these pop-off games. You'd throw down loads of points, but then it would you'd kind of trip at the next hurdle. It would just be not quite getting enough consistency out of you guys. What were the issues that you guys were facing? Do you feel like you've ironed them out coming into survival stage?
I think the main issues are all 3 are first land together. First land, Naughty IGLing. It was probably a little bit of jitters, changing our playstyle up. We're back to our main playstyle, so we're playing back the consistent way we are, So
you're feeling more confident now?
Yes, way more confident.
Man, Floating, thank you so much for joining me here. Really appreciate your time. It's the survival stage, so things are going to start to get heated. But for now, we're going to head over to Rain Day because he's got another interview on the main stage.
Yes, I do, and no words are needed. Because we got the big man Roy himself here from DCG. Roy, I am so excited to talk with you. You have such great fandom across the world. Tell me, congratulations first on your win.
Roy, 首先恭喜你们这次获胜，然后你包括全世界都有很多非常多粉丝，有什么，比方说有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
特别感谢所有支持我们的粉丝，然后与看衰我们的粉丝，我们会继续努力的。
So a big thank you to all the fans who are supporting us, who are watching us right now. We'll keep on working hard to deliver results that will appease you guys.
Roy, your signature move we just did, it was the heart. I have a picture of that. We love it. But this LAN, it's been anything but easy love. It's been very challenging for a lot of teams. What has made this LAN so challenging for you in particular, putting you in this survival stage?
那这次比赛呢，对很多顶尖这些世界顶尖的战队来说，都是一个非常有挑战性、非常艰难的一场这个线下比赛。那你能不能跟我们大家也形容一下，到底是哪一处让它如此的艰难，如此的，就是这个挑战性如此高呢
我觉得就是因为选角的多样性，它采取了 ban pick 的样子，所以会让这个整个游戏生态大改变。然后还有一些像是游戏那些 EMP 增强的一些配件，对。
I'll say one of the biggest factors is the tournament format with the ban pick mode. You know, it introduces a lot of variety to the drafts, a lot of changes to the strategy involved, so it becomes very challenging for almost every single player, every single team out there. Also, certain changes to the game, like the EMP being buffed and everything else, it just makes this game a lot more interesting, the meta a lot more interesting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard that from Genji Asia as well. He said the same thing. Not playing crypto has hurt his team. But I want to talk about your strategy for today, because this is a long series. You're an experienced pro. What is your strategy for staying competitive throughout all 10 games?
那你也是一个非常资深的一个老将了，就想问你，在这种挑战性这么高的一场比赛当中，你们战队是如何保持就发挥稳定，并且能一直领先呢？
我只能说，今天我们的表现算是这一年来最好的几次，但我们会想办法继续保持住这个样子，然后让你们这次在决赛见到我。
Honestly, I don't really have much of a secret solution that I can give you guys. This is kind of like the best performance that we're delivering so far. I just hope that we can keep up with this performance and we can just keep going further and, you know, have a time of our lives.
I'm all about it. Actually, one last thing. There's a lot of teams that are very, very worried here about their sets. Is there any team you find in particular very dangerous that might not have woken up yet? Aurora, teams like that in this lobby, NIP?
那现在有很多战队，他们可能已经面临着淘汰了，但是他们其实都是实力非常强的，可能他们就比较慢热吧。那就想问你，你有哪一支队可能让你比较意外，或者你认为他们后面还会再反击回来的呢？
我觉得现在只开始了3把，什么事情会发生都还不知道，但我们会尽全力成功晋级的。
I mean, it's only been 3 rounds. The day is young, and there's a lot more games going on. There's a lot more factors at play. Anything can change, anything can happen. So we're on our part, we're just doing our best to try and stay ahead.
I love that mentality. Congratulations on so far winning a game and doing pretty well early on. We'll see if that continues. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, my man. And thank you to everybody who's been watching. Some great fans here for DCG Red Love. Let's throw it back to the studio and talk about what's happened.
大家好，我们是 Rap DCG， 我是陆医生，
我是罗宇白帝，
我是水门。那我们今天要来做这个就是 Apex 武器的排行榜。那相信各位平常有对一些枪支的选择有一些问题，那这些让我们这个3个专业的职业选手来为大家分析一下。那首先请我们的白帝先选一把吧，你觉得哪一把会是我们的最好的、最好的、你最常用、你最喜欢的？你自己觉得？哦，死敌。这个是由我们波风水门最爱用的死敌，好吧？我们死敌人注意最爱用的，放在最好的。那我们再选一把抽枪，一把射手步枪。你觉得好的抽枪放得上榜的？这把吧？抽枪吗？哦，功能性第一。OK， 功能性第一，这是我们改版精英武器汉洛，这也是非常好用啊。这应该也是放在最上面的吧？对，最上面。好，它很强。那我们再选一个最烂的。最不好用的，我觉得哈伯克，我觉得这个，你觉得这个吗？其实这个有加强哎，我觉得还行吧。我觉得也是这个，是这个最烂吗？最烂。阿元不行，打击也不行，平行步枪，他完全在胡闹。这确实有点烂啊，这没气弹也玩不了啊，导弹鬼。那好，那我们再选一个近战枪，你们最爱用的，好用就这2把，还是这2把吧？你们选一把。转换者还是 R99， 我会选 R99， 因为没有双发的话，对哦，确实，可是稳定性，我会把它摆大师吧，可是子弹耗太快了，对不对？对，你们觉得这个把呢？这把很算10吧，堪用吗？它有7弹的话，可是我觉得缺点是它没有能量弹太少，有点可惜。那我觉得这把应该上面的。好啦，铜牌。那再选一把，下面还有3个， 这几个
我感觉都是铜牌，你知道吗？
这个都这么烂吗？
这个吧，这个先摆去，
这个最烂吧，
先摆去银牌啊，堪用了，
这堪用了，对了，堪用了，
不够，
堪用了，伤害不够，太低了，伤害太低了。
但是它的就是后坐力很好。
卡嘞？卡应该在跟它差不多吧？
20吧，
钻石。
卡其实我蛮爱用的，只是没配件的时候卡真的很好用，可以随便。
我感觉它是随时随地都会被R99，
然后这个肯定会R99了。
对，
这个烂完了，
这个烂完了吧？这个直接
放在黄金啊，
是烂死了。
可是还有个窝的很强哎，
可是600点呢，600点呢
，600伤害
，600伤害根本打不了。你哈
帮我升一下，帮我升一下，
没有空啊，二跑毒啊。
转换者有双发，我会摆在跟R99同级，但如果没有的话，几都白金的，
感觉
摆在
中间值。这个不怎么样，这把嘞猎兽其实还蛮好用的。
这个贴正中间好不好？白金跟金牌中间。
这把，这把就很可惜了，我觉得这把其实很好用的，大概是这样子啦。这是我们对这个比较常用的这几把枪的一些选择。那最强的还是我们的实力跟悍弱，功能性跟伤害性太强了。R99是最强的近战枪，这个毋庸置疑。再来就是一些大家比较少用的、比较不常用的一些枪。好了，那就我们下次再为大家一起做这个介绍吧。各位，拜拜。
First 3 games are done, and boy, have we gotten some surprises here so far. Because, I mean, for Fun Esports, they came out hot, Lace, with the win.
Honestly, I was going to say we've been kind of glazing over for Fun Esports, okay? I know we just touched on them a little bit yesterday, but oh my God, we've been talking about consistency, and I think these guys are the king of consistency. Tyler's kind of been leading the charge in the damage for them a little bit, and I'm not going to say that their stats are like anywhere super crazy, like elite level, but consistency. Even their kills is sitting around like 8th place, right? But this is what I want to preface, the but on this one. They actually reached top 5 in about 30% of their games. So we have 10 matches. They'll be able to achieve that. And if they can keep that steady level on them, it could be something we might need to watch out for fun.
I mean, talking about steady level, one surprise as well, it's in first place, Geeky. What the heck is going on with all these teams that we were not expecting?
Yeah, I'm actually super pumped for Geeky just because, you know, I go way back. I've actually teamed with Drop before. We have a lot of history, and for them, their biggest, you know, problem coming into this was their lack of damage output. They really don't have someone that you're used to just like starting every fight. You know, Knock, Keon, Drop, they've all been relatively passive players, but they know how to get to endgame and play zone, and that has been really good for them. And, you know, honestly, talking to Drop, that was their biggest thing coming in today is we know that we need to take more initiative. We're not going to get through as the top 6 by only going for zone and placement. You need those kill points, and we've seen them. They've been aggressive. They've had the Mad Maggie. They've been getting the drill kills. They've been pushing teams with the balls, and it's been impressive to see the switch up that they've had already to put them at the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, staying proactive is the name of the game. But one thing I would like to point out as well as we look at this leaderboard is that all of the teams that are essentially considered a veteran are moving steadily up that leaderboard. And when you have this, you know, as the roar goes through in the arena, you know, everybody's cheering for their favorite teams and all of the teams are pulling through to an extent. I think that the mix-up in the lobbies, as some groups have gone home and some groups have moved to finals, has made it a lot easier for some of these teams in this current lobby.
Right, I mean, look at the bottom of this leaderboard, right? We got Virtus Pro, and all the way at the bottom,
I jinxed it,
Esports. What have you done, Lace?
I jinxed both of them at the same time. How am I that powerful? Honestly, this is kind of what, you know, Apex South does. They can have those massive heavy hitting games, and then they don't have the best. But look, 3 games down, they aren't sitting where these other teams need to be. But look, they do have points on the board. Okay, so maybe my jinx hasn't been that strong. But well, pick it up, guys. Please, I look bad.
One team that has been doing well too is JD Gaming, and honestly, let's talk about floating, because my goodness, so far today he has been a good performer for this squad.
I mean, we also talked about the way he plays Alter a lot of the time, and it can go both ways as well. We even saw that at this game, at the end of the game, where he's just taking so much space, setting up flanking runs, getting these angles that people aren't expecting from, cleaning up teams left and right. But at the end, it actually cost them. They got a huge entry on the bridge, where they could have just triple swung, potentially just ended the game. He opted for the flank that has worked so many times in this game in a row, arrived a little bit too late as his team has got 3v2'd at the top, and they couldn't close off the game. But boy, so far, they're looking really strong and consistent. And as they said as well, they said it yesterday as well, you know, we're playing the same way we did in Pro League, and hey, it's finally here. You're seeing it game after game.
Yeah, I think with JDD specifically, we heard Naughty talk at the end of the day yesterday. He was giving Floating his flowers and saying, you know, no one has started with as high of a barrier as he has when he came in with the, you know, massive kills all throughout Pro League, second place overall, and then now they're here at their his big LAN debut on a top team. And it's impressive to see, and I think it's just going to come down to them finding their rhythm outside of just getting the slays. I think when they're in the zone, they're still maybe trying to roam a little too much and trying to take the angles. We saw it in that last game. I thought they had a really good spot to maybe hold. They were getting some KP, and I think they overextended a little bit, but that big first game put them in a great spot to give them a little breathing room. But, you know, as we head into the later half, they're going to need to find a way to stay consistent and get to the end games without always having to rely on the KP.
Sorry, boys. I mean, I'm getting distracted here. Team Liquid, Stereo, brother, come over here with us. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Let me kick that cue car out of here. Dang, you're tall.
Does he fit in the camera shot? Oh, yep, just.
Yeah, he does, just barely.
Yeah,
now, Zero, thanks so much for joining us. Who do you think is going to choke today?
I think Nip, SR, really not looking good right now. It's kind of my ideal top 6 with those boys in it, but I think Nip, Aurora possibly as well, and yeah, probably SR, especially without Koi.
Oh, man. By the way, going back to what happened with Falcons and all that stuff, did that affect you, just seeing them doing that taunting?
No, I don't care. They're relevant.
Hell yeah.
Okay, Sarah.
You were a little heated with that.
Sarah, I got one question for you, brother. You said people seem to believe in Naughty IGL can win LAN. We are heading there slowly. How are you feeling about that? If he makes you eat your word, you know you're heading straight into a montage. They think that Naughty IGL can win LAN, fade to black, and then his pop-off moment. Are you preparing yourself for the finals?
I actually love Naughty. It was kind of fucked up that I said that. Yeah. I hope he wins, but I just don't see it happening.
Okay.
I don't know if they make it. They're on like pretty strong start right now, but still like the call points usually around 74 from last year, so quite a bit to go.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, my only question is, you know, you've been strictly business when it comes to how you IGL and how you manage your teams. Does it feel a little better to have someone kind of like the little class clown and Panic? Does he lighten the mood a little bit with the roster? I saw you kind of staring him down when everyone is coming out with the 6-7s.
I mean, every day of my life, my office is right in front of his in the house. So every night he's screaming at 4 a.m. just
Screeching more like
every single day of my life. It's a nightmare, really.
All right, you said NIP, you said Aurora, you said all those squads. Hopefully they'll be able to show up. I mean, we got, what, 7 games now left, but I've been seeing all over social media with the hashtag EWC that you give out some of the best hugs, brother. So as we send it to the game, as we send it to the casters, you know what? I think it's time you give me a hug. I can agree. That was definitely one of the best hugs. Thank you so much. You know what? Let's send it over to the casters because the action is about to get started here at ALGS at EWC 26.
A lot of love there between everybody, and it's good to see. It's good to see Zero in good spirits. Why wouldn't you be? Of course, after their performance so far in the group stages, they get to chill and relax, watch all the gameplay take place today. Talk your talk to people who haven't quite made it there yet. I mean, why wouldn't you?
It's part of it, isn't it? You got to let them know. But you know what else is part of Split 1 playoffs? It's moving to a new map. Olympus is upon us. Just want to mention that Olympus and the zones we've had so far, it's been very repetitive. I would quite like for us to go somewhere else, if I'm honest.
I would agree with you, but then again, I kind of feel like I maybe cursed Wolves Esports yesterday when I was, this morning, or earlier on today in the first few games when I was saying that Humber Labs looked like a pretty good pick for them. Well, they're landing over at Somers University, where we saw a lot of end games yesterday. Now, will they be able to make the most of it? Should that pattern progress? Will Gardens be the place to play from, which we saw yesterday? JDG are going to be there, or GK Esports? Looks like a lot of teams who had a good prio to this particular map that we see in front of us have opted for that side of the map.
Yeah, funnily enough, the best performing POI so far, Gardens, Somers University and Grow Towers.
Shocking.
Who would have thought?
Absolutely shocking statistics.
And people are definitely looking at some recency bias, that's for sure. Will they benefit from it, or will we actually see some randomness in these zones? Please, Apex, it's all I'm asking for. Now, teams that have been doing very well on Olympus this tournament, JDG, For Fun, Zip, and NIP.
Well, let's see where the zone is going, everybody. Close your eyes. Hope. I swear, I cannot believe what I'm seeing, folks. We're going down to Somers University, everyone, by the looks of things. Incredibly, Wolves Esports have drafted brilliantly.
Where do I resign? How do I retire from this? How is this again? Again, we get the same zone. Insane. As now We get a fantastic chance, though, for Wolves Esports to pick up points. Now, elsewhere, an early fight happening between Neo and DCG. We were hearing a lot of talk, of course, from Roy in that interview, but Roy, our boy, has sadly gone down.
Yeah, he's still in interview mode by the looks of things. He has unfortunately fallen.
He's actually still in the interview. They started too early.
Will not let that man go. Well, DCG, very good start for them, we will say, though. 31 points on the board already. Neo chasing down some of the other members. It's actually DCG who are in front of them, so trying to chase those down. But over to GK, the team who are top of the leaderboards at the moment. They've already worked their way into Somers University, and they're under pressure here. On this northern side, it's going to be a combination of teams actually surrounding them, and I think it's a smart decision. Get out of this situation if you're VKG, if you're Wolves, if you are GK, because surviving is the most important thing. And now they've got JDG to worry about above them.
That was sick, by the way, using the enemy team's bubble to just bounce it off the top and send it down to the depths. As JDG, though, are going to be more than comfortable here. They're, of course, going to be running that Gibraltar. A little bit of variety in Legend selection, but now that we have lost Maggie, it opens up the doors for the big man himself, Gibraltar, to be very apparent here in this lobby.
Yeah, a lot of baby comp in this lobby. A little sprinkling of Alta as well as Watson. Something I just want to highlight while we've got a little bit of time here before the teams start to engage. I love that interview that we heard from Floating. One answer in particular really stuck out with me. And that's the one where he's said, I always knew I was good. This was just my chance. And then you think you need to have that level of confidence. Some people may call it ego, but I think that high confidence sometimes gets confused with ego. To make it to the very top, and I'd love to hear that there from Floating himself.
Well, for fun, third place at the moment, 28 points. They have succeeded on Olympus so far this tournament. A quarter of their points have come from this map. But RRQ, a team who typically struggles here on Olympus, currently being pressed by Shopify Rebellion.
Well, Zainu looking to get aggressive here. He looks for the climb up. Zap's taking a lot of damage, though, and all of a sudden this climb up becomes a little bit scary with that bubble down. Damage being exchanged is pretty equal when you look at damage exchange between the two teams. Easy Flash is going to be up on height on those Valk Jets, taking him to the sky. Price has got an armor advantage here, and he's actually trying to escape by the looks of things. As DCG will have someone down, so there's more than one team in the vicinity here, and Pricey's having a scarper.
Excellent movement, though, watching Zainu take that fight. Not overstepping, not over-peaking. Did a little bit of damage, backs off once his position is given away. Just making sure that you're not going to be an easy target like a Gibraltar is. Pricey goes down, and RRQ are going to have to move on as a duo to try and get back up. But as I said, they've been struggling on Olympus. They've only found 3 points in total on this map so far this tournament. And similarly to DCG, who are also involved in that fight, they have only found 5 points so far in this tournament on Olympus. Two teams who just haven't been able to get it working.
Well, Shopify in the skies at the moment. Zipline Mafia are going to be pretty close to them, as you can see. This is way away from where the zone is going to be going. This is all the way up to the north here of Olympus. And Wiku trying to fire some shots to warn off Shopify Rebellion. They've also got angles they've got to be careful from. Shopify a little bit split at the moment. And they're actually... Looks like the play call from Zainu has actually come in to go back to Rift here, so they're going to rotate back away. Back over to zone, though. Ninjas in pajamas, they are in trouble. Vayne is down, and that's the Wraith as well, which means that their ability to get in and out of situations is going to be difficult. Kurup gets to his teammate to get him back on his feet. Support passive is going to be important. Now he has to use that Eva 8 because there's a couple of teams, Dino's being one of them, who are peeking here.
And once this bubble goes down, they are in trouble. Dino are trying to take advantage of, really, NIP with their backs against the wall here.
Power booster on Gibraltar, though, for NIP, so they do have that bubble coming back very soon. It was about buying time for that bubble for NIP, and they've just about managed to do so. Cole's going to be climbing up to find a little cheeky corner to play, and he says, hey, guys, it's pretty good up here. Come and join me. Oh. But now Dinos are picking down on him.
And the bubble just hangs over the lip as well. You're very vulnerable if you do find yourself inside.
1 second of bubble. Vayne's going to have to retreat. They should be able to get healthy, but this is just cycling bubbles at the moment for Ninjas in Pajamas. But Cole comes on big. Cole goes huge. That's 2 and Dino's down.
The last is just going to focus on escaping as well because they do have said Void Nexus. One of the few teams in the lobby actually running an Alta. Maybe the only one? No, there's 2. JDG also going to be running one as well. But NIP hold strong, and boy, do they need to.
mean, the very definition of survivability. 75 headshot coming in from Cole after those two knocks he got a few moments ago to keep NIP in this game. Now he's looking for blood. Cole in a 1v1 versus Chaos Felix. Kurev's going to be there alongside him, and all of a sudden, NIP on the back foot. Kurev doing his best Tony Hawk impression, spinning around, and now Vayne alongside Kurev looks like they're going to be able to keep NIP alive here. You have to give them credit. Ninjas in Pajamas backs against the wall multiple times in multiple situations, but now they've taken Dinos out of the equation and have taken their spot away.
Yeah, and not just in this fight, but in this series in general. We're into match 4, and NIP are still down in that bottom 5. As J Future, I think he knows what is going to happen in the soon J Future if he sticks around. He's running like a track star inside the bubble.
You're saying in vain, like, I see you, sorry, Kurev, I can see you 360 on an M&K. Let me show you what a roller boy can do when it comes to 360s. Not quite as balletic, but it works. Gen G on your screens right now. They've got a long way to go. They are looking down the eyes of RRQ as we take a little look at what Cole did behind that gen a few moments ago. That was so vital to NIP's survival.
And RRQ have been able to take a little bit of height here and got back up to a 3, of course, after the initial engagement they found. But they're currently trying to hold out Gen G on their cross, but Gen G can kind of just surpass them a little bit. A single player from Dinos is actually over towards Solar Array, and I think that RRQ have just seen them. And I do think that Dinos will be able to get the res and go back up to a 3, but the trouble is now you are so late arriving to zone. Question is, now with this being another repeated zone, how much does that play into the minds of the IGLs about actually where this pull is going to be and where the actual finish is going to be?
Well, there's a little bit of a 3-team pile-up happening here at Gravity Engine. You've got DCG, you've got Zipline Mafia, and you've got Neo, all very close to each other. Now, Neo look the healthiest for now. Zipline Mafia have actually left. They're heading over to Gardens to get out of the pinch they find themselves in. So this becomes now a little bit more isolated. Neo going to get up to full purples, and DCG are going to get out of there because it does not look like a survivable situation for them.
DCG shadowing Zipline Mafia a little bit here, but Zipline are going to be focusing on just getting into zone at this point. But when they get to Grow Towers, they can put themselves in a very advantageous spot with a lot of high ground to potentially hold out the likes of DCG. Elsewhere, VK Gaming looks like they're going to have a chance at a Mythic bin as well. They're holding kind of the northern zone inside circle right now.
A couple of knocks from distance in the feed that you're seeing from longbows. As Dinos have somehow got the reset here, so a great job from them heading into terminal now, into zone, probably just to do a little bit of crafting to see if they can get a bin reset on their way in towards the zone as well. And also, there's just a little bit of a ring console for them, so they've got an opportunity with Watson to find out where their zone is going to be going exactly.
Lots of Valkyries in the lobby, of course. You mentioned the baby comp. With Valkyrie just guiding the Gibby and Newcastle through the sky and then slamming in. Going to be very important, I feel, in this final circle. As we're just going to continue transitioning a little bit further east into Somos University. So JD Gaming in a fantastic spot right now.
Yeah, you can see a great zone read from them. Wolves Esports, I think, would be a bit frustrated because they had the pick of the litter when it came to where they wanted to play again. It's not the first time that we've seen them have good prio to zone, but the read hasn't been great when it comes to the position they choose. JD Gaming, they read it perfectly. GK, we saw them very early rotating as well. And with all the teams starting to pile up on that south side, if VK Gaming can hold this northern side, their walk-in's going to be pretty good. But they've got 3 teams still, by the way, the same 3 teams on that northern side, looking to scuffle. Here they are.
VK did get a scout out of that Mythic as well, so they're going to cause a little bit of trouble for those who are rotating in a little bit later. I think Zipline Mafia avoided this gunfire, so it's going to be Neo and DCG. It's a pretty straight 3v3 right now.
DCG have taken damage. Oh, Akbar's going to do a really good job to use that fuse ult to try and flush him out, but the Wraith bubble is down. And that is going to protect DCG just long enough for them to get into a position somewhere where they can reset here. A scary moment, but very good play from the Wraith.
But now they are between VKG and Zipline Mafia. It's another 2 teams who are going to look to try and capitalize on some potential free KP here, but also reluctant to engage because they know the other squad is in the area. You have to pick and choose when you engage in some of these fights.
Well, DCG have lost 1, and it's the Gibby who's down, so the bubble not available Got to keep that knockdown up, but he's being peppered right now. And where do you go? Because it looks like no one on DCG is really safe whatsoever. Che, no portal available for him. We just saw him use it, so he can't recover his teammates back to some kind of safety. And VKG, in the meantime, are just looking to take advantage. LQ gets another knock.
And it looks like the woes of Olympus are going to continue here for DCG as our worst performing Olympus team in the lobby right now. Unless Roy can do something special, as now Neo have also lost one as Gen G looks to try and take them down, and it looks like they are going to find at least two, with the last player trying to scarper away.
Reset should be coming in as well. Asia on the Axel. Gonna get the Nitro Gate down just to put his teammate into a safer position before looking to stick that res. Neo were eliminated in the meantime. Last player was taken down by an Aurora. Remember, that's Rain who gets it. VP also finding themselves in a little bit of trouble. The Ring taking someone down.
Roy is still alive as well, just trying to avoid the remainder of VKG. And actually Dinos, and now VKG, I think they were looking for Roy initially, but now they've come across Dinos. A potential fight there as VP, as you mentioned, they lost one, and now Oz has gone down as well.
Prestis and Taskmaster the last alive. They've just landed from this Valcolt. Trying to force their way in towards the zone. One knockdown is still a pretty good thing to play behind. Prestis trying to be aggressive, trying to create some space, but he's taking some damage from Skynades. And Cinetic with the wingman in his hand. It's looking a little windy out here. As the gale starts to pick up for Fun, have got a clutch. Tyler flies in and VP will be eliminated. It will not cost for Fun.
Once you've missed the second one, you're not hitting the third or the fourth. We've all been there. Doesn't matter in the end though. As we check in with Wolves, last place at the moment in this series. They did have priority to this zone and they have picked wrong. They're gonna have to move a little bit further northeast to get inside this next zone. There is a potential they could get a bit of KP if they want to hold out the likes of For Fun. But sadly for Wolves, they're gonna have to try and push through the likes of Shopify, Rebellion and PXX. Now, Aurora, 20 points, 8th place. So they are 2 positions away from those top 6 spots that everyone is going to need. I think the good thing for Aurora is they are not far behind. They are in a far different position than NIP, for example. 2 of our major teams here in this survival stage. They are not far away.
I always find it somewhat inspirational when you see one of the best players in the world missing shots. It's like, hey, we all do it. VKG still playing this northern side, but now they're going to have the Valcolt. You can see the zone pulling away towards the south. JDG, Shopify, Rebellion, and PXX, the 3 teams who are inside of zone, but it's become more joining them in just a few moments' time, as air traffic control will start to have to earn their money. VKG, LQ took a lot of damage on the way down. And that's the Newcastle. They need to keep him alive so that the mobile shield could go down to keep them alive. Not going to be able to do so. Aurora now trying to push in. They are safe inside of this building, but I think the flat kind of caught in a corner. They're going to bubble up on him. VKG did not survive. Nano finds that effect is starting to come to life. And the rest of flat try to escape. 2 players dead. All 3 now flat will fall.
If Effect starts to cook, Aurora should start to make a meal of things. They're into 6th place now. It would be one of the qualification spots. They are looking a little bit more comfortable, but we can't get ahead of ourselves just yet. It is interesting to look at the stats for Effect. When he underperformed in the first couple of days, Aurora really did struggle. And whilst he is not the only reason why that team is going to do any good, he certainly can drag his team through hell at times.
This is a really tough rotate here for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to wrap around the outside. Now, Vayne is on the right. He may be able to thread a portal somewhere for them. Aurora, in the meantime, just trying to survive. Effect has to retreat, pop that battery inside the maze of tunnels that makes up the inside of Somers University. Now, a couple of fences down. He's going to try and res the Gibby first, Rain, so that he can get a bubble down and look to reset completely. As GK now make their move. Remember, they were in one of the prime positions early here on that northern side, but they've moved a little bit closer to some of the action that's taking place, and Aurora have managed to reset.
Round 5 about to close, and we have 16 squads still left. We've only got about 5 teams that are actually in said zone. There's going to be a lot of death and destruction here, and you mentioned it, NIP trying to move down on that southwest side. They have been able to find a portal, but I think the portal was into a couple of teams, so it's plan B, a potential evac tower instead here, if they would like to take it. But actually, you get a knock.
How about just send Kurev's defensive bombardment forward, 1 of 3. Now he's going to bubble forward, and NIP love to fight, and Kurev loves to be aggressive. We're seeing exactly that. Remember, power booster here on Gibraltar as well, so even when that bubble goes down, you would imagine unless there's a power booster on the opposite Gibraltar, they should get that second bubble first.
Patience in the moment from NIP as well. They know they can just hold this position. They are just about in zone. As Relove, DCG do get eliminated. Gen G also struggling a little bit. Aurora have lost Oirain again. And this is what I was talking about. Single player starting to go down as Aurora will fall in 14th.
Ashike, who win that fight, dropped his last alive though. Back over to NIP though, inside of this building, still safe. Still playing around the safety and the comfort of that bubble. PXX on the other side of this Newcastle wall. It is looking like a tough ask to go through them.
A very tough ask indeed. NIP have done very well though, I will say. They got the bubble. And these wingman shots could be imperative for their chances.
Another bubble goes down. And there's a Peacekeeper on the other side of this. Cole trying to get those fences down to stop the push coming in. 50% on that pylon, so they're not going to be able to avoid any grenades that come their way. There's an opportunity to escape out of that window, should they want to. But it's still just a standoff between the two.
I mean, out of the window into what is the biggest question. They have no sight lines of it right now. They don't know actually what they could be dropping into. Elsewhere, E36 are doing plenty of damage. GK Esports will be eliminated as JDG need to keep shooting up. No! They can at the moment, but Floating hits some shots.
A little bit of an armor swap for him. So trades on either side of this fight. E36 lose one.
Man, 12 squads left, by the way, in this final circle. Insane.
JDD lost one as well. Zipline Mafia dancing around these fights as well. You can see how close these teams are to each other. And with 12 squads remaining, it's no surprise Naughty somehow scarpers away on the Gibraltar. Finally, JDG will go down. As Zipline Mafia now hold one of the best places. PXX will be out next.
With this many teams alive, it's very difficult to stay healthy as a full three. You have to be available to try and do it as a duo at times. E36 find themselves in a strong position, though, I will say. Shopify Rebellion go down in 10th.
Bubble comes in from Kurev to try and work their way through the defensive bombardments raining down. Gen G and Shopify have fallen. And now it's going to become the skies becoming dark, as they will be fueled by defensive bombardments from Gibraltar's on purple perks, and Valkyrie's trying to navigate it.
Wolves have the only rampart in the lobby, by the way. I wonder if this Sheila could do some damage here in the late game to some of these Newcastle Castle Wolves.
TIE eliminated. And Wolves, of course, who dropped at Sommers, rewarded for watching the games back and seeing where those zones were going. But can they make the most of it? 7 squads remaining. Zipline Mafia and RRQ having a little bit of a fight here. NIP takes some damage. Cole last alive, playing behind those knockdowns and trying to do what he can to survive. He'll hit a big beam. He'll hit a second. But is it too much to ask? Ninjas in Pajamas are down. Top 5 now as Wolves move in with that Mastiff.
These are where the power boosters are so important as well. Getting bubble after bubble after bubble as another one comes out for Wolves. Kinatrope out in 5th as E36, they go up into the skies.
And it's full fun again involved in the endgame. Cinetic down, being dragged back to his feet by the Newcastle, but they get absolutely swarmed. Zipline Mafia against Wolves in the endgame here. WinQ finds one. Zipline Mafia clutch up in the final moments here. And the Cinderella story continues for Zipline Mafia.
And look what it means to him as well to get a win on the board and to take the lead into this series up to 44 points. And after 4 matches, this is when we're starting to look at, okay, how many points are we going to need to get into that top 6? The Zipline Mafia are on a fantastic trajectory at the moment. I still don't feel like it's going to be enough, but they put their best foot forward here.
Long, long way to go still. Another different winner. Boy, the second half of this series is going to be intense, especially when those legend bans start to take effect and teams are going to be running compositions that they certainly would not have played as much. It's going to be an incredibly exciting day here in the Survival Series. So we'll take a look at some of the replays in that endgame. E36 somehow getting involved in those final moments. Cole, by the way, just went crazy in those final moments. Big beams coming in. I think he secured, if not top 6, maybe even top 5 for Ninjas in Pajamas in that game.
For Zipline Mafia, Olympus continues to be their home. 31 points they had previously. They add now to that their best performing map so far, and they are one of the best performing Olympus teams in this lobby. And that statistic is carried through now here into match 4. But they do have one more. Remember, Olympus has only played twice. Yes, we had 3 E districts, we get 2 Olympus, we get 2 Storm Point, and then we get 3 World's Edge. Now, interestingly, a lot of these teams did prioritize World's Edge for their POI draft, and for good reason. You're going to see it 3 times,
make the most of it.
And you see it at the end of the series as we take a look at the match results.
Zipline Mafia, 22 points on the board, 10 KP along with the 12 placement points. Wolves, by the way, second place. Somers University looking like a stroke of genius for them to pick in the POI draft.
Down in the bottom side, though, it's not looking too good for a few teams that are still struggling to find those points. VK Gaming only getting the 1 on the board. DCG only getting the 3, but I think with the amount they put on the board throughout E-District, they won't be too disheartened just yet. And I think that's what a lot of these teams need to be prepared for. There are going to be maps where you struggle. There will be maps you may get 0 points. As long as you capitalize on the maps where you have those good POIs, or where the zone is presented to you, you capitalize on that as well, you should still find success.
A lot of work to do still for all of these teams. You can see Neo on your screen. You can give VKG, the defending EWC champions, looking fairly relaxed about the situation they find themselves in. This is how everything looks in total, though. This is the series results as it stands. Zipline Mafia up to the top now, 44 points for them, 26 of them coming through those placement points.
And at a rough guess, maybe the projected cutoff would be around 80 points, if I was to give you a rough number. But again, that can chop and change depending on how those points are being shared out between teams, but that just gives us something to kind of aim towards. But it's still a long way to go. That's only 4. We have 10. And perhaps we can readdress that at the halfway point, but even here, it just feels like the teams that are still down at the bottom, you still have such a good chance here. And as we mentioned, perhaps it's just a couple of bad maps for you so far.
For Fun Esports continuing their domination as well, looking very, very strong. Well, as we say goodbye to match 4, match 5 is coming up in just a few moments' time. After this quick break, don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Here hanging out with Unlucky, who we managed to find in the crowd watching our survival stage games right now. So Unlucky, obviously you're sitting pretty right now, don't have to worry about anything. So talk to me a little bit about your impression of the survival stage so far.
I mean, so far it's actually looking good for Fun. Rooting for the boys, especially for Tyler, my boy. Back in Mannheim, we got top 3, so I'm absolutely rooting for him. And also Virtus Pro, yeah, like, you know, I'm friends with them. So for Fun and Virtus, go, go, go.
I love that. I love that. Now talk to me a little bit just kind of about the entire competition here so far. Have there been any teams that surprised you with how well they've done?
I would say Elite Esports. They came like a bit shorter in the EMEA Pro League, and they just got in by regional finals-ish. So I'm very surprised by them. Shout out to my boy Kaina. He's doing absolutely fantastic, and I just wish him the best. And overall, I think the other thing is like Aurora, I would say, is like the only thing I would say that's a bit bad, but I'm sure they come back.
I know they definitely cut it a little bit close there, even just to make it into the survival stage. So we'll have to see how they're able to do now in today's series. Generally, how's your experience been though so far? Obviously, you guys have done pretty well for yourselves. But what's EWC 2026 been like?
Actually, like I'm surprised how they like set up everything in such a short time, like changing locations. I think it's absolutely amazing. Having the crowd here as well is a blessing. You know, shout out to all the supporters. I love you guys so much. And yeah, overall atmosphere is good. So.
One final question here for you, Unlucky. Any advice for people looking to try and come out and do this exact same type of thing that you're doing as a professional player?
I would say just chase your goals, chase your dreams, just believe in yourself, and just try it. You know, you got to risk something in life. If you don't do that, you might end up regretting. So just go for it.
Coming from one of the best, literally in the world, at Apex Legends. So Unlucky, thank you so much for chatting. Sorry to steal you from the crowd, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
From the regional finals, they hail on top here in the Survivor stage, guys. Zipline Mafia, they take the dub on Olympus. And as we transcend through all the maps through the Survivor stage, Tiff, it's exciting because now we're already getting to see how these teams are playing with their lives against themselves, man. Their lives on the line, quite literally, as we will be saying goodbye to so many teams. Only top 6 teams advance into the finals.
Yeah, that's absolutely punishing. The fact that 14 more teams are going to be going home and not able to compete in our match point finals tomorrow as we get a look at the keys. Elite Esports that Unlucky was talking about has already crushed the first 6 keys. We'll see if they'll be able to keep that momentum up tomorrow. But I do love that Unlucky was also talking about Tyler, right? Over there on For Fun Esports, competing alongside Nags. Now, some of those teams, they get kind of crazy out there, but they have been looking so impressive. Definitely above that average points per game that I'm looking for, considering they have 36 points. Now, I'm not going to do any math, but I am looking for 8 points average per game to get yourself locked into the top 6. Now, that's not necessarily going to be final, but it's definitely working right now.
I was say, never do math here when it comes to being live. You know how it goes, Tiff, but it's going to be
2 + 2 equals 7?
No, maybe Nessie with the mustache. I don't know, but you know, it's important for these teams to keep track. You even see in between the games the way that they're keeping track of the overall standings themselves. And as we do continue on onto Olympus, this is going to be the last game on Olympus before we flip over to Storm Point for game number 6 to game number 7. Once again, it's about the consistency. As we see the fans in the arena, it's looking stacked out here. Welcome everybody to Paris. It's the Survivor stage, and our teams are trying to survive in our 10-game series.
And Wolves Esports fans showing out. I believe we've even got some up here just behind us. Your number 1 seed from APAC South need all of the momentum they can get. 10th place overall in that last match that we just had with 20 points. Knowing that 44 points is the mark at the top, we've already started our series in that midway so much better than the first 2 matches, Vicky.
Love the fact that they were able to come in that 2nd place finish, right? 6 KP now as we continue now onto match 5. We said goodbye to Gibby. You can expect the influx of Gibby. I mean, it's been very similar in the way that we've been banning out our legends from the very beginning of group stages. It's replicating itself in the Survivor stage. When you get out with the Mad Maggie, you introduce the Gibby, and with the Gibby being the most picked legend in game number 4, now we welcome our next ban here for game number 5, which will be a tie between Valkyrie and Newcastle.
That's actually wild. For Zipline Mafia, hailing from Stabilizer, it's such a far away POI when we talk about those Summers University zones, where we talk about those garden zones, and then we talk about what we see yet again. Dan, I'm so sorry, wherever you are in this lobby or in vicinity, we've got another zone going to the same place.
Oh, man. Hey, listen, this is not pulling directly closer to Summers University, right? I mean, it's pulling
a little north.
I mean, a little north, right?
Just a smidge.
Just
Let's talk about it. See why everyone is already rotating in with the utmost quickness. JD Gaming leave gardens fresh off the ring console and survey beacon information. Wolves Esports just have a quick rotation up towards the north. Now, JD Gaming in particular, sure, maybe match number 4 wasn't their best performance, but they are the 2nd best team overall on Olympus. So knowing that 42 of their points throughout the group stages, which accounted for 43%, are from here, maybe they can do it. For VP and Aurora, this is going to be a good fight.
It's literally like the sandwich of zone pools when it comes to just grow towers, Summers, or gardens. You pick, as Aurora are picking off VP. 2 out for VP in effect.
Okay.
Missing out on some of these crucial shots. He said, you can't hit me. Shimmy trying to get the wall jump, but it's fine. Hiarker is able to pick up that KP as VP get eliminated, but the way he was able to wrap up on the other side is even better while he deviates his attention to the back.
He says, no one knocks my baby goat, okay? Effect is looking so locked. Even Grace was noting it from the green room. He goes, when they pulled up his player cam, he was so focused and he's like, oh, Effect's not losing. Aurora's got this.
Especially when you got your entire team still alive. Effect says, help me, after knocking those 2, with VP now being the first team out. Seeing with a lot of these teams walking out on the Valkyrie, like we mentioned before, as well as the Newcastle, bunker down and find a spot. There's a lot of these ramparts to be met in the same type of composition, taking to the skies. Synap holding onto the skyward dive, does have that evac tower that they just used recently and are going to be able to start rotating, considering that Sinop has the blue perk. So he will be able to get the scan over to the teams that are right below them. Having to be careful though with these snipers, finding your own spot with this quick rotate that you had mentioned earlier, Tiff.
Brilliant. At least they have place to go for them. They can dive in just above Wolves and into the cover they go. You can see the setup from JDG with those Watson fences. Of course, they're looking directly at this, but they still have to deal with NIP at their backs. Floating, locking in the fuse here is great to keep those knuckle clusters moving forward. For WGR Neo, they sense trouble up ahead. Deep Cross Gaming does have a couple players down.
Neo now moving forward too, being one of the teams with the Axel though. With the Nitro Gate, just enough. Rory is in trouble, gets knocked. DCG. Talk about bringing in some of that momentum when you have to transcend over from one map to another. E-District to Olympus, the last game on Olympus, with now Shao being the last one alive. Just try to queue out of there, please help me. I mean, it's unfortunate when you lose out on the Newcastle. Gets a little wall jumped out, just so that way you can try to mix up, get around this next corner. You could peeing out on the replicator and maybe out in the distance here with Gen G now getting that survey beacon. They know exactly where that solo is rotating to. Everybody's hungry, especially when you are now in Game 5, halfway through our 10-game series.
And we're just running straight out of Turbine. It's like, where are we going for the reset? You had Zipline Mafia that was looking for that information over in Turbine as well. So they're going to full send as we look back at our replay here of Aurora. A little slow-mo of the critical shot here from Hiarka.
And is that what it sounds like when you slow it down? That's just sounded crazy. Sounded like it hurts even more than what it looked like. Oh no. You're forced to beat this as a solo. He had to have seen the survey beacon getting scanned, right? So you really have no other choice. Just going into the void real quick while the zone is closing in by Fight Night. The fact that Gen G fly over, wait, the timing on that raid Q was so crazy. He avoided getting scanned by the Valkyrie from Gen G when they took to the sky and actually got away with going into Fight Night. He may be able to get the reset because of that alone.
I think he just baited that team into Gen G Esports. So no, oh, Asia down. One member for Neo down as well. For Ziki, the last alive on the Valk, half meds. He's getting tagged from behind. WGR Neo are not letting this go, and Gen G have fallen.
Talking about baiting here. Now as they're going to be able to get Aqua back with the res and with him having the med kit, DCG will be able to go to the replicator over by Carrier. RRQ though, with the scan by Fight Night, it's about like having that ring console info. They will have that server beacon eventually, so they're going to call out where that solo is.
Very true. Meanwhile, Deep Cross Gaming, the solo still alive, retreated to the back of Carrier, looking for a full reset, and does obtain it. Roy and Lizan are coming back, which is crazy because they start in Oasis, they try to rotate in, get taken out, and now we're back just as far away. So it's going to be a tough rotation for them. They do not have a Valk.
Team RQ now looking at Neo. VK Gaming still up on the high ground. And it's going to be that back-to-back you were mentioning with DCG getting that full reset at the very least. RRQ now are forced to fight off against Neo. A bit of an isolated fight at that. Considering that Zipline Mafia coming out of Rift will want to prio this rotate instead. It's a lot of action with Strafing playing, being able to get that first knock. 18 squads still left, looking ahead. Why are you running? The back-to-back. He's trying to get away. These longbow shots missing out until the last one, 60. But it's not enough, as he's literally still alive, 1 pixel of health between both of them, until Aqua's gonna be able to pop this med kit.
They're definitely going to get those heals off, and as they run through Estate straight towards Hammond Labs, will RRQ lay chase? You see the evac tower in hand, so healthy to be able to take this, and they're at 33 points on the series. That cut mark off, right? The 6th, so we must improve on that, and going to Estates to attack them. However, Aqua there, full health. Immediately once Strafing Flame lands, the battle begins.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they're not letting them go. Strafing Flame's upset. They need this KP.
Oh.
Can he go for it at least this time around? Yes, he does. Eventually, he lands a longbow shot. He sees him go through the door, and it's an opening for him, as now Neo is down to a solo.
We did just lose out on PXX as Flat and Dinos both isolated them. There's going to be a ton of battles happening in that next circle, depending on how we shift. But for now, our teams like Team RRQ Deep Cross Gaming and Zipline Mafia still need to know where they want to approach from. I can imagine that RRQ is just going to cut east straight out of Hammond Labs. They're hovering over the survey beacon right now, likely going to base their information off of that. For Dinos on that southwestern side of the next circle, they're going to have to decide, do we fight Wolves? Do we capitalize on that? Kenotrope, on the other hand, have 2 down, and we've got a last-ditch effort against Dinos.
Oh man, Kenotrope fall, because Dinos are just hungry. They get more KP, while RQ just do not let Neo survive. I mean, this has just been a back and forth duel between both these teams. Since the very beginning that they got out of Fight Night, they took over the POI between Estates into Carrier, and now they were eventually chasing out that solo. They got the KP and they said it's not worth chasing down the last member of WGR Neo. They want to prior rotate through Hammond instead, so that way they can control that high ground choke that would lead you out of the portal from Terminal, especially looking at how the zone is pulling. They can also get the information off the survey and ring console over there, while we take a look at Flat, who like to try to prioritize not only, Summers when we see all these different zones, but now trying to approach Wolves in this building. Nano off of the Axle is going to be able to get the Nitro Gate and follow up to try to climb up here with the kickstart too. That could really help out this fight.
I'm just waiting to see how we're going to approach it. In we go, but through the fences, Nano loses out on his shields and is forced to reposition. This means Big Louie and Kuser will have to swing. But we're individually approaching this and getting broken down.
Dude, E36 is griefing them, actually, with the longbow, but now they have to drop down from a high ground. It's not like they're going to show face. And now, Flat gets the trade-off, but Wolf gets the answer back because the longbow shots are just too much. I mean, E36, look, even if that was a face-off against Wolves, that's just going to be free KP for them without even having to leave from their spot behind the amp barrier.
Whatever it takes. If that's me in a spot in zone dead center with a longbow in hand, griefing everyone, then you know I'm doing it.
It's like music to my ears. You know what's going on. We've all been there in Apex. Although a little bit of revenge from Wolves to be able to get the knock themselves. It's not like they're going to give up too much of that space, though, because even if they give up this building, see if Dinos want to try to counter-rotate through that southern choke, or if they do want to commit coming in from the low to high ground towards Grow Towers from the middle part of the POI from Olympus that exits out of Labs, as Team RRQ do actually end up backtracking because we do get the res onto WGR Neo, so that means that that's going to be a trade-off from both these teams that we have seen from the very beginning eventually, but we'll see how that plays off too, while we see DCG now moving out of Gravity Engine. A lot of these teams are outside this next zone.
That's because it's going to be a really tough zone to play. Forced to pop the Phoenix kit here. The team with the most kills on your screen, 5 currently for the lobby. But we also find ourselves positioned, like you said, between Deep Cross Gaming and RRQ. So our choice is incredibly limited here. We want to get ahead of that, and that evac tower in the distance is going to let them know we are definitely not alone here, and they're going to immediately sight us out if we peek out too soon.
It disappeared. It disappeared. Immediately destroyed. Wondering if that was a shield from a distance or something, but that
had to be. Maybe zipline.
Yeah, I mean we've seen that happen before, and with the team now trying to gatekeep them all. Oh my goodness! These shots, Rory DCG are hungry. Neo just cannot catch a break. But finally trying to get the trade back, but the kickstart now pulls him up. Finds a knock. It's up to Shao from DCG, but they're in a terrible spot with the zone closing in behind their backs.
Let me just tell you, that kickstart from WGR Neo was everything. We're leaving the third behind, and as a duo, we take to the skies, straight over Aurora, and now we must find a playable space in that next circle.
I mean, coming out so deep into zone and literally being one shot, having to queue now right through the Watson fences. No time wasted when you're trying to put down the portal to get some of that extra speed. Hiding behind the crates. Nothing to see, though.
We're fine, right?
You hear the shots from afar. It's a little scary.
It's where you start calming. I'm dead here.
Yeah, literally. I mean, they hear him. They hear him healing.
Oh, Kazakh from Zipline Mafia. Fresh off that match 4 win. This is their rotation. They saw every bit of it, and now they've sighted out one of the Grow Towers. Ty on that further west one.
15 squads left. Heads are dropping, and Aurora bunkering down with these Watson fences while Xiaochen is still alive. DCG is now neighboring right underneath Aurora.
If you're gonna have a rat, let it be the Wraith. Like, always let it be the Wraith. And we're just chilling for now. We'll keep tabs on him. Zipline Mafia, high ground, Ty on that tower, VKG in the center. And the fact that we can kind of just waltz around here without getting stared at is crazy to me.
It's even crazier to see how Zipline Mafia has just basically had the Cinderella story, right? A team that would not have qualified for LAN without winning their regional finals are now sitting in first overall, where the top 6 teams make their way into the final lobby, are now holding onto high ground, holding this north side, but they still have to start moving into the next zone because it's essentially pulling right on top of RRQ, where E36 were trying to grief Wolf Esports earlier.
The fact that RRQ get over there is just only something that a Valk can do. We have to make that maneuver. Wolves are still holding that south side, but Deep Cross Gaming, after hearing from Roy in that interview, he was talking about it's still early in the series, but our Zipline Mafia boys making sure that their backs are cleared out. Is that the position they want?
Trying to give them their energy. I mean, can they get there? TIE also trying to find their spot while Zipline Mafia take to the skies.
They pinged out right where RRQ is. You can see they're getting the information. Do we slam down on RRQ and hit the chow?
Hold on, they're trying to find their spot. They don't really like it. They hear the fighting though. They could try to go for a 3-3 while TIE also in trouble. You talked about the Sheila earlier. That's gonna be E36. Who have controlled so many of these buildings over on the outskirts of Grove Towers, are now looking at the action collapse right before their eyes. This is where they've been hiding behind these amp barriers with a huge damage output. They find DCG, the unfortunate solo that could not get the reset, and TIE followed thanks for fun to get that KP to their name. 13 squads left, and only 2 teams are in this next zone right now, with the rest of this lobby on the outskirts on the north side of Grove Towers.
GK wipe out ninjas in pajamas off screen here as we work with Wolves, as Dinos have just moved in underneath them. You immediately start to see the setup because, as you know it, this is the south side fight. Who will move first? Zipline Mafia elsewhere taken out by JDG, the team in 5th place.
So you need to see here when Zipline Mafia have such a lead by 45 points, with Forefront being right behind him with 39, they could get overtaken. JDG sitting in 5th now, looking down at Shopify, who are right at their feet behind a Newcastle, while Boney's in trouble. Zainu tries to give him suppress fire, with JDG being one of the few teams out here with the Fuse, Watson, and Alter getting the ammo that they need with this passive here from Stay Naughty, but he's just going to continuously harass them because they're just hiding behind this Newcastle while they're stuck in the line of sight of so many other teams.
And we have to go south from this. With all the teams out towards their left, it's going to be incredibly difficult. WGR Neo have found themselves in a precarious situation underneath GK, but even they can't peek because so many people are ahead of them. WGR Neo have fallen into the top 10 we go.
I mean, we got to see this pile up with JD Gaming and Shopify. Now that the zone is closing in, GK are trying to survive the chase down against QQ, who's out, and the rest of BK Gaming, no flying around as they clip the Valkyrie wings. Say hello to my little friend as the Sheila is out, looking down at Wolves, gets the following crack though, and the ring's closing in, which makes them move up, but it's enough pressure to force them to look away. Now it's down to only Keon, but the action has not stopped. Shopify get the following nuts. Dino's going crazy, and Forefront fall as well as GK.
Wolves trying to crawl their way in. Dino's already there. Aurora, we lose JD Gaming. The collapse is here, and Wolves have all 3 players up. Will they be able to take down Enterforce 36 and the fight that keeps continuing?
Aurora trying to make this comeback, the Cinderella story, but you challenge Sheila. Even with the L-Star, it's up to Oirain being on the Newcastle to get these reses. They can hear him from the other side though. And it's 5 squads left. It's so hard to get this off, and Aurora get eliminated. In 5th place, Wolves, who have been holding this down, are neighboring Shopify, who are playing right underneath them. Enterforce 36 on the other side of the fence line behind these amp walls.
I don't know what it is about Wolves in the north. I'm feeling very Game of Thrones-like. Maybe there's some dire wolves. They are surviving, but the next chow, Shopify Rebellion. Sheila, not available, but the RE45 is working just as good here for Zap.
Talk about dire wars. Maybe they're Starks themselves. They're hiding behind these walls. Zainu takes it off angle. They didn't see him. They were fixated right in front of them. That was only up to No Name. He does get sandwiched though. But the fact that No Name gets this knock is great. He's dancing around the pony. See that they just got the rest. This is very bad news for Shopify. He even gets a shield swap. And Phony, where are you going? Back to the lobby, apparently. Has Shopify get eliminated?
And Wolves with the reset. Crazy Kong on the Newcastle. That is the best plays you could have done to keep the team in the fight. No Name, infinite ammo upgrade going hard. And now with the Valk, maybe we're taken to the sky to look for that info as Wen and Crazy Kong can play oversight, but RRQ are still alive on the south, controlling this space. Missile swarms incoming.
With No Name taking to the sky on the Valkyrie. He's got 5 KP, by the way, to his name in this game alone. He gave the information to the rest of Wolves, and they have the high ground. They know where E36 is coexisting right underneath to their bottom right. And RRQ are praying that Wolves and E36 fight each other first so that way they can 3P and win this game.
And RRQ, a Valkyrie to the sky. Wolves staring directly at them. For now, they want to force Enter Force 36 into it. Strafing takes entirely too much damage. If your Newcastle goes down here, the fight may be over.
Now trying to hail from above with the way that just is able to get this knock out the strafing though. E36 still staying alive while Wolves and RQ are trying to coexist right underneath each other. With Wolves being on the top, you see another one now skyrocket themselves with E36 taking it off angle, but with Wolves fighting this knockout to Ubli, they have the advantage slowly as Wolves are looking to roar from the high ground. They come slamming down with the Newcastle. They need help. They try to find this isolated fight. The Valkyrie versus Crazy Kong, but he's got the ouster and he gets the dub as Wolves take game number 5.
Wolves definitely needed that. 14 kills here on Olympus. 26 points.
Wow.
Phenomenal plays, holding the high ground. And you can see just how tough that is to deal with at the very end. But a second place there for RRQ to hold out, to grab 14 points. Enter Force 36 with 13. But it's Wolves that stand alone at the top.
With that dub alone, not only taking that dub and being at the top, Tiff, taking the top of the overall standings with that. Together with RRQ, remember it's only our top 6 teams. We get the Wolves fans behind us. They heard their chants. And they played that so well. They stayed on the high ground for as long as they could, getting the information. Honestly, the moment that E36 was slamming right in front of Wolves, I mean, what did Wolves have to do just other than just inch forward?
Right, and this is where you kind of take it back to that final fight. Immediately slamming down and throwing the mobile shield and then kind of just toggling back and forth. And the celebrations coming through with the reactions. You have to like hold your breath as a fan in that moment because it is so intense. They moved up so many positions on the leaderboard. We even got to see Papa Gen there, right? With the Wolves jersey. We saw him, just a couple moments ago before these games, and he was like, I had to switch my loyalties for Wolves today. I need someone to cheer for. And maybe that's the Papa Gen buff.
Maybe, you know what? The fact that he even got the jersey frame 1, he was ready for it, giving them his energy with the rest of the fans here in the crowd. What a game for Wolves, 14 KP, look at this. It's 26 total points in one game alone, and we are now past the halfway mark through our 10-game Survivor Stage Series.
I think they moved up like 13 spots, Vicky. Do you know how insane that is as we look to the back half? Shouts to WGR Neo, that was an incredibly challenging game for them, but they still walk away with 7 KP out of that, and all of the constant kind of regains out towards the left. Even with Deep Cross Gaming, they were struggling there trying to stay alive. Their Wraith player at the very end, we saw them try to portal into the void and find a playable space, maybe try to pull a panic play from groups. Regardless, all you can do is try to get as many points. So if you're a solo, you want every placement point that you can possibly get, because I know the difference between 6th and going to match point finals and that 7th place and going home is going to be minimal.
It's so tight, like literally. I mean, if you just look at those top 6 teams, right? It's like a point difference, maybe max 2 to 3. And it's just these next few games will change everything for these top-heavy teams as we take a look at some of these replays. Honestly, this was unfortunate, right? I mean, I liked what Zainu's attempt was right there, taking it off angle, but without having the backup that you need to help with these swings, you let the reset happen, and now Wolves have the high ground. L-Star in hand for Crazy. No Name went insane this game alone on the Valkyrie. Got the information. E36 eventually get eliminated before Wolves took it home for Game 5. And now we get to see the series results. This is what we're talking about. Look at this. RRQ Wolves tied with 46. The 1 point difference between Zipline and E36.
And Zipline Mafia and Interforce 36 are at a tie as well with 45. For Fun and GK right below them. JD Gaming, who was inside that top 6, slipped just a bit. Deep Cross Gaming there as well for teams that need to kind of get it together slightly is going to be that Virtus Pro, Genji Esports, Flat, PXX. These are teams that are at the bottom and need a massive game to get that comeback. I'd rather see it in map 6, map 7, just so we don't go to the last 2 games in our 10-game survival stage here to make that comeback.
To imagine how some of these players feel, man. We get to see a lovely,
Castillo, share the sandwich, my man.
Right, like he is going to town with that one. Team Liquid, as we get to say hello to the fans. See Team Liquid here alongside the rest of us. It's getting hot in the venue, and we still got game number 6 on the horizon. Don't go anywhere, because we are moving on to Storm Point next.
Okay, it's survival day. That means this crowd is packed to the brim. We have a sold-out house here at EWC 26, and we've got fans for all of the teams trying to stay alive. Speaking of some, we have some fans from Kazakhstan who are actually rooting for Zipline Mafia. Guys, give me some words of encouragement for Zipline Mafia today.
Line them up, Zipline.
Line them up, boys.
Line them up, boys. Get going.
And where's this? I mean, this is just the logo. This is the line them up.
2020, which will be hopefully used at some point to get them down.
I don't know about that.
And we got the Pathfinder icon over there.
I love the Pathfinder play, man. You guys enjoying this atmosphere?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. It's great.
Yeah. Are any of you guys not from Kazakhstan? Where are you guys from?
We are from Munich, Germany. We live in Munich, yes.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm also from Munich, yeah.
So you guys came all the way out here just to watch the tournament?
Yeah. Just to support our teams.
All right, well, I'm sure Zipline's going to love it. Appreciate it. Any final words, a little hoorah?
Молодцы, ребята, давайте! Let's go!
All right, so Zipline Mafia's got their representatives. We're going to find out who else is representing over here in the stands. Okay, we have some amazing Aurora fans here. I think you're the biggest Aurora fan in the house. Who are your favorite Aurora players?
Jarka e Fek, e hoje o treinador é o Esteves.
Nice. Can you show us your jersey? Oh, that's amazing. Look at that, Jarka. If that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what else will. Yes. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mama. I appreciate it. All the families are gathering. Aurora, man, what a fan right there. He might be our youngest fan in the building.
Welcome back, everybody. We got fans of all ages in this crowd. Hiarka stays winning, though, man. And I love being able to see these young legends giving their support. Aurora needing it all because they're currently sitting in 10th with 31 points. But you know what, Tiff? That gap isn't so big when you see how tight the top 6 teams are holding their spots, with JD Gaming being on the outskirts in 7th with 38 points. And it matters when we transition Now on to Stormpoint.
I'm so excited about this because we're just coming off a dominant Wolves victory, right? They used their second pick in the POI draft to grab Zeus Station, in which they are so comfortable at. That is one of the highest scoring POIs throughout our entire week here, averaging 10.25 points per game. And Wolves grabbing that. And also, not only that, but they are their best team that we have in the lobby on Stormpoint, with 52% of their total score throughout groups coming from Stormpoint. Like, I'm just telling you, that's a perfect storm. Like, if we've minimized and gotten so many points already in games that we were not the best at, coming into Stormpoint, you're like, this should feel at home. Knowing how many circles have gone to the north, Zeus is so important.
Now, I want to ask you, Tim, because now highlighting the teams that like to soak up these points, since we have 2 games on Stormpoint before we go on to World's Edge, 3 back-to-back to close out our 10-game series, it makes you wonder because the legend that ended up getting banned off of that tie between Valkyrie and Newcastle ended up being the Valkyrie.
Oh.
So you won't have the Skyward Dive to find these rotates, which could be very different in the way that these legend bans have played out and the way that these teams perform on Stormpoint.
Well, VK Gaming, as we pass through them, they are also the 7th best team out of our entire week here on Stormpoint. So what do you say we just get into it, Vicky?
Let's do it, everybody. Game number 6. Back over to True Home Stormpoint. We get to take a look at the Fires, just the blue box over there, but we also saw the POIs earlier and how these teams perform in the way that they were able to secure where they feel most comfortable. For fun, going through Command Center, where there will be that ring console, but a highlight over to our Game 5 winners, Wolves, in the way that they were able to not only take that dub, but how are they going to convert it to hold that first place spot?
It's going to be really interesting as we get into our first match on Stormpoint, knowing that 6th place overall on the leaderboard is 42 points. And if you're finding yourself on the outside looking in, we'll kick things off over at Zeus with Wolves. Got No Name on the Wraith with Valk being banned, and we saw what movement he had with Valk, so it makes so much sense to slide him right onto Wraith and make that play. Do we have a ring console? I see a survey beacon up at Zeus and one of the tallest evac towers. And if we're hitting this, you know what that means. We're leaving Zeus Station. We've got to go elsewhere. Good look at the circle here. Dinos in North Pad. Going to be super lucky with what they've got over there. WGR Neo just towards their right, already full sending. So for teams like Zipline Mafia at Lightning Rod, you've got information available there. You definitely want to make sure you're sending one person out to go grab the Evo cash. To the south side, Shopify Rebellion, Flat, GK, Aurora with our fans. You know what? I'm so sorry. After that interview, Vicky, I was like, I am number 2 Aurora. We found number 1.
And my heart melted. I mean, you want to be able to put on a masterclass. It's difficult. And it's important to highlight with a lot of these teams already making this rotate into that next zone. You would assume, with these rotate legends, you either got the Pathfinder or Wraith, really. We have 7 Pathfinders in this lobby, but it's Watson was the most picked legend alongside Newcastle. But Newcastle, at 55% and Watson at 65%, is to find these bunker down opportunities while staying naughty. Takes that longbow shot from a distance. He's on the Bangalore, by the way. He's got the wingman R9 in hand. Well, Curve, by the way, I'm sorry, but Neo just cannot catch a break. Curve is going to be able to pick up that KP, and Vane is able to finish off Akba. It looks like there is a crazy fight happening over here. You have JDG now moving up from the back end here before trying to find the players who drop down into the hole.
This is actually really interesting, right? We're foregoing playing Newcastle. We're going with the Sparrow, Bangalore, Watson. And we are just going to go hyper aggro and fight for everything.
Where we're seeing these teams now just rotate. There is a fight and a pileup that we once again saw in the feed. It's going to be NIP, Neo, who are in trouble. Wolves, who are now going, by the way, from Zeus. You talk about that big evac tower. You could have lunch and still be able to control your own legend before finding your landing. They do find their own landing on the outskirts of Wall, but it's a lot of these sniper fights that you have to be careful playing off the back end of these crates. Pulling over to North Pad. This is going to be interesting, Tiff. Talk about a little bit of a mix-up here and trying to find your space with a lot of these teams that have the ability to coexist.
Well, at least RRQ are holding this area. They have Newcastle, right? So should we pull out into the open water? What we saw with them a lot in groups is the Pathfinder plays. So you're going to have movement. You're going to be able to throw down an open so long as you don't get absolutely targeted by a Sheila, a team with like a Rampart, or just all of that. But you can lock it down. And they move into the far back and decide, let's stay here for now, and I think that's a brilliant spot for them.
Especially with this comp, right? It's not like you got to worry about the cryptos, etc. That's why you're seeing so many of these Watsons here. See the pings, and they're just going to sit pretty together with the Newcastle. Some teams were getting torn apart. We saw it earlier with Neo. Hopefully they are able to bring their fuse back into fruition, as we do have a quick pause here, but it's just highlighting the setting of the big pileup that we currently have on the very northern side of Northpad. We know that in the trenches, these teams to coexist, it's going to be a lot of a poke festive to try to boost up these Evo shields for the teams that may have been denied the information, or even Evo harvesters on their quick rotate to situate themselves with these Watson comps.
I feel like this break is the perfect time to like hydrate yourself. You immediately see that they're like, we put our mic up, we take a drink of water, wipe your hands off, you know, it's getting a little sweaty in here. Because we are literally in the halfway mark for our survival stage. And at least RRQ got straight down under before that pause hit. We could talk about teams that are outside those circles, right? That are still on their way up towards Northpad. Zipline Mafia, Gen G, gonna have some of the gnarliest rotations. But you can see it on their faces, right? Dinos, 9th place overall. Less than 10 points outside the coveted top 6. I ran past DJ in the halls around here. I was like, bro, we are rooting for you guys. Like, get in there. You guys look like you're just having some fun on these fights. For fun, if we're talking about fun, are inside the top 6. They're feeling, it's actually kind of scary, right? When you're in the 5th, 6th position on the top 6. So let's throw down and see what we can do. Nags there on the right, Cinetic center. We'll get to Tyler here in just a second.
I mean, it's always when it comes to like these survivor lobbies, right? In the survivor stage alone, where these teams are going to be changing the way that they play as these games progress. That's why you see these teams open up so aggressively in the first game or two, because they want to be able to soak up this KP as quickly as possible, so that way they have a cushion going in, because it's only 6 teams out of these 20 that will make it into the final round. As we're making sure everybody's ready to go. You talk about taking a sip of water. It's getting a little hot in here, but it's also the feeling of pressure, because you also have to look at Aurora and what they have to do, sitting in 10th place still, but it's very little in terms of the gap between Aurora, Dinos, literally a 2-point difference, and then you look at the top 6, we talked about it before, Tiff, literally a 2-point difference between JD Gaming and GK Esports.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right, as we focus on Wolves, I'll highlight yet again, right, we were talking about them being the 3rd best performing team on Stormpoint. So knowing that they have the capability to really maximize their points here is exactly what they need. But honestly, why do I get stressed out right now? Like, I feel like it was, I don't know. I don't like halfway marks, right? I don't like sending teams home, Vicky.
I don't either, Tib, but you know what it is when it comes to LAN. This is where legends are made. And diamonds are made out of pressure, so you gotta see how these teams are gonna fare off against each other with the different legend compositions. We've introduced now the Pathfinder, the Wraith as a different iteration to the Valkyrie ban, especially when it comes to Stormpoint too, right? And with no Watson, when you move on to game number 7 after we play out this current game 6, I mean, it's tough out here, but just making sure that everyone's here and ready to try to situate themselves in these final end zones.
And if we're going up to Northpad, at least it's a variation. And you know how difficult it is to do so much fighting up there, right? Into the trenches we go. So knowing that if you don't have that Newcastle, if you don't have the mobile shields as you're rolling through, since Valk isn't here, that's why I love the path picks that are coming through.
We have an enemy here.
All right, we're back into it, everybody. Got to keep you on your toes when we take a look at the team over by Jurassic. It's Shopify, who got the survey beacon and are now rotating with the zipline.
And they've got the Rampart as right. Like, that is so exciting for them. And sure, they're outside the top 10, but it's not like they haven't been in this situation before. Group stages, you know, they've had a lot of those tribulations that they've had to face in order to lock it in. And Phony, thankfully, able to step in last moment in lieu of Koifel, who we are just hoping is out there on the mend. Zap has had some crazy pop-up moments through our group stages. We just need to string a couple fights together, and next thing you know, 1 20-plus point game, and it's completely changed for you.
All right, just being able to slot in could always be difficult. By the way, NIP, they're on a tear, man. If it's not Neo on the other side of that longbow, it's Curve harassing Dinos. Chaos getting knocked from that, and they've been trying to share the other side
of the leg of Northpad, while GK actually are starting to find this rotate too on the edge of zone. See how they're going to be able to fare against Dinos and the likes of everybody else in Northpad. As we get to see the side-by-side, though, Stay Naughty playing right below the rock while Shubi's just trying to hold on for dear life. Hopefully is able to pop a shield bat. Yes, as JDG now move up, and VP once again, and IP too, are still finding themselves in this fight over by Northpad.
And the best part about being right here is you can kind of lay low. You see what Floating's doing. Sure, you portal, and you try to get away. Does Floating, does he go in there? Are we going to wait for them to come back? This is so menacing. And he's kind of hoping. He's like, all right, I'll go, I'll leave. I'll keep peeking. But JDG are your gatekeepers of the southeast side of that circle. Ty, on the other hand, that portal led them to Cascade Falls. We're not done yet, though, as we look towards VKG.
They do, because they're going to be finding this fight versus PXX. Again, we talked about the Wraith. QQ literally survives, takes the portal back, is able to get the shield swap, looking right behind them. They're ready to cover this portal with the Watson fences. Try me, they said. With VKG now backing away, DCG right alongside them. It's a huge pileup. I mean, everybody in this lobby is finding themselves in this next zone, minus Gen G, TIE, and Zipline Mafia. JD Gaming are taking a roundabout position into rotating from the southeastern side of the choke because they want to get the survey beacon info. So they actually rotate on the outside of the zone, such as Aurora 2, because they want to also get the ring console. So they're taking their time, trailing right behind VP. And the fight now over as Shopify Rebellion. We saw them take that zip line now and are trying to take this fight up on the high ground.
You definitely want to fight for this ring console to get all the information you can, and luckily you put the amped covers out, block your line of sight, and let's see. The information that we gather sends us up to the north, kind of out towards the right of Northpad. We are going to be incredibly open for our end game. And just like that, with the information, they are dipping away from Flat. These choke points that lead up to Northpad are really difficult to pull through, but also Flat does need to get that information from the ring console as well. So Shopify leaving is great, but PXX have also rolled in.
It's also great that they were able to get the info too, right? Like basically in the face after putting in pressure. PXX now hanging out to the back end of Checkpoint while Flat had showed their face, and Shopify lingering about while Gen G up on the high ground are trailing behind TIE. This is an isolated fight. I do know with JD Gaming getting that survey beacon after rotating outside of zone, they probably do see these two teams taking their time. So this could be an opportunity for JD Gaming to get the KP that they need. Remember how tight that bottom end between 6th and 7th was looking like in terms of overall points. So they could try to play this with Gen G also having the Evil Harvester. They back away from Ty and now are moving up to the north towards JD Gaming.
Quick little look here. You can see Wolves have isolated themselves out to the far northeast of the next circle. Zipline Mafia out towards the east from them, coming in from the low buildings outside of Wall. Shopify Rebellion are carving their path currently up into that next circle. Which trench will they play from? We'll stay tuned for that. JD Gaming is going to be in the choke point on the outside towards the right. Guys, I'm really worried about the teams like Flat and PXX that have to come out of Checkpoint. Ty themselves have actually dived down south and are going to rotate from that down B side of thing. Virtus Pro will be there, though.
It really depends on how they're going to be able to find that rotate, right? Like, will they have the evac is the question. It's going to be so difficult. Aurora, who have now found themselves from down beast after getting the ring console, playing on the outskirts of this zone, but they're getting sniped in the distance. I mean, I'm hearing longbows from every single corner of the map. See NIP in some trouble too. Hopefully they're able to get that reset within the side-by-side as a slowdown off the longbow. VKG, it's the back-to-back. I mean, they get the next crack, but it looks nice the way that they've been bunkered down inside of that building. We saw them earlier, preventing other teams from getting the survey beacon, which is why you have the rare like JD Gaming, who have the Sparrow, or even Zipline Mafia, because they don't have to overcommit in getting that survey beacon information.
You just line up the arrow and get the info, but this is why having a sniper is so incredibly important, because these sight lines up in the Northpad vicinity are so long-sighted and open. You constantly keep that pressure onto the teams, diminish their resources, and for fun are working to diminish Deep Cross Gaming. They find Xiao. We don't necessarily get the full just yet, but we focus on our healing because he's already so far in the open.
So it's really tough. I mean, even with the pileups that we're currently seeing in every corner, Tiff.
Yeah, and I mean, at least Deep Cross Gaming, they do have the altar, right? So the reset will be there for them. For Gen G and PXX, we highlighted earlier the checkpoint area. The collapse is here. for Asia and Dexter, staying side by side, trying to breach the fortress PXX has laid.
I mean, with how quiet they've been so far, they really desperately need this. They do get the knock eventually, and the one solo PXX got out of there before the 3P came, because that's going to be from Flat, so no matter what, it was at a loss for PXX, now forcing Flat to look at Gen G. Flat say, okay, well, we had the high ground originally. When Nano did drop down temporarily, they wanted to time that 3P properly, and they know they're a little too late. That's why you see Qzer holding onto the high ground, putting down the fence line from the zip line that leads you down to where we saw Gen G originally. Flat know that Gen G are either going to rotate and commit to that northern choke from checkpoint or even wrap behind. For VK Gaming, we're holding on to that building that we saw at replay in.
All right, with that pip, you're going to see a couple of things. It shifts away from Wolves Esports location out towards the west. You also see JD Gaming leaving the north checkpoint, going south and wrapping onto Gen G. Those three are going to fight. Meanwhile, RRQ trying to hold down the location they moved into.
Oh my goodness, JD
Yes, I'm
Gaming,
saying,
no way!
They chose that. They chose to leave that. As VKG moved into their spot, they dropped down, and Gen G wiped them, dare I say, with ease.
I mean, like, as you mentioned, like, trying to take that fight. I mean, trying to take a roundabout position, too. When you knew, by the way, that Gen G were going to be there, you scanned the survey beacon, they still decided to take that fight. And now they are the first team to go out in this lobby. That is not what you want to risk when in the overall standings, you're literally like a 2-3 point difference away from top 6.
You realize we're 15 minutes into this game and we just lost our first team?
Yeah.
That's the pace we're looking at. Stormpoint, the center of our 10-game series, has halted the fighting. And to the north, we continue. Checkpoint is going to be difficult, but Zipline Mafia holding these pineapple buildings. I was curious. They're outlining wolves out onto the rocks towards their right. And with Pathfinder, we can essentially kind of choose wherever we go. We do have our Sparrow Oaths available, and that can cause a lot of chaos.
No way. Wait, he gets away with the red? That's actually crazy. PXX, who were hiding as a solo, back against the mountain. Don't see me, I'm a mountain goat. Actually ended up coming up with the Moby and getting the res attempt here as VK Gaming, though, inside their building now get contested with DCG on the outside. Kesa holding on to the high ground, looking right down below. Will they meet their fate alongside GCG while we get to see the fight? You talk about the zipline, as currently Zipline Mafia, after talking to their fans, have found themselves up on the high ground here.
King of the Hill. We lose Deep Cross Gaming to VKG as they laid towards that fight. Kazakh takes a ton of damage, but Excuse gets caught out. Wolves are breaking them apart, hanging on the regen. They never knocked the Newcastle. Crazy Kong is going to immediately pull No Name up and say, get back in it. You've got the pylon to regen your shields. And Kazakh on his feet, back to the high ground. Hold on, let that RE5 work.
But they're getting creeped by GK, who are also shooting at them from afar, hiding behind the amp barriers as Wolves have the number advantage, trying to zipline away. You see the portal play. Kazakh now, I guess, gets a little bit of breathing room here, looks to get the reset. Neither of these teams trying to overextend. Spaghetti all over the floor with how messy that looked, honestly. But it's a full 3-man versus a duo. It's a side-by-side, and fighting is happening everywhere, though, as VP down to a solo. And it's so crazy to see how, with their 18 squads are left, Ozis still alive, playing off the other side of the knockdown, though, looking to get this res. Can he bait out? Because there's still KNC right to their right. But a saving grace! That's a slam down from the Newcastle wall. It's a 4-team pile-up where we have the res from the other side. Cole, too, going crazy, finding 2 knocks onto Aurora. Jen gets to get the finishing blow onto VK Gaming.
And just like that, Gen G stays healthy. Back to the Zipline Mafia. They get a reset. They get a full team of 3, but No Name keeps the pressure on as they try to track him down. Virtus Pro eliminated. The Sparrow.
What?
Trying to make a Hail Mary play. And Excuse has retreated to the top rock.
For free? Oh my god. I mean, maybe not for free, actually.
No, he's down.
That was pretty expensive. I mean, they needed the Black Friday deal here because now Excuse gets taken down thanks to the Kraber.
WGR Neo has a Kraber. Synap from E36 has a Kraber, and that is wreaking havoc in the north. But we're still alive. Kazakh is still here.
He keeps doing it. He keeps doing it. I mean, you could just hurl these Kravers in their direction, and from afar, GK actually saved them. The best insurance Zipline Mafia could have found themselves in. Double zipline, though. Which one am I going to take? You got to figure it out. because now it's only up to Kazakh again as the solo. We saw the rest coming in. We saw the Kraber shot up in the feed, and we're seeing zip lines for days.
The importance of him staying alive inside the top 6 is vital. Back to Gen.G. PXX going for a Wraith play. And this is so insane. There's 5 teams just ahead of them.
I mean, while Gen.G are just healing up, there's a huge pileup happening by E36 and IP. Kinotrope would love to see that fight going down there, over by that choke where the survey beacon is, as well as Flat trying to survive. E36 eventually get eliminated. Gen.G now move up after healing up. Flat get eliminated. Gen.G now holding on with their backs against the wall to survive. Close to the ring, 10 squads left. KNC still in this right alongside Gen.G that we saw before, and IP2. We saw Kira lighting up the feed. This is another team who has also been able to reset. PXX eventually get eliminated, and all these teams are outside this next zone. Mine is RRQ, Dinos, TIE, going up into the zone pool.
And the worst part about this is your first, second, and fifth place teams are out of the lobby. So all these teams getting points are vying to leapfrog over them. Kinotrope has a member down thanks to Kira's Stinger Bolt. And we're healthy, looking to the slide, but can we get to the fences? Do we even need to?
Oh, that was so clean from NIP, the piercing spikes. Going hand in hand because they're one of the few teams rocking the Catalyst, maybe honestly the only team with the Catalyst. This is where it worked so well. Seeing how NIP have been able to capitalize off of bunkering down with this cat composition. The Sparrow to add. You mentioned the Stinger Bolt as we saw the Nox singing. NIP playing off the cusp with 33 total points right now.
That's so McLovin of Cole to lock in the Catalyst and do plays like that. Vayne now setting his sights straight onto Gen.G, Knuckle Cluster and L-Star to hold them at bay, force them back. We don't want them to rotate through here because Ninjas and Pajamas will have a difficult rotate. RRQ, Dinos, and Tai are the 3 teams in the next circle holding the line, and you know what? Gen.G's in the north!
They're farming! They're farming! They do get knocked though, at least one on Taziki, but Dexter! He is fried before the nade at his feet. Take them out, but they were fragging out tip. They had 15 KP. We are down to our last few squads. 5 squads left here in this lobby. Well, NIP, oh no, don't give Vayne a haircut. Hold on real quick. But they're forced to play against as long as the zone is closing in. They don't have time.
In comes the mother load from Dinos, and Ninjas and Pajamas will fall. Dinos with the high ground. Dinos, who start in North Pad, took the ultimate height so early on. We're on purple. We have a pylon in the back pocket. And now we get to look down and see GK, Tai, RRQ.
By GK have been sitting here for so long from the very beginning. And as you mentioned too, Dinos with their POI advantage. Down to our last 4 teams, TIE, Dinos up on the high ground, RRQ playing up the low ground on the outskirts of where GK is situated.
Can I just say that Dinos have acquired 8 kills from their home POI? Usually if you're not leaving your POI, you lose the chance out on getting kills, but they've made so much of it. J Future with the Knuckle Cluster, you can constantly onslaught people with that. They're already looking at TIE. If they had that pylon gone from them, do you know how many Knuckle Clusters would be sent on them?
Oh man, especially if you are able to take care of that gen in general too, and you're trying to also take care of these amp barriers, but it's going to be impossible when you have to worry about the Newcastle wall trying to zap that up. Really comes down to how this mother load is going to play off too, because with our last 4 teams here, it's important to highlight that Dinos are tied with Zipline Mafia for top 6. If they get one more KP, even the placement points alone, they will overthrow them. But with Wolves and For Fun also not being here, this could just easily be a shakeup within the top 3 in the overall standings after these 6 games. Seeing how now the last zone's closing in right behind their backs, it's time for TIE to make a move.
And RRQ and Dinos are 5 points away on the leadership. 1st through 7th, and Keon, the Sheila in hand. We're just gonna keep on going. Don't mind me, I'll leave this here. I mean, they're the only duo in the lobby, and TIE about to be out if they don't hold on.
They have to work with what they got. With the fact that they don't have their rate, that's very detrimental too. It's not like they're gonna have a portal. It's not like they're gonna have stall potential when the final ring does close in. But after getting that knuckle origin from the other side here, TIE is in a lot of trouble. GK are giving them the other half of the sandwich, but Dinos is looking at them. RRQ now move up. TIE get eliminated. Last 3 squads, and Dinos lose out on their fuse.
But they need to get a reset, and they do. They're back up and now setting their sights onto RRQ. But can they hold both teams at bay? They have found themselves in the center. Dropped has no wall in the back pocket, so he wants to let this fight go down.
Kiana's having way too much fun, but this is the presence you have to show off when you're down to a duo. Chaos now taking a flanking angle off the Watson. He's setting up the perimeter. This is so smart. They're wrapping up behind drop. He doesn't know. He puts on the wall to his left. They're looking at RRQ. RRQ's also having a great game, but not getting the KP they need. They have the placement. They may move up as Dinos now fully send it onto the duo. They want to be able to get double top 2 here. GK now down to a solo. It's just the Rampart. RRQ was able to find drops. J Future though taking it slow alongside DJ and feeling a rather chaos here. And with Dino having their POI advantage, they are your Game 6 winners with 14 KP.
26-point game. We take that all day. You see the celebrations from the boys with Kashera in the back. Incredibly proud of what you're able to achieve. Those are the kind of games that can change your lives. They can cement yourself into the match point finals. But it's so close at the top, Vicky. It's so close.
It wasn't even closer, honestly, if they didn't get the KP that they needed. Taking the flanking angle right behind GK was perfect because they got the KP that they could get off the leftover duo. Then they fully send it onto RRQ, and then they are able to take the dub. This skyrockets them from what, 7th, 8th place, all the way up to 1st place in the overall standings with 59 points.
And it's so wild to me when you look at the legend compositions that we had in our top 3 teams and the difference of how much it made. The fuse there at the end from J Future, throwing his ult. It's not getting intercepted by a pylon, it actually landed. Pricey was the Watson at that point for RRQ, who were playing Newcastle and Pathfinder. Dropped is still up with a Newcastle for GK. So like with Dinos not having a Newcastle, they have to get aggro.
It's so crazy to see like Fuse having the perk where you could use the Mother Load through the wall, how it interacts there with so many Newcastles too in the lobby, them not running it themselves because they wanted to prio having the altar so that way they could use that Void Nexus and just reset if they have to, holding onto the high ground. Look at this. 14 KP, first place spot over on their POI in North Pad with the chaos that we saw happening all the way on the north side. Even the teams that were trying to get aggressive, trying to find these fights in these tight chokes that would have left over 2 checkpoints. This is what you like to see from Dinos, especially when we have one more game left on Storm Point.
As you look at these points, especially on this back half side, I want to give flowers to Gen G. Despite going out in 6th place, they walk away with 15 kills. That is so many. Now we start thinking about what that cutoff for 6th place may be on the top 20. You are looking for around 60 points. That is how close the score line is after our 6 games. So with Dinos grabbing 26 points, moving to the top with 59, that is at an average of just over 8 points per game. That 26-point game alone covers 3 games for them out of a 10-game series.
I like the fact that they were able to get that where I think it was like match 2 was like one of their better games where they got like 4 KP. They had like triple, double zeros going on throughout the course of these last few games. Dropping that banger allow them to go up in the overall standings, but can they maintain that momentum is the question. As I'm hearing that Rain Day's got an interview for us, over to the floor. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Vicky. That was a great cast. Great win by Dinos and a great player here with NIP Curiv. Talking about what's going up. You're 10th right now in the standings. What's going on in this lobby? Because obviously the stakes are as high as they can get.
I mean, the lobby feels like really normal right now, average like the last one. We just like got a lock in these last few games. We had really bad games at the start, but I think we'll pick it up now with the boys. Like, I just picked Sparrow, so it feels good coming back about the Sparrow. So yeah, like we just want to rack some points now and just feel secure for the next stage.
How big is it having a guy like Raven in your back pocket, a coach who's been there and lifted several championships, supporting you in a moment where you have to pull out all the tricks of the trade in order to survive?
I mean, Raven? Yeah, I mean, the best coach in the world, what can I say? Like, he's always good with the buys when you're in lands, you know? Has a pretty strong opinion on comps and stuff like that, so it doesn't feel like having a coach but a fourth player, you know? Like he has a lot of game sense about the game, understands like things very good. And he's just not like alone on the game, but just like as a person, it's like really good when it comes to like personal stuff or you gotta talk to him or somebody. It's like pretty good guy, yeah.
Final question before we move on. Kira, of your journey representing Argentina, but more importantly, representing South America. You've said it coming here, you wanted to win a championship for that region. How do you feel now knowing that there's 4 games left to decide if you're playing for one tomorrow?
I mean, nothing has changed, you know? Want to get that trophy for South America, like as always. Feeling confident right now. 4 games left. We're going to have to lock it in with the team, but I think we got this, yeah.
All right, NIP at death's door. Can they survive? Currently in 10th, so that is a good spot to be for now. And of course, Barney standing by with another team who has a big fan base here, VKG with QQ.
Very true. I'm joined by, let's face it, EWC royalty, your reigning champs. I've got QQ here from VK Gaming. I just want to quickly ask a little bit about yesterday, because you kind of came out of the group stage a few points short of making it directly to the finals on Saturday. So I want to get an insight into what the discussion was like last night when trying to mentally prepare for today's matches.
QQ 和蒋文颖，因为昨天你们非常可惜，就差个几分就能直接晋级到这个后面的淘汰赛了。那今天相当于你们又得去过来这边打这个生存赛，你们就是当时队内的讨论沟通是怎么样的呢？就是如何这样调整你们心态，在这种惜败的这种场景下呢？
其实吧，前2轮没打好怪我，然后今天。也就是算是统整前面3轮的打法，然后再去做优化，然后尽力的去打好每一把。
Well, even though we lost by just a scant few points, I mean, ultimately, it wasn't so much like the final few rounds. It was actually, if we had to look at what the main errors it made, it was actually in the first 2 rounds. We played it absolutely atrociously, and I think, you know, there's no one's fault but ours. For today, our strategy was, you know, see how the first 3 rounds develop and base our strategy on that. And I think right now, you know, as you can see, things are probably not looking so hot right now, but we're still trying our best.
Tell you what though, that's a sign of a true champion, owning your mistakes, but then looking to try and fix and build on it as well. Now QQ, obviously we've already mentioned this, EWC reigning champions right now. It's a question that gets thrown around a lot at events like this, but does that come with a lot more pressure to perform at events like EWC?
那在像电竞世界杯这种很大型的比赛当中，是否你感觉压力会比可能其他比赛或者训练就是会高很多很多呢？就是以及你们会如何去应对这种更高的压力的情况下？
我其实打的也算是比较放松了，除了第一轮前3把可能确实压力有点大，比较紧张，但后面也算比较调整过来了吧，因为发生了一些事。 然后调整了一下，但问题不大，问题不大。
I'll say that coming into the tournament, especially in the first round, I'll say I was feeling a little tense, especially in the first 3 rounds. As you can see, like my performance clearly wasn't up to par. But I'll say that I've already overcome it, and I'm feeling much more relaxed right now. Something happened along the way. We're gonna divulge it, but I'm definitely kind of in a much more relaxed kind of state of mind right now.
Well, I mean, now that you've got to focus, obviously, we've only got about 4 maps left until we decide who makes it through from survival stage into tomorrow. Top 6 seems quite far away, but we've seen entire lobbies shift in the space of 1 game, especially in the group stage. We saw that yesterday. So do you have that belief? Do you have that positivity in you right now? Do you feel like you can make it to tomorrow?
那我们这生存赛还剩下最后4轮，但是我们也知道，在这个生存赛当中，包括小组赛也是，就是万事皆有可能，可能就是一轮的时间，能导致所有的排名直接被打乱了。那现在还剩4场，能不能跟我们说一下，你是否还有希望，还有这个毅力去突破，进入到这个淘汰赛呢？尽全力去打吧。 I'll do my absolute best.
That is all we need from you, QQ. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Right now, we're going to head over to a very quick break, but don't go anywhere because we've got plenty more Apex left to go. And it's the survival stage. 4 maps left. Let's do this.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Infinite ammo L-Star can change the tide of battles.
我想对粉丝说，谢谢大家支持，这次打的确实不太好。队友说，大家都加油吧，争取从败斗出来。
6 matches are done of ALGS at EWC survival stage. And boy, that leaderboard just keeps on changing. Now in first place, as Tiff was saying earlier, it's Dinos after that win. Graceful?
I mean, as the heat is rising not only in this tournament, but in the building, please, everybody, remember to hydrate and drink water. It is insanely hot right now. I would like to say Dinos, one of the teams that actually still played Alter, despite not being banned, abusing the fact that she is one of the most broken legends in the game, and they're getting super value out of it. So it's going to be fun to see if anybody catches up on that and they're going to copy that or not. But so far, wow, they are bringing the heat.
Yeah, some of the squads, I mean, they just need to be able to get a good win. And when we're talking about good wins, we're going to be talking about Wolves, because in Game 5, they ended up with 26 points. This was a squad that when last time you saw us, after Game 3, they were at the bottom. And now they're currently sitting in 5th place.
See, this is exactly what they do. They can Uno reverse you and change it in any moment. So, like, Wolves is quite a dominating squad on the edge, and this is where they generally collect most of their kills, and it's very exciting to watch, but it is very risky, especially when you're going up with these other edge teams as well. But look, I did say top 6. Can I tell the future? Yes, because I'm in Australia and we're ahead of time.
How are you feeling about Wolves?
I mean, yeah, Wolves is doing what they need to do. They're one of those teams where it's like, you know, they can drop a couple zeros because they try to fight for the best spot, or they can drop the 24, 26-point games where it propels them to the top of the leaderboard. So they're doing what they need to do, #1 team in their region. And I you know, it's about moving forward with what they have and trying to close out these last 4 games and stay in that top 6.
Yeah, we just saw actually that interview with VKG, the defending champions at EWC. You could tell just, oh man, it did not look good in regards to like body language. The player was all the way down. One team that I know is wanting to make sure they make a bit of a comeback here is going to be Gen G as well. I know. What are those comms looking like, Graceful, for Gen G?
I mean, I will say, so initially going into this match, the cutoff was around 40-ish points. So if we're just going based off of that, it could be 80 by the end of this. Plus minus 10, you know, we always say that if it's top or bottom heavy. But as you said, in regards of communications, I would also like to bring in Aurora into that. I went into and listened to everybody for everybody at home, maybe multi-view ALGS. You can get your in-game comms from the teams that you're supporting. Aurora under a lot of pressure, not on the same page, called for a plan, couldn't follow up. Gen G, one of the teams that speak Thai, luckily I understand a little bit being Thai myself, is that they are absolutely on the same page, super solid. They might not have been able to get that big game just yet, they're kind of in the middle of the pack. However, with the comms, they're definitely huge signs of life. They are on the same page, called for something, went back, say everybody's on the same page at all paces, and I'm super excited to see if they can wake up.
Yeah, don't forget about 16th place, Shopify Rebellion. I mean, this squad is also having to play with the sub. They currently have Boney in their roster.
Yeah, I had actually a chance to talk to Jen Burton, obviously, you know, teammate of Phony for Crazy Thieves, and I was kind of trying to get the idea of what might be going through Phony's head, obviously being an IGL himself, but not IGLing the team. And there's a butt ton of pressure on Phony right now. Not only does he sort of sit in his head and try to calculate out the games to then produce that to the team, obviously he's now playing Anchor, so this is something that he hasn't played for a very, very long time. And, you know, I think it was match 4 or 5 where, you know, they were looking like they could have taken that down, but unfortunately it just didn't look like the chemistry was there between the team. But, you know, Phony is an exceptional player and incredibly adaptable as well.
Yeah, honestly, just to piggyback off that with SR, I mean, Koifel is not replaceable. You know, he's a player that has some of the most firepower in the league, and that's just a role that they've not really had to fill with their team. He's been someone that can just clean up damage, and it was the Olympus game specifically where they had the first knock and they ended up losing the fight, and that looked like that was about to be their big game. And I think it's just in those situations alone that you're missing out on just that player that makes the big plays, the game-changing ones, the 1v3s or whatever it might be. And Phony hasn't had to be that slayer on a roster. This is a position that he has had to be in where he's not as vocal. And honestly, it looks like they're struggling, and maybe by the end of this, they might just hand over the reins to him, let him IGL, and then, you know, put Zainu back in the spot he was when they did win their event together.
I will say, though, after watching that game on Olympus, especially around Grow Towers that ended, they were missing Koifel. You can definitely feel the presence of their Koifel in many people's eyes, the star player he is, to be able to shine through and carry those fights. There were many moments where I go, if Koifel was here, they probably would have won this fight, because he really is that factor that can just immediately turn fights around. And, you know, we talk about it all the time through the likes of Zane, Effect, etc. Koifel is definitely that one player on their team. So him missing is definitely you can feel it.
There was also a situation, you know, I was watching the kill feed, Phony knocked 2 and then it just didn't go anywhere from there. So it's like, they've got the firepower, but why is that not connecting between the teams? So it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Just too much show time, honestly.
Yeah.
Even yesterday, I think it was yesterday when it ended up happening, when we saw them get into a fight, and I remember you saying, Snipe, where's Phony? Where's Phony? He's nowhere to be seen. And I think if this squad would have had a little bit more time, maybe it would have been different.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it be different. The last time they really played together, they won the event. So, I mean, it's just a character change of kind of filling in a role where, you know, Phony is used to, if he gets the knocks, he's like, yeah, let's push this. But if you're not the IGL, you can't be the one to be like, yeah, we're going to do this. You know, you can't like take control, because then all of a sudden there's just this weird battle of who's making the calls, who am I listening to? And honestly, it's just, I hope they find their groove. It's been a bit of an unfortunate, you know, showing at this event, but they are still one of the best teams in North America. And just, I mean, honestly, at this event in general.
Well, let's see if maybe they'll be able to switch it around a little bit, because there's some other squads. I mean, we got Aurora down there in 11th place. VKG, the defending champions. I know they're going to start feeling that pressure, but there's also other competitions happening here at EWC 26. So let's go into an Aramco Club Championship update with Glitter Explosion.
We're back for another Club Championship update here. We're over at the Allianz Vault with Trav, because a lot has been going on in Fatal Fury. I need you to update everybody on what's been going on.
Yeah, we've literally just now wrapped up the group stage. It's been absolutely electric today. So many upsets. The main story, I think, is that Falcons are no more.
What?
In Fatal Fury. 5 Falcons, I should say, came in, and 0 remain heading into the knockout phase. So all of them have been taken out in the groups. Vitality only have 1 as well, and they brought 3. So it's been it's been a tough showing for Vitality, I will say.
That is tough for sure, especially when all of these teams are still waiting to see if they can put some points on the board for the Club Championship points-wise. So, I mean, I don't know if that's what you expected. It's not what I expected.
Super diverse day 4 for the knockouts in terms of clubs as well. It's, you know, we've got Reject, we've got Weibo, we've got Virtus Pro, Vitality. They're all in there. So a big chance for some of these guys to get some points on the board and obviously run away from Falcons too.
Absolutely. You know, all of our teams are going to be hunting down Falcons as the defending champs from last year's Club Championship final. So still early days, but lots more to come. We'll check in a little bit.
Thank you, Glitter and Trav. Now, so we're getting ready here for the final 4 matches. We reverse Cursa team. RRQ. All of y'all said that they weren't going to make it, and right now RRQ is sitting in 2nd place. Lace, what happened?
Oh, I knew this was coming to haunt me. I definitely did, and even Twitter knew it was coming to haunt me as well. But the reverse curse worked! and I'm so incredibly happy anyway, so let's go ORQ.
Okay, Snipe, just quick. Are they gonna make it? Yes or no? 4 games left.
I mean, if they start, I mean, they get first, second, or they get 15th and under. So right now they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. It looks like it's looking good for them.
Okay, all right. I see you going there with that. Not sure answer. It's okay. Well, let's see what's going to happen here on the 7th game of survival stage at ALGS at EWC 26. Dan Gaskin and Onset. Take it away. Can RQ make it or no?
It's a good question. We'll have to wait and see if they can make it. Of course, we've only got 4 games remaining. 1 more on Storm Point before the back end is dominated by World's Edge. 3 back-to-back World's Edge will conclude our series, Dan. I want to know who you've got your eyes on, though, because we are in the latter stages of this series and we're going to have to send some teams home.
Interesting that the desk is talking about RRQ, because it is one of the squads I wanted to focus on. They have been an incredible Storm Point team throughout this tournament and still are, clearly. But World's Edge, they've been pretty dreadful. They've only found 4 points on World's Edge so far. This tournament has been their worst map by far. They have to capitalize here on Storm Point to ensure they put enough points on the board that they can stay in those qualification places without relying on putting too many points in on World's Edge.
Who else you got your eyes on? I know you were looking at a couple of teams for different reasons. Give me the juice. Well, who are you looking at?
The same situation for Wolves. They're a good Storm Point team, but struggling on World's Edge, so they'll be a team that definitely needs to prioritize Storm Point points as well. But then on the other side, you've got Dinos. Dinos are currently leading, right? They are a team who have looked incredible. They actually get stronger when they move into World's Edge. They arguably in the best position out of anyone at the moment, because not only are they at the top of the leaderboards, but they've got a map where they have dominated time and time again.
A reminder, top 6 will stay in the tournament, will qualify for match point finals tomorrow. One of the greatest spectacles in all of esports. Unfortunately for the other 16, it will be going home today. So 14, as my maths is terrible, you raised your eyebrows and quite rightly will be going home. But for now, the attention turns from my maths and how bad it is over to Storm Point.
And things start to get interesting now with the legend bans. This is something we have not seen so far this tournament, as we have match 7. Typically in the group stages, we only had the 6. We get Watson banned going into match 7, which now means the controller class is where we start to turn our eyes toward. How are you going to get that ring console? Are you going to use some of the other legends that can change their abilities so they can get ring console, for example? It completely changes the composition.
Also being one of those options for sure, and Dinos have gone for that. Now, when you look at compositions here, usually there's a theme, isn't there? When we're looking at kind of a match 5, a match 6, even the first 3 or 4 in the series. Now we're starting to get a bit weird. Now we're starting to get a little bit funky. We're seeing Catalyst, Pathfinder, Wraith, Sparrow, Watson, Fuse in the lobby as well. There are so many different legends. Bangalore is popping up a fair bit as well. That makes it very, very interesting to judge how you're going to take a fight. You need to recognize and identify the composition of the team you're going up against.
You have to, otherwise you're going to be in a position where, you know, if you miss time one of their abilities, one of their ultimates, you can find yourself getting absolutely destroyed by one of them if you don't have some sort of counter available to you. And that is even more amplified when we get to the final circle as well, because now these legend bans are so apparent. We will get to a final circle where we may have 3 teams who are completely different in terms of their compositions. You have to take advantage of what you have available to you. Now, PXX have lost 1.
They have, and this is because the zone is going all the way north towards the wall. Great news for Ninjas in Pajamas, and desperate news for Ninjas in Pajamas as well. They have to perform in these last 4 games if they want any chance of making it through to the match point finals. For Fun are going to get that knock. They're not going to get any more off the back of it, but another team who's going to be very happy, once again with where the zone is going, is Wolves Esports. Olympus, you can say what you want about Hammond. It's not going to be involved anymore because Olympus is gone, but landing on the northern side of the map and having great pro from Zoo Station over to Wall, Wolves have a great spot once again.
Oh, Flat have lost 1 as well. Shopify Rebellion, who also are looking for points. They've lost 1 of their own, but it's a 2 versus 1 now. Now there's going to be taken down, and Shopify Rebellion can take full advantage of this.
2 versus 1. I believe there's still 1 player from Flat alive. It's Accusio who's trying to scarper away there. Either way, Flat aren't out yet. They are down, but they certainly aren't out. They are scarpering up the hill, and Shopify Rebelling are chasing them down. Zainu leading the charge here on the Sparrow.
Yeah, that was Flat to make sure that they weren't just completely wiped there. 1 player just throwing themselves in front of enemies' way so that the last could escape. But Shopify Rebellion saying, actually, we're not going to make this too easy for you because this is so far away from anyone else on the map right now. Shopify Rebellion, they really need that KP because they really need points. Down in 14th position at the moment, only the 26 points. They are 22 points behind that cutoff. That is already becoming quite a significant amount.
Frustratingly here for Shopify Rebellion fans and for Zainu, just couldn't close the gap in time. Not running a legend that can cut down that space. No Pathfinder for them to zipline and take advantage of the opportunity to turn a 3v2 into KP and points. So it looks like Flat will survive. Good job actually from Nano on the Wraith to pull out of there and not only escape himself, but also get a teammate back up.
Survival is so important in some of these fights, and you really do have to have someone who bears that in mind when you get into those engagements. And it is a fight or flight moment, and there are definitely some times when people retreat too early, but in that instance, Flat have done well to stay alive.
Well, back over a little bit closer to where Zone is going, and the northern side of it. Neo are trying to work their way uphill at the moment, and Zipline Mafia, who are deep at the back of the zone, are not going to make it comfortable for them. Numerous reticles are going to be trained onto Neo as they try and force their way towards zone. Being held up elsewhere means that Neo are now pinched. Aqua's down. Kazak gets that kill, has to grapple back, but that's the beauty of being on Pathfinder.
Just worried about some other bullets coming astray from another side as well, but Zipline Mafia doing well.
The last bullet connects.
As Neo will be our first team wiped out of this lobby, and they're just going to have to watch from the lobby screen now. And Zipline Mafia just trying to fight for this northern side. And underneath them is going to be Wolves. Now, Wolves dropped over towards Zoo Station. Interestingly, Zoo Station, the best POI that has been performing so far this tournament, with the most wins as well. Whether Wolves can add one more to that tally, and that's going to be an interesting factor when we get into match point finals with some of these POIs. What do you prioritize? Do you prioritize something that picks up a lot of points or something that's been picking up a lot of wins?
The teams who are quite far away from zone right now, one of them's on your screen, Aurora. 32 points, not the worst, but not the best at the moment for them. Shopify we saw a little bit earlier. They're moving past Launchpad. Gen G, who had a very, very impressive game. We saw a few moments ago on that North Pad ending. They are all the way to the east of Stormcatcher right now, collecting some Evo. A little bit closer to the zone, though. We've got RRQ on our screens, and we've also got E36 very, very close by.
Well, I said RRQ have to capitalize on their Storm Point priority here and how they perform on this map. They want to try and hunt down E36, but E36 have also been right up there in 4th place at the moment, holding one of those qualification positions. It would be quite something to see them progress into those match point finals, silence any doubters, but of course, they've got a champion on their team as well. It's great to see Obley on the stage, and after their win earlier, it was very calm, their reaction. They knew they had to focus on the task at hand.
DCG have lost someone. They get the res. It's VKG. I think we're doing the damage from a distance.
How many Gs do we have?
Thank goodness GG aren't in the lobby. Well, DCG with the reset here. Should be safe at the bottom of this building for quite some time. But they will have to work a little bit further north as the game progresses. Now, Synap. He's getting creative here. Alongside Juzna. Surprise! Spurbolt goes in, Roy. He gets his shield broken. Lusan's going to be down, and E36 walk up onto this. The trap was set, and they fell for the G's.
Stubbing your toe, filing your taxes, and getting ambushed in Apex Legends. They are all up there as the worst things you can go through. DCG, sadly, they will feel that, but they only lost the one at the moment, but they have been cornered here. They're penned in, but VKG having a little bit of a hover.
QQ just says, what's going on here, lads? That shield bat was popped just in time, but Synap doesn't miss a bullet with that car. And E36 staying healthy enough here that they should be good to fight off the potential push. Relove do get finished, and QQ actually stole one of those kills away, so the Wraith Portal was good from him.
But it was just the one member of VKG at the time, and all the meanwhile, VKG are now being pressured by JDG.
The spot's been taken.
This is an incredible insight from JDG to be able to spot that one, and now VKG have to go back because they've been forced away.
Yeah, this is going to be a straight fight. They have no other choice. JDG waiting on the end of that portal, seeing that VKG overextended to third party. And it looks like E36 are out of there. VKG get lucky
But do they? They've now lost their position. They still have to transition from south to north. They're now going to be held out by teams. They were in a position where you could potentially pick up a lot of points here. So now you really have to change your frame of mind. Instead of looking for getting to the late game, you start to look for more kills and more KP on this southern side.
How quickly the game can change. How quickly Ziny finds out the full team's inside that building. Zap gets absolutely obliterated as well as Obli finds the kill. You can see immediately Shopify Rebellion hit the Void Nexus to get out of there. They did not like the look of that.
Zap took far too many bullets for his liking. And the same could be said for Zynyu when he hit that Void Nexus, as you mentioned.
And QQ again. Just being a nuisance. One clip to the back of Jizna. Jumps into the Void and says, VKG, come with me, boys. It's time to finish this fight.
And E36 go back to retreating once more. Done very well to get out of dodge here. And they do have space to play on the south. And actually, they have a crafter on the southern side near Cascade Falls as well. So they will be able to get back up to a 3. So VKG, despite the fact that, yes, they gave up their position earlier, at least they are able to benefit from a point. Maybe more points if they can take out Shopify Rebellion. And our reigning EWC champions here have quite a lot to do to still catch up the leading pack.
Over to the skies, TIE flying into wall. And let me tell you, it's very, very busy. Finding somewhere to land here is going to be extremely, extremely difficult. But looks like they've found a little place to call home for now. Important they get that castle wall down as quickly as possible. Stinger Bolt is going to be deleted. And even though the pressure's coming in, the one thing that you don't want to feel pressure from is excuses Hemlock in his hands, trying to delete that castle wall. But now that they've allowed them to land, now they've allowed them to set up, TIE now a problem for the likes of Zipline Mafia.
Well, what a fight this is. Regional final winners from EMEA, regional final winners from APAC North as well. For TIE, I mean, for FCAM, what a career it's been of ups and downs, but always historic moments at LAN. Can it be another one?
Uh-oh. Well, they're getting zone wrapped. And it's Aurora who move all the way from the north side, round the zone, taking a little tick of damage on their way to do so. But now they can walk downhill with everybody in the lobby in front of them.
Well, Aurora, they have a lot to do. 11th place, 32 points. Let's jump into a listening and see what the comms are like for Aurora.
This guy's playing again. This guy's playing split as fuck. When zone close, we can fight these guys.
I think we can fight them now.
They have high ground, no, on us.
Yeah.
And but this guy's not gonna trip it. They're fucking rampart.
Yeah, they're not.
I think with our comp, once the zone close, we can kill them. It's free, no?
Okay.
We just play here and here.
They have the same now, bro, but they have Axel.
We can try to pinch them. Come.
Yep. Can you slow walk on the left side? On the left side?
Yeah, okay, do it. Do me to distract him.
No, no. Actually, you can later.
Watch out for Sparrow Qs.
Do it now. Do it now. Be careful.
Okay, I'm picking.
Close.
We're gonna drone.
Breaking it. I broke it. One is nice. I ulted. Look.
Nice.
I'm killing.
He's Sparrow ulted me, guys.
Sparrow crack. Battle. Another drone, guys. You have to break it. Break it. Okay.
I come.
I'm killing.
I'll go.
We are not getting backstep. Watch your backstep. But
yeah, I'm watching. Okay.
I'm playing with you, effect. I have wall.
Target over there. I'm with you again.
Okay, I'm walling off.
Well, you heard the comms, you heard the plan. Not as effective as they wanted it to be, though. Gen G survive even after really good initial damage from Aurora.
And Aurora have to be careful now because this fight has been a little too long. And TIE are taking a look at it, and actually a few teams are as well now, but there's the first knock.
There's Ziki. He's fallen. Aurora weak, though. They have to be careful here. They have to make sure they stay healthy enough to get a reset. Hiyaka now has to use the Bangalore smokes to try and get to his teammates, but you mentioned TIE. They're moving in to look at this, and Genji aren't finished out yet. It's a 1v1. Aurora are dead. Trying to force the fight onto Genji.
And it's the same thing that's happening.
I gotcha.
Forcing another fight, taking too long with it as well, and not being able to finish it off. But now, TIE can potentially reap the rewards here down in the tunnel, but they have to be careful too. When they extended down to this southern side, GK just took the position away from them, but Zipline Mafia say, we'll take the fight with you instead then.
Kazakh just stands above them and goes, hello, boys.
Welcome to my domain.
And now he decides, there's a few too many of you. I don't like the odds of this fight. Smart man. Backs up instead to the rest of his teammates on Zipline Mafia.
It's like at a pub.
TIE wrapping back towards their initial spot. Gen G is still alive, by the way. E36, though, might not be alive for very long because VP are pushing them. Flat been eliminated in the meantime. PXX, excuse me, were taken down about a couple of minutes ago, and now Enderforce 36 will be joining them. The south side of zone is starting to close. It's getting very, very busy. Pricey has to smoke off the LOS here to try and get Easy Flash back on his feet.
Well, VK Gaming have done well to stay alive on that southern side. They are amidst quite a few teams, though, as are VP. VKG now with the scenery they've been able to put themselves in. They actually have a few angles that they can hide behind. And VP, sadly, are just dropping one by one. They are using knockdown shields now to avoid the gunfire from For Fun.
Taskmaster is last alive. One of my favorite wraiths in the world to watch is on your screen right now. That's QQ. Jumps into the void to get back to his teammate Casa here. They haven't quite finished off VP as yet. 3 KP already for QQ. But something I want to highlight, when we're talking about zone, when you're talking about Godspot, and you're talking about a team that needs it, Ninjas in Pajamas are set up for success. The only team in a building inside a zone.
We've had a few moments already this tournament where NIP have definitive moments in their tournament, and it is another one right here. They are presented with an opportunity to put big points on the board to catch the lobby leaders. Because already they find themselves 14 points adrift. Now TIE, who were pushing Gen G earlier, are going to move into zone, and again it's thanks to a Wraith as well.
Well, GK is trying to bully them because they realize they have to go to the north, but Zipline Mafia and Kajak showing what Pathfinder can do. The rest of his teammates have joined him, but they're trying now to pinch GK Esports, and they're going to have to Wraith Portal out themselves. A couple of evacs are going down, and with the two teams in front of them moving, it's time to take the disguise here for the Zipline Mafia, and they know how to do it better than anyone.
Yeah, this is going to be ugly now for these southern teams. I'm expecting about 4 to go down on this next rotation. There's just not enough room for all these teams to play.
Well, the thing is, this is a blind evac. Remember, there's no Valkyrie, no passive scan. They're just going to be looking at what they can see and hoping they find something from their POV that looks open. For fun, not having fun. They are getting nuked up on this high ground. Nades left, right, and center. Tyler left on his own now, trying to play behind the knockdown shield, but here comes Shopify. Zap cleans it up, and Shopify get the KP.
Shopify Rebellion starting to put some points on the board, and maybe can capitalize on some of these teams that are arriving late, as well as For Fun Esports. With that elimination, they are just outside of the top 6. A Gen G losing players, as are VP. Dino's also struggling on their move in, and this is what I was talking about. It's all hell breaking loose on this approach.
Gen G, VP eliminated from the lobby. Kajak trying to pop a battery behind this knockdown shield, but Shopify Rebellion are queuing out, looking to finish this off. That Stinger Bolt is going to sting Kajak. He's got to pop the battery, but has he got the time to do so? Just about, I think. He's still there, and he gets that bat off, but it's the last member alive.
Sadly, there's going to be a team that comes in from the red. Shopify Rebellion say, look, maybe we can get in and pick off a few more, but then they know when to retreat. As Zipline Mafia, actually with the attention turned towards Shopify Rebellion, will be eliminated. As Dino's down to 1, what can you do, Chaos?
Pricey goes down, but Dinos will go down permanently. 9 squads now remain, half the lobby has been eliminated here. Can RRQ get a reset here? Easy Flash has to back up himself to try and get healthy, but this is the building where everybody wants to pay the rent. VKG up on the high ground. Inside of the building, JDG, and just outside the duo of RRQ.
And RRQ would love to try and create more of a gap between themselves and 7th place. Remember, they're in first right now. It's a 14-point gap between themselves and 7th. They want to extend that as much as they can going into the next, because they have been underperforming on World's Edge. But Easy Flash and Pricey still as a duo. Now, Shopify Rebellion have a difficult journey here because they're being pressured from the north of Wolves Esports.
One thing that certainly helps the difficult journey is having this weapon in your hand. And maybe even this weapon as a backup. A Kraber L-Star double care package combo. It's one thing to have them, but you've got to put them to use.
It's where you go from here, though, if you try and head north. Wolves have got such good eyes. Now you've got to use those void passages just to stay alive. It's looking pretty dicey here for Shopify.
Phony probably desperately waiting for a smoke to come back. They get the smoke down. VKG have been eliminated in the meantime. Wolves down to just 1. Crazy Kong, the last standing member. As Ninjas in Pajamas now make their play to play the roof of that one building that might hold their success in its hands. Wolves are gone. RRQ also eliminated. 6 squads now remaining, and somehow Shopify reset here.
Yeah, Wolves going down was massive for Shopify Rebellion's chances, but it's NIP at the moment in the best spot you could possibly be in. Not only can they pick up potential KP, but also when it comes to zone, they're the only team on the north.
Shopify Rebellion try to make a desperate play for somewhere safe in zone, aren't able to do so because KNC were holding down this spot behind the Newcastle wall, behind the Rampart walls as well. And you can say the same about so many teams in this lobby, but with the game slipping away, you have to make the most of this.
Well, 3 teams have the same composition. Wolves, they're eliminated from the lobby, but they also had that Wraith, that Newcastle, and Rampart available to them. That's the 3. And then for JDG, they're running the Sparrow, as are NIP, and there's 1 Caustic. JDG still running the Caustic. Just think about how much that gas can affect this final circle. And then NIP have the Catalyst.
They also have the Fuse. Fuse ult, Motherload in this endgame could go crazy. Teams who are going to be safest for the longest, TIE and GK Esports. They are center zone.
Deployable barrier here. Contact with target.
Now for NIP here, because they control the whole north and they have a cat, they can just Dark Veil, cut off the entire sight line, make all of the other teams fight, and then just mop things up. That's the simple terms.
F-Chan's gone down. JDG are making the play here to try and swing and clean this side of zone onto TIE, but the Newcastle wall, the Rampart walls make it so difficult to do. Damadal with the Kraber in his hands, but only 2 bullets to work with. He wants to peek and see if he can pick up a big shot. But KNC cannot connect quite now.
That's probably the one team you don't want to be looking at here.
Sheila!
NIP are not the focus if you are Kinatrope. You've got to worry about GK because Sheila is here reigning supreme.
NIP now make their move though. JDG, 2 of them will fall to Cole and Vayne. The piercing spikes go out. JD Gaming will follow. And the last teams remaining right below where NIP find themselves. The Dark Veil will cut off the zone as NIP wait for GK and TIE to do the heavy lifting.
It's just patience, but GK, there's a Wraith behind. It's a portal that could change things.
But Cole's aware. And with TIE falling, the piercing spikes go down again. It's a matter of time here, surely, for NIP to make the most of the zone, the most of the opportunity. As shot goes down, Ninjas in Pajamas come to life.
And they get that win that they so desperately needed here, and they push themselves up into those qualification spots. 4th place NIP now hold. And ever since they had that northern side, it was as simple as just being patient as always with Apex Legends. The Dark Veil came out at just the right time. I did like the attempt from GK to do something different with the Wraith portal. Maybe you're able to bamboozle them a little bit. But NIP, they stay calm, they stay focused, and they get the points they needed. But there are still 3 matches remaining. It is not job done yet for any of these teams in the top 6.
So many teams in the last 4 or 5 matches have made the most of an opportunity when the zone has come their way. That's another great example. We saw it from Wolves on Olympus. Gifted a lot of zones. NIP get gifted one here, and everybody is making it count. That has been the difference maker for so many of these teams. But it's also sometimes that we see those opportunities slip through the fingers. They're not making those mistakes at the moment. That's the quality of the lobby we're seeing. When the zone comes your way, everyone's making the most of it.
And these are the reactions. That's what's different from one side to another. And even though GK would have known they were never the favorites in that fight, they will still be proud with the amount of points they've been able to put on.
One fist bump key on, please.
Don't leave him hanging for too long. As GK, even though they didn't win, they are still in 2nd place at 63 points. And we are starting to create a little bit of a gap from our lobby leaders to the rest of the chasing pack at the moment. I mentioned RRQ in 1st on 64. Wolves are in 7th on 50. That is a 14-point difference. Now, sure, that can very much be caught up in one game. But if we still see RRQ putting up points, putting up 6 every single time, they do start to get towards that 80 that we were suggesting may be a rough cutoff point. But it's a 25-point game for NIP. are incredible. America's winners, when we looked at how they dominated through the region, they struggled here in group stages, but now in the survival stage, they're coming to life.
GK Esports, 11 points for them. Not a huge amount of KP alongside the placement. As we look down at the bottom, there's a couple of teams there which we've talked about struggling a bit, and they're continuing to struggle. Now let's talk about the cutoff down. Let's talk about the overalls. Let's talk about the series, because that's what really matters here. Remember, top 6 will stay in the tournament, will qualify for match point finals tomorrow. Everyone else will go home. Talk to me about the cutoff.
So Team RRQ in first, GK in second, Dinos third, NIP fourth, Enter Force 36 are fifth, and Zipline Mafia are in sixth. Now 52 points is where Zipline Mafia currently sit. We were guessing around 80 points. As Graceful was alluding to, it might drop down to somewhere in the 70s as well. It's always difficult because it depends on how many points are being gained by the top rather than the bottom. But somewhere in that region of 70 to 80 is what we're thinking that cutoff could be. So there is still plenty of points to be had, and 3 matches, a lot of time to gain said points as well. Those who are close to chasing it, Wolves Esports, For Fun Esports, and JD Gaming, as well as Shopify Rebellion, they close out 7th through 10th at the moment.
Ninjas in Pajamas making the most of the opportunity. Huge amount of damage, kills and assists. And this is what we're talking about right now. Remember, Zipline Mafia, as it stands, the final qualification spot for match point finals belongs to them. But look at the total points. Look how close it is with not many games remaining now. 52 points is where we stand. Wolves just 2 behind, then 1 behind. It is so close here.
A little bit of a gap between 9 and 10, an 8-point gap between JD and Shopify Rebellion, but Shopify did put up some points to keep themselves in the conversation. The further you get down into this table, though, the more you get worried. When you look at PXX and Flat, you're starting to think the tournament may be over for you. You're going to have something huge in the next 3. Aurora are down there as well. Virtus Pro find themselves down there. TIE, the regional finals champions from their region, are also down in 33 points as well. And interestingly, for TIE, it's the placement point difference versus kill point difference as well.
We're going to have to see how the games progress. We are starting to get to the end of our survival stage. We'll find out what happens in the next game in just a few moments. We'll go for a quick break. We'll be right back.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
All right, I found him. We were looking for Team Liquid fans. What better? We found Team Liquid. It's Panic. How you doing, man?
I'm amazing, man. Just vibing, watching. Yes, sir.
You know, one of the things I said, I love seeing your brother come to LAN and be in your family invested and involved in what you do. How cool is it now, them seeing you in Paris doing so well?
I mean, it's insane. Like, my dad came with me here.
Oh, he's here?
Yeah, he's here. He's here. And, like, it's amazing that they all support and show love. It's just awesome.
Yeah, man, you guys have something special cooking. I haven't seen Zero talk about a teammate like this since maybe forever. I mean, he was obviously had issues with Hal, but you just seem to fit so well with what he's trying to do. Why does that fit work for you guys?
I think with Hal and Zero, it was like a lot of an ego battle. Yeah. And like, I kind of had one when I was with TSM, but like I knew joining Liquid, I would have to fully put it down and just like take it in, because he's a better player and I'm going to learn off of him.
That's a mature statement, man. I appreciate it. Well, you guys have been dominating. I know you're having your day off here. I won't keep you too long, but congratulations, and we're excited to see what you do tomorrow.
I appreciate that, man.
All right, Panic Apex here, man. Young Gun. How old are you?
19.
19. Some more Apex Young Guns out here hanging out in Paris.
Welcome back to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at the Esports World Cup 2026. And now we head to World's Edge. The survival stage continues with just 3 matches left, and they will all take place on Old Faithful. World's Edge is the battleground.
And interestingly, depending on how much you've been following ALGS throughout Split 1, we did not have World's Edge online, but we do have it here at LAN at EWC 2026. But these teams, they know it, they're well versed in it, they've practiced it and played it enough. But it certainly does change things for a lot of these teams, whether it be where they drafted on their POI draft or just how comfortable they are with the way that the game plays here on World's Edge. I did mention in the previous some of the teams that have been doing very well on World's Edge, 2 of those being Dinos and Gen G. Dino's actually the 4th best team in the entire tournament on World's Edge. That's including those teams in match point finals. And then Gen G are the 8th best team in the tournament on this map as well. In terms of POIs, Lava Fisher has been performing very well, staging as well, and Big Maud, so that does take us across both sides of the map at least, comparatively to Olympus. But there are plenty of teams who have prioritized World's Edge here. You look at RRQ at Skyhook West, NIP at Lava Siphon, which I just mentioned. You've got Harvester as well for Fun, Shopify Rebellion, Acclimatizer. There is a lot of teams here who really wanted to put a punctuation mark here on these final 3 maps.
Well, here we go then, everyone. We're going to see a lot of keys be crushed at some point very, very soon. Only 6 can make it through to tomorrow. And as we head over to World's Edge, how many tournament-defining moments over the years have we seen take place on this particular map? Match 8 is ready. The teams are moving. And one thing to highlight here, we talked about some of the repetitive, predictable zones that we've seen so far throughout the tournament on other maps. We've seen some surprises on World's Edge. We've seen some strange pullbacks. We've seen the zone bouncing around a little bit. And I wonder if teams and coaches just had to refresh their brains when it comes to how these zones are going to play.
And thank goodness it evens it out, right? That we get a map. Actually, we get some differing zones, but a team that's going to have a lot of eyes on them now. NIP in 4th place. They hold one of those qualification positions, of course, but still 3 matches, still a lot of points to play. Now, zone-wise, we are heading over towards the Fragment area, maybe even a little bit further east than that as well. So this could be great for the likes of Enter Force 36, who are over at Overlook. They will have the quickest route down to No Name, whereas Aurora and Kinotrope are going to be battling out on that western side at the moment. Now, as you look at the Legend selection as well, we didn't speak about it, but Sparrow was banned in match 7. Again, another character that can just hit those survey beacons so easily.
Oh,
Fuse now is the highest selected Legend. Anyway, Kinotrope under fire.
Already, a fight going down. No surprise, a lot of teams already moving through Monument and Fragment. And Aurora sending this one. That's going to be 2 dead on the side of Kinotrope, and that's going to be Aurora picking up a couple of points. Now, boy, do they need them. Everyone's still on their feet. VKG having a look at this. LQ's moving in. Cass is having a look at this as well. Flap's just been eliminated, by the way. Off screen. That's Gen G getting busy already. If this is the pace we're going to play out, I'm going to need an oxygen tank.
Well, Aurora under fire from another squad now. VKG trying to third party here, but Effect,
happening?
Can you do the job? No! Effect goes down, and Hiarka, suddenly there's a lot of responsibility to finish off this fight.
It's going to be a 1v1. Hiarka trying to play behind the knockdown shields. Where's the last remaining member? There he is. It's QQ, and he's got an armor advantage as well. Now, do they have the time to finish this one off cleanly? Hiarka's burning. Hiarka's struggling. Aurora are gone. That's QQ to the rescue.
That is 2 1v1s for Hiarka now, where he just hasn't been able to come up clutch. A lot of pressure on that young man as well. Didn't want to take the fight, saw he had an armor disadvantage, saw he was on Alter and thought maybe I can get away and get the rest of the team up. How different would have that fight been if it was a controller player, perhaps one of your fraggers like Effect in the 1v1 instead. But Aurora are now going to have to turn to matches 9 and 10 to try and catch up here. It's a big task, a big ask for them.
Ninjas in Pajamas hold one of those qualification spots at the start of this game. But it can change very, very quickly if you go out early. There is no worse feeling than holding a spot, thinking you're going to match point finals, and then dying early and having to see the rest of the lobby eat those points up that you could have had. They made the most of the zone last time we saw them on our screens, but that was on Storm Point. Now we're on World's Edge. They've got a little bit further to go.
So 11 fuses in the lobby, which is what I was saying before all that commotion started happening as well. So expect a lot of bombardments happening in terms of how many grenades can be popped out as well. And here is one of them. Shopify Rebellion Zainu on the fuse, and they are taking a look towards No Name right now. Virtus Pro currently reside in those houses. There are available buildings here. And Shopify Rebellion, I think, have noticed that, so they're just going to move down and probably claim one.
Dorito's free, but it's not the best building. By the way, Kinotrope have just been eliminated as well. PXX. Amadow's the last player to go down for Kinotrope. We saw him involved in that early scuffle, or should I say, saw Kinotrope involved in that early scuffle. And Dorito building isn't prime. Zap's taking a bit of damage on the cross here. Has to be very, very careful. It looks like Shopify want to try and take this. A little bit of a risk considering how many teams are in and around Fragment probably having a look at this.
Well, and the fact there are buildings available they can play, but perhaps they just feel like VP are in a winning position, a winning building. And Shopify Rebellion do need points. They're in 10th place. And perhaps they feel like just surviving until the late game isn't enough. They need to be finding a win.
Hostile spotted.
Ninjas in Pajamas is going to be safe here for quite some time. Eventually, they're going to have to look to go through the likes of Wolves Esports, but SR versus VP continues, and the Motherload is doing some damage here for Taskmaster. However, Prestis is down. Zap's going to swing. That's 2. That's VP down. That's why Shopify wanted to fight, because they win it clean.
That's a huge win for Shopify Rebellion. Not only do you take the entirety of this area now, and arguably one of the more comfortable buildings to hold, you get points on the board and you eliminate another team in the area. I mean, if it doesn't pull all this way, then maybe Shopify Rebellion don't fancy staying, obviously. As Gen G, now we can check back at the replay they had in the initial engagement with Flat. It was a very quick wipe in the end. But where does Shopify Rebellion set up? Do they continue to hold, or do they wait for a little bit of information that they could gather from No Name?
I think they're just going to wait for zone to close. Everybody else is going to be stacked up on the Fragment side of where this zone is. Shopify just trying to clear their backs, essentially. They will walk in. They can let the lobby take care of itself if it pulls anywhere near to where they are. And even if it doesn't, they've got the walk-in that they can look to third-party all of these teams that will be coexisting. So Shopify in a really, really good spot for now. And if it goes to the north, they also have the option of just wrapping up to the epicenter high ground. So lots of options available for Shopify Rebellion. Away from the zone. It's going to take a look at Neo heading into countdown through the skies. And a landslide is RRQ.
And Neo, another one of those teams who are almost in Hail Mary territory. Going into match 8 here. If they were to fall early, it's going to be very difficult going into 9 and 10. Well, that doesn't give us much more information. It is still going to be hovering around both, and Shopify Rebellion are going to head back up to the eastern side right now. Like you were saying, just waiting for that zone to close, spreading themselves out, making sure they're looted and booted at the same time.
Interesting to see Wolves and Gen G. Obviously, they don't have the next zone information from where they've been positioned, playing both of the chokes, both the Geyser choke and the Siphon choke. Well, at some point, they're going to have to engage. They're going to have to move up towards that zone. So keep your eyes on that. Ninjas in Pajamas actually rotating back towards Wolves and that choke. And you've also got Zipline Mafia coming through the tunnel from Harvester. So we're about to see a few bullets fired for sure as teams start to engage and get squeezed together on that choke.
A very important fight if it does happen as well. Zipline Mafia in 6th place, that cut-off position right now. NIP, they are in 4th place at 59 points. So if either of these go down, it would be great for the rest of the lobby. But for Ninjas in Pajamas, it's been a very treacherous journey to this point.
Well, let's jump into the comms with Ninjas in Pajamas and see what the plan is to try and get through this choke.
another! You might need to portal him.
Yeah, keep coming. I'm fine. You need to portal mine?
Yep, sure thing. You're gonna die there.
He's jumping on me.
I'm joking. He ran back up, Broke him. I'm gonna try and take high brain.
Okay. I'm in portal.
6 zip right away, Cole. We're looking
I might die.
No, you're fine. We're looking. Coming. They're zipping balloon. Yeah. We'll shot that guy. They're going for the wrap.
Fuck, man, that bang and caustic were low. Fuck.
I'm gonna go grab him.
Crack the first guy. I mean, should we not just mirror them, bro? Are they not gonna fight?
There's a team here, also. Okay. There's 2 teams here. We just fight this team. Okay? There's 2 more teams at Geyser. There's a team in this building and a team.
You can see some of the conversations that are being had between Vayne, Kurev, and Cole about what the plan is. I think it's, shall we mirror them? Are they going to fight someone? Zipline Mafia, of course, we saw on our screens. This is a replay of the fight we saw take place a little bit earlier on between VP and SR. You can see how clean it was. But for Ninjas in Pajamas, it's a pretty tough rotate for them to have to make here. Wolves still holding the choke in front of them, and the longer they take, they've got more teams looking to squeeze them, potentially from behind here. And now they know it.
I think that's the main problem, is the chokes that are being held by Wolves and Gen G makes it very difficult for these teams arriving from the south right now. And NIP are soon going to be aware of PXX. And the trouble is, if you engage in this, it does open up the door for Wolves Esports to join into the fight. And we've already seen Wolves throughout this tournament take some questionable fights themselves. But perhaps this one is one they might want to take, because you clear the entirety of the south if you win it. And the ring closing certainly will affect this fight as well. It's going to force it a little bit as it begins to close now.
A little bit of a double take there as I saw an R301 in the hands of one of our pro players for the first time in quite some time. I guess the fact we're on World's Edge, it kind of makes it feel somewhat comfortable. Ninja Pajamas, they've got to hold here. And then they have to work their way forward. They've got 20 seconds on zone. Everybody who is involved in this area has to squeeze themselves in towards zone. And there's only room for certain teams to survive. Kurev having to pop the battery here, does have the mother low, but you don't want to waste it knowing that you've got potentially another fight in front of you with Wolves.
And just to make it more interesting, a Mythic Bin is spawning up by Wolves as well, so there are plenty of things to be considering here for all these teams. But NIP, it is focusing on PXX right now as the Dark Veil goes down, and it's a lot of damage coming out of PXX here.
A lot of damage coming on either side. But Ninjas in Pajamas off the back of the mother load aren't looking healthy at all. Cole's down. Vayne might be down soon as well. He gets the armor swap off of Cole's box. And desperately just spams some thermites to try and buy time. PXX now being grabbed by RRQ. This might save the day here for NIP.
Wolves are looking at it as well. We may see both of these teams go down here. NIP and PXX are going to struggle. Vayne's going to try and get out of dodge, see if he can maybe rescue the rest of the team.
PXX and Resin down there.
Resin though, do you see him?
Vayne had to jump back in the port because he's only got 1 health. He would have died to zone immediately there. This is a mess. The grenades flooding towards him. Somehow Kurev and Vayne is still holding on. He gets the medkit popped. They might get the shield bat popped, and now do you take the portal? Do you try and risk going back into zone here?
Easy Flash is staying here. The rest of RRQ have left. And Easy Flash says, no, maybe I can do a little bit of damage. Now he'll get enough of a warning sign to say, I need to retreat to the rest of the team, and he's going to wrap back round thanks to being a Wraith with the rest of the squad.
Takes the Void Nexus. Wolves still holding, still waiting to see what's going on and wondering why we haven't got any KP out of all of this. We've got a Kraber in the hands of No Name. There's a 150. Difficult lessons to be taught if you're on the NIP side of things right now.
I mean, this is probably why teams left, because Wolves are just holding such an advantageous position.
There's one. But Gen G, out of nowhere, now put the pressure onto Wolves.
And now Wolves have to get out of dodge as well. The Altar and the Wraith have been saving people's bacon right now.
Both Wolves inside of the phase dome. And they go towards No Name. Can they get a reset here?
Yeah, I wonder if Vayne can actually get ahead of this zone as well. Kurev's been able to get out, but then just get spotted. Vayne's going to be the last remaining. And it is going to be Gen G who start to focus.
RRQ and Wolves continue to make acquaintances on this side of the map. Vayne, 20 HP. It's felt like he's played most of the game with this. He's 1 HP now, and NIP are gone. And they have fallen early. A nightmare situation now to have to watch the rest of the lobby. No Name still with his Kraber in his hand, by the way.
It allows so many teams to start catching up, doesn't it? But that Kraber could certainly do a lot as RRQ get eliminated. That's a second place team eliminated. So that's second and fourth now out of the lobby early. And again, everyone licking their lips.
Here comes GG again!
They will not let them go.
GK trying to sweep behind as well. Somehow Wolves are still alive. No idea how. It's an absolute mess on this southern side of zone.
We've not really been able to talk about where the zone's pulling. It's going to Fragment, of course, but then it's going to the northern side. There's going to be a couple of buildings that are in there as PXX eventually get confirmed as eliminated from the competition. Sorry, from the server, not the competition just yet.
Careful.
Careful, I won't want to eliminate anyone too early. But it's not looking good for them at 12 points as JDG on 49 points. One of the chasing teams, and they'll take out Neo.
Floating by name, floating by nature. Soars through the sky. Off the back of the double jump and gets an easy finish. As now we go over to Zipline Mafia once again. By the way, Shopify Rebellion, who were here a long time ago, if you're wondering where they are, they're all the way at the northern side of the zone. And Wolves, no way! They pulled off the impossible. No name does not show up on radar.
Much to the delight of the Wolves fans in-house as well. They'll be back to a 3. They're currently in 5th position in the overalls. And it's so important you get some of these extra placement points on the board, especially when you see some of those falling around you. Because if teams at the top are not getting the points, those chasing you are definitely going to be picking them up.
No name is almost single-handedly keeping Wolves alive here. Now the phase dome is down. And if you're Crazy Khan and Wenix, I think you're just sitting there at the moment and thinking, you know what, we trust you, just take us anywhere. They are bang center of zone, but they have absolutely no cover. Crazy Kong somehow stays alive here. Dino's been eliminated in the meantime. Gen G are fighting them, but Wolves are just going crazy, trying to find a corner, trying to find somewhere safe.
Every door is blocked. Gen G get eliminated elsewhere. TIE are going to be on the other side of this, and nades start to come out. Can TIE get bullied away? Because Wolves, they just need somewhere to call home. Finally, they break the door down. And they're going to take this fight to TIE.
No name, more damage. Still has that Kraber in the back pocket, by the way. Don't forget about that thing. And they take control of the door as well. So now, with Catalyst in the composition, at least they know they control that door. That's a big moment. That's somewhere, at least, for them to play their backs against.
I think they're just a little bit worried about from height, are they going to get shot? At the moment, they are going unseen. Trying to put on a show for us. We might see a few of those attempts.
If first it doesn't work, try again. Maybe the thermite will create the opening here. There's TIE on that high ground. And no name. No fear.
They're slowly forcing them higher and higher. There's only so many levels here in this building.
That wall's going to need a replaster. And you can do this due to the infinite ammo. Still not connecting with the no scopes.
All it takes is one.
This is the one. I feel it.
But the Wolves fans praying for it.
This is the one. Okay, maybe the next one.
Maybe the next one. Infinite ammo, it doesn't matter, right?
Well, GKF just ported above. Zipline Mafia are trapped to the moment. Kajak has to swing past to try and create a path for Excuse to stay alive. He's not going to be able to. That's VK Gaming eliminated in those moments as well. Shopify Rebellion, by the way, on that northern side still. With now JD Gaming joining them. Kazakh as a solo on the Pathfinder, still alive. Wolves, by the way, has been... I don't know how they're here. I don't know how they're alive. But I can tell you that they are.
Well, now TIE can't go any higher either with GK arriving. By the way, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all out of the lobby right now. 9 squads remaining. Shopify Rebellion doing some damage. As you can see in the kill feed, TIE and Wolves both getting involved. There's JDG who lost a player. Finally, that Kraber gets put to use.
I told you he'd hit one.
You were the bad luck charm. That's what it was.
Well, Zainu, he's bullying JDG at the moment. The mother load goes in. The knuckle clusters afterwards, but they haven't managed to finish him off quite yet. JDG's still alive. I think it's Floating who's the last man there.
Shopify Rebellion, if they can take out JDG in a very winnable position. I only say that because they'll be the only team on the north. Everyone else is in the buildings of Fragment on this southern side right now. That is 7 teams within these buildings, whether they're on top, down below, or sandwiched in between. And this is where you need a game plan. This is where the legend composition is going to be a big factor. The wraiths come into play.
Catalyst might go crazy in this endgame as well. If you can wall off a side of this zone, and buy a little bit of time just to isolate a fight, isolate yourself away from the lobby, then you might have a pretty good time.
This is the power position though for Shopify Rebellion. The only worry is if everyone starts to get this, Wraith portaling into the middle, you have to make sure you bully them away as quickly as possible. TIE now, they go out of the frying pan and into the fire, and they have to send themselves back, but Zone's going to force them in once more.
Shopify have to move soon as well. This Rock won't be in for long. TIE have been eliminated. The raid portal does not work out for them. JD Gaming will follow. Shubi, the last player standing. No name, by the way, with the Kraber. Hits one onto Zainu.
Oh, no.
And that opens things up. There's the catwall, but GK are in front of them. Nox in front of them. Nox gets down.
And now No Name can use this to his advantage as the rest of the team pushes through. GK going to try and utilize Newcastle to get back up. But actually, Wolves, they benefit from this heavily as GK Esports eliminated. Shopify go down as well. That Kraber crucified them.
DCG jump out in the zone, trying to hit a late evac, trying to do a little bit of lamppost dancing. No Name waiting for the opportunity to strike. Everyone is going up into the skies! But if you go up, you've got to come back down. Zipline Mafia eliminated, 4 squads remaining, and this is the No Name show.
Absolute carnage, no defensive legends, no walls to work with, really.
He's on his own.
It's all down to No Name. Last 3 teams.
I'd say there's no chance, but I've thought that about 3 or 4 times in this game. Caustic Gas a problem. Synap tries to pull behind him, has to jump into the void. Gets second place. Oh, but with 3 alive, there's no chance for No Name. As Relove will win it, but boy, was that a hell of a game for Wolves as well.
That was a 1v1 at the end. It was a 1v1v1 in the end. We had Wraith, Axel. But DCG put up a win. And again, every single win matters, every single point matters. It puts DCG back into the conversation of qualification. They're not quite in those top 6 points, but they do put themselves within 5.
I am absolutely flabbergasted by what I saw from No Name in that game. If you don't know who he is, the man goes without a name. It's No Name.
The man who shall not be named, but boy, can he hit a shot when he's needed.
And think of the reset. Think of the survivability. Think of the portals. Think of them taking control of that door outside the building. It just felt like they had no right to be in that endgame.
It puts Wolves to 67 points in 2nd place. They are now in touching distance of those match point finals. And the team from APAC South, who dominated their own region, but then struggled on day 1, lackluster in day 2, but then suddenly came to life once more. And if you think of what they went through throughout that entire game, somehow found a building to play in the end, bullied TIE away. And they get into this, look at this final circle, look at how many players alive. The singles, in the end, it was the Axel that came out on top. I thought for sure one of the Wraiths was going to win in a zone like that.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad, No Name. Be happy.
Definitely do not be mad.
His teammates, the perfect reaction. It's like, we're not anywhere near the end of that game if it's not for you. Don't be disappointed.
I mean, Wolves, they still put up 17 points in that game, only 2 points less than DCG. Sure, neither team able to have one of those mammoth games where you put 25 plus up. But again, it's just about staying in the race at the moment for those top 6 positions. And boy, is it getting close.
Dare you? Dare you start talking points? Dare you start talking about who's in the right places and who's in the wrong ones?
I think GK are very close. A few more points for GK, they should be good for match point finals. The same could be said for Wolves, maybe another 7 or 8 for them. RRQ are edging closer, Entos Force 36 as well, but then Dinos and NIP, they are still in that danger zone. Zipline Mafia and For Fun are on the chase. It's certainly going to be an incredible last 2 here to see who gets through our survival stage and into those match point finals.
Well, this is the results of the game that we just saw. Relove DCG, first place, the 1v1 clutch. They get the 7 KP alongside it. Wolves have no right to be in 2nd place, but they are due to the sheer will of No Name.
And just thinking back to that last circle as well, DCG jumping up onto the lamppost. 2 of them got up there. And at first you think you're just such an obvious target, but actually when everyone's panicking, a lot of it's eye level. Not many people look up because everyone's in portals, everyone's in queues, everyone's just trying to stay alive.
And at the bottom there, flat, 0 points for them. Wow. I mean, that was, I think, the most fun I've had so far here. And the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC, that was an incredible game. And now we still have 2 more to go. World's Edge awaits. And the last 2 games remaining in the survival stage are coming up right after this break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Relove DCG with the win, and in dramatic fashion, we've got my main man, coach of TLN Pirates, but a pro that you've known well before, Nasky, here in the building, ready to give his insight on what he's been seeing so far, and of course his experience in the tournament. Nasky, welcome, my man.
I mean, you can barely call me a coach, right? My legacy is as a player. My legacy is a player.
Okay, he doesn't want to change it up, man. Talk to me quickly about that Relove win. That was like lamppost flashbacks from back in the day.
Dude, that gave me flashback. What was it? It was Team Liquid way back in the days, on the lamppost, riding on top.
I love it.
Jumps
Horizon,
down last second and wins the game. Beautiful win.
So many fun things, and also the top teams too kind of caught your eye. What are some of those stories about the top performers? Wolves just jumped into first place, but RRQ have been doing phenomenally as well.
RRQ is a team that I have close to my heart, because it's funny too seeing Strafing Flame together with Easy Flash again, right?
Yeah, they're reunited.
We saw them back in the day. What was it? Was it Birmingham champs?
Yes.
They were popping off.
Yeah.
They split off. They had some sort of melancholic ending to it, but now they're back and they're doing amazing.
It's amazing, man. And the team that's back, they didn't mean to be back though. Shopify Rebellion, Phony's playing with Zainu again, and now with Zap. Talk about them.
Oh, Shopify Rebellion. I mean, where to start, right? Zainu is back with Phony again. He jumped in as an emergency sub.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not what they were looking for, but it looks like they're doing pretty good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, they don't have to jump that far from what they're used to, because Phony and Zainu go way back.
Yeah.
Don also had coached Phony before, so the strats are probably similar to what he's been experiencing, and yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it looks fine, right?
They got the chemistry there, man.
Yeah.
I know you're dropping your earpiece and everything. Listen, Nasky, he is one of our great personalities, and to me, that means you're seeing interesting things. So for surprises, who surprises you the most? Who are the teams that have kind of caught your eye for good or for bad reasons?
I mean, for bad reasons might be Aurora, because Aurora was EU champions coming into this. I mean, this is a strong team. Haruka has proven himself as the IGL many times in a row.
Right.
Obviously,
he's a world champion.
He is a world champion, and in fact, also a world champion, previous EWC winner.
That's right.
And OJ, obviously, EU staple.
Yes.
You know, it's a strong roster. You would imagine them already being called to the finals, already been doing something crazy, but you know, they're in Survivors, and they're actually not doing too good right now.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll turn.
All right, man. Well, I know Dino's another team you caught your eye on. We have to get back into these games, though. Nasky, thank you so much for joining us on stage. We hope to see you around. He'll be in the stands if you're here at EWC watching, so say hello to Nasky as well. It's time to get back to our casters, because we got a couple more games to go before we see our final teams set for Saturday, actually.
That's right, Rain Day. We still have 2 more games to go. Which of these remaining teams will go home is the question. And listen, if you're going to give me another POV of Wolves, no name going crazy like that, sure, he didn't get the dub, but he, oh my goodness, put on a classic performance. 8 KP for them, but it was DCG who ended up taking the win with 7 KP. And we still got 2 more games on World's Edge.
And as we go through and look at our teams, Vicky, it's really starting to feel like the beginning of the end. As after these 2 matches, 14 teams will go home, and they will do everything that they can to prevent that and advance on to the match point finals just tomorrow. Kirdev on your screen, 16 kills for Ninjas in Pajamas of their 38 total, currently situated in 6th place. Knowing that the benchmark is 60 points and trying to break through that, every team behind them just a handful of points keeping them in there. Even 11th place, Shopify Rebellion with 50 points. Just a win. Like, I'm talking like a 15, 20 point win and something happening in the teams just above them. You're in that top 6, Vicky.
It's just crazy to see how tight it's looking for a lot of these teams, Tiv. You know that these players are feeling the pressure. You talk about the cutoff, you talk about NIP reeling with 60 points. I mean, the 2-point difference alone. I mean, even if you look on the other side of the teams, Shopify with those 50 points, Gen G, who are now ramping up, it took them a bit of time, but the fact that they've been able to try to match pace with the rest of these early placement squads who were able to find that aggression. We got game number 9 out of 10 on the horizon, guys. I mean, we've lost out on Fuse. We've lost Sparrow Watson. I mean, what's next at this point?
Maybe the Bangalores. I mean, we saw some of them, maybe more Axles. We're going to have to find out. The fact that Newcastle has made it this far is also crazy.
Yeah, it is quite interesting that Newcastle lives to see another day, but with that initial ban coming through and losing out on Fuse, it's the resurgence of Caustic. Caustic to be able to give them access to the ring consoles. Thanks for the good look at the circle and where we're headed towards. Dinos from staging will be able to have a quick rotation. You can see JD Gaming already dropping the evac and focusing on where they want to play from. For Virtus Pro and PXX that are over in Lava Fissure and Countdown, that ring console that Countdown has, you're going to want access to that, which is exactly what PXX is poised to do.
Really good call out when it comes to getting the information, especially looking at how this zone is pooling. A little bit of a difference maker here as we move over to Lava Fissure instead of going over to the outskirts of Fragment East and taking to the skies. Wolves, man, their fans are going crazy right behind us, and for all the right reasons. No Name on the Wraith going back to back, rolling out with the Bangalore, by the way, and the Cat. It's crazy too to see, as you already see, feeling some of that pressure when shimmy-shitting his way inside this building, having to cover his back with the nade. Needs some help here, hopefully gets it, because it's NIP who tried to isolate him.
And PXX, who have laid siege towards VP here, have pushed them out and taken down Ozus. With one already down and another bleeding, Virtus Pro have left the lobby. Here's the deal, Vicky. With 2 matches to go, and if you're in like 19th place like PXX are, the rookies from APAC North, what do you have to lose at this point?
Exactly.
You set fire to the lobby.
Time to cause chaos. This is literally the perfect time right now. This is what I love when it comes to our ALGS lands. We get a little bit of a mix-up on the rule set where these teams are playing so desperate when you have 2 more games to go. PXX had nothing to lose. They sent it onto VP, who honestly, being on that later half of the overall standings, I mean, not even having an opportunity, it's going to be literally a miracle. I don't think it's going to happen here. But now you take a look at the teams who want to soak up more of these points, the teams who are so close to making it in this top 6. Ziplining around is going to be Zipline Mafia, Kazak being on that pathy, playing off with the Bangalore from Excuse as well as the Cossack from Weak Q, but you can see the pings coming in. They're isolated in the Lava Siphon, but there will be Flat who are trailing right behind them eventually. NIP, by the way, do manage to trail behind Wolves after trying to harass that player up on the low ground. You see the side-by-side. We did see this fight just earlier from this replay. It's going to be PXX harassing VP, while Aurora on the bottom left, this is what's happening live, is they're facing off against VK Gaming over by Monument. But it's the wrap up here for this fight in the way that a lot of these teams are trying to collapse on one another, because honestly, the Aurora versus VK Gaming isn't the only one. It's also E36 and Shopify with the 3P of Genji.
The fact that you have Aurora and VK Gaming fighting, it's like your 2025 champions of EWC and your 26 champions, or your 2024 and 2025. I forget what year it is sometimes, but you're right. Shopify Rebellion up in the north. Genji Esports seek to disengage here. And honestly, sometimes you do just have to kind of focus on getting information and prioritizing that before you get to that end game. For the majority of our teams, they've already gone out west, and collapsing out here near Monument and Fragment will be difficult.
Well, Keon is frying DJ, unfortunately, with the Sheila. It's happening with a lot of these teams trying to get aggressive. Shopify Rebellion are looking down at Genji, who wanted to get the ring console information isolated before they move up E36. If they take out Neo, could easily split their attention into harassing Shopify, unless Shopify hear the shots and probably want to go in for the 3P. But having to be careful knowing Genji right behind them. This is the fight that we were expecting. E36 in trouble though. Neither of these 2 players have these Evo shields. They go take the portal. He's got the Sheila. Jumping around the corner isn't going to be enough. Neo, who needs this KP, find a double knock instead. They eliminate Ubli, and now you could see the Solo who's trying to run for their life. Can Shopify be the saving grace to involve themselves in this fight?
And this is where the game can make or break you. You're in 4th place, inside the top 6 by just 4 points. Down to a Solo, a regain needed. But what options do you have to make that happen? For now, the Wraith as the Solo. Synap will do his best to get the dynamic duo back. We turn our attention deep into zone with Tai up here on the Mirage de Trois. Umi-chan cut down from amped cover in the distance.
A lot of the poke pressure, right? And Chaos feeling that pressure. Playing off this low ground, we've seen zones like this end up pulling on the outskirts of Mirage Ottawa while TIE are down to a duel. F-Chan looking to heal up.
Hostile. Danger close. They should be able to get Umi-chan back in for now, but they do have JD Gaming. That is the team that is staring down them from that height on the zip. The issue is here, you're going to be looking at a couple of different teams as people look through. Dinos out in the distance by Tide, for fun, and GK that have been so consistent in acquiring points across all of our maps that we've seen. But to the north we go again for WRG Neo. Jen with a survey beacon.
Oh yeah, getting that scan too, because now they know E36 are right around the corner. You see Neo on the other side here, as they are going to be able to TP through. Thanks to having that Void Nexus activated, you can hear the shots off the Hemlock, but being able to find Akba on this fight, he says, take me back. He did get the crack, doesn't want to overextend everybody. Playing a bit scared, the Kickstarter. Juksu does have that Axel. Trying to miss out on the Nitro game before the Kickstarter comes in from behind them. Some revenge from Genji as Juksu sends out his own. And now they're looking to try to take this Void Nexus before canceling it, because you have Aqua being able to find that knock onto Asia. Needs some help from Jukso, who's trying to pump the shoot bubble behind him. No way! Coming in is going to be E36 re-involving themselves. They see the opportunity, they hear the fights. This is going to be that 3-team pile-up over by Epi.
You tell me that you immediately focus on resetting and diving back into the fight on the reset. Genji. A moment of reprieve as Asia hits the med kit and focuses on that path that we have. I see that we have a couple of options, right? You can go Skyhook and come in through the north. You could drop down, carve through Monument, but this is what awaits you out of the south. Kazakh there with the zipline to the high ground. Can they lay siege to GK? Keon, 1 HP.
This is important for Zipline Mafia, being one of those teams outside the cups at 58 points, at 7th place overall, underneath an NIP who are at 61. They take the high ground here. They take another KP with GK leading the path with 71 points. This is big. Playing ring around the Rosie, around the amp shields. Keon holding up for dear life. Help me as GK get eliminated. This is great for Zipline Mafia. Looking on the other side and trying to stay alive on Pride Rock. They've now cleared the southern side of the zone. They're feeling the pressure from the teams trying to poke at them from afar. Wolves, TIE, Flat are now rotating on the bridge outside of staging, but it's the pile up over on the outskirts of Lava and Countdown.
And Dinos, another team, NIP, the 6th place. 1 point is keeping them inside the top 6. And for now, we remain inside. Dinos and Flat. Another story as we see Chaos go down. DJ immediately investing the portal. J Future only surviving by the mobile shield.
Right here.
And trying to escape, but where do you go?
Well, looking to get the res. Actually really smart to do it right next to the start of the portal. Oh no, but they still get the re-knock. QQ just looking at him. Said, you know what? Never mind. Let's just take this portal instead. Where can I go? But it's still risky no matter what, because Flat are now looking at this. They heard the res, now they fully send it. They're looking to get some KP, but I mean, they're in dead last. This is just a grief them at the end of the day. Dino now losing out on 2, trying to stay alive with Nano chasing down against the lone warrior DJ, who is running for his life. Dino's currently at 64 points in 5th place. Not big of a gap, but ooh, nice little chicken nay landing at the feet of Nano after he yeeted it up to the sky. Nano says, all right, we're going to still try to follow up with this here. Do we try to fully extend it? He's forced to be stuck by the tunnel side before rotating, perhaps through landslide, because E36 now are also going into the other side of Dinos. They hear this fight, and they're going to be the sandwich to the other side of the solo, forcing Dinos to back away towards Harvester.
But what he does here, the Wraith baits him as he goes out into the circle. Enter Force 36 is lurking throughout the tunnels. They don't peek, but keep your eyes. Because we have 1 med kit, 6 syringes.
I mean, dude, what? They're still
We go back in the void.
They're griefing them. Flat is griefing that solo Dinos.
Why do they care? They're in 20th place.
I mean, what? The fact that DJ's, yeah, it's true. I mean, DJ's literally feeling this right now. We've all been here within our own games when you're trying to stay alive as the last one for your squad.
And we time it. We pop the syringe. We can go into the void after this, but Flat call off the chase. My guy, you don't know what's waiting for you on the other side of this. It doesn't get easier, DJ.
It doesn't. He's forced to heal up. I mean, at least he will have some time. It is Ring 3 countdown next year, but he'll have some respite before coming in behind WGR Neo. Calls on the evac in front of Neo, so they definitely hear this. Let's see how they react when they come out of the choke that leads into landslide. Dinos now with that one solo is trying to keep the dream up for the rest of his team. He's going to fly over Neo for now while we take a look at Zipline Mafia after they were able to win that fight originally. Now looking down at Flat and VK Gaming, and now Dinos, that's one solo, is going to wrap completely around Monument.
But he lands on a replicator. We are going for a reset. Not too many heals to go. Back to Zipline. Pop the survey beacon, get the information because Flat came back into the ring at this location. And I'm saying if we got this Hemlock, we got the breach charge, we are ready to let it fly. But there's going to be a couple of teams in our way as we make our move in through the southern side of things. Ty and VK Gaming still.
I mean, if we could look at what's happening on Landside too, because Neo were actually down to one member. That one solo of Dinos actually wrapped around them while they were fixated on getting the res, and now is alive right next to E36. So much happening on each end of the outskirts of the zone while the zone is starting to close behind their backs. This one's gonna hurt while Zipline Mafia continue to claim names. This is a great look for this team to overtake NIP, a 1-point difference in this game 9. Remember, after this, there's only one more to go, and Zipline want to be able to secure themselves in the final lobby.
They're currently tied with 6th place, 61 points. And we keep focusing forward. Enter First 46, you were asking about them. WGR Neo on the other side. The blue to purple disparity. Synapse trying to take the angles, but all the nades coming through. And we are burning.
Fact that Dinos goes out like that too. Unfortunate, the solo cannot stay alive. Dire situations here with 64 points, but it really depends on how Zipline, For Fun, and even NIP rise up. With WGR looking at E36, just a matter of time. Genji want to prio on their rotate. NIP looking on to harass these teams on the edge of zone, while the likes of Wolves, TIE, Zipline, For Fun, still piled up as Zipline, yes, are eliminated. They got the 61 points. They're still tied with NIP, but the difference is NIP are still alive. They can further themselves as Wolves with the Thermite. TPing back up, tied, now get eliminated, 14 squads left, and Wolves playing this safe with 69 total points. They know they lead the way.
And Ty fall also. But falling in 7th is Zipline Mafia, Vicky, like you said, with one game left to get them into the top 6. And one game to further it as VKG sets their sights, but it's just LQ, last standing. He knocks another. The Newcastle goes for the res. Controlling not only that, but the mobile shield. And back to the fight we go. He gets it. No!
VK Gaming get eliminated. Our former EWC champs are out of this lobby in 13th. This is tough. I mean, they literally only have 40 total points sitting in 14th. No matter what, though, now Genji, who have been rising up, have an opportunity to slide in. They get that knock originally. You can see the portal happening right in front of E36. They're trying to keep it up here, too, because round 4 is closing behind their backs, and they have to start moving, and For Fun are waiting for them on the other side of the edge of zone.
Just know you're getting griefed at this point. It's going to be open. It's going to be scary, and JD Gaming are center zone in the building holding. But all these teams fighting for positioning there. If you have a Newcastle, you're feeling better. Here comes Genji, NIP, a fight for the life.
Talk about having the Newcastle. Kurev gets the blast with the EVA 8 double tap in hand. Oh my goodness, that nade! Genji do get eliminated though. The Enter Force 36, now Showface right behind him. And now NIP feeling pressure, but right behind them, having to be careful. It's going to be Synetic. That may be the insurance that they need off the longbow. Now you have the Kickstarter you have to worry about. Synap taking to the skies, having to drop down, hide behind these Newcastle walls, trying to get the reset and the res. For Fun, now Showface, but E36 are sandwiched between DCG and For Fun.
He's trying to break the wall. He's trying to rip their cover away from them. And you even have the Caustic ult for Fun. Focusing on what they need. Enter Force 36, get amped covers up. Their wall still being poked and prodded. Amped covers going down. And we are turtled.
Stop harassing us, please. We're trying to stay alive. They break down the barrier. DCG also try to scoop that up because it's all about this NP.
one mobile shield from a Newcastle holding them, and they're sending it full fire. How do we get out the Wraith with a portal?
He keeps him alive for right now. They do get the knock temporarily, but this portal play, Synap, could be the savior. Oh, no!
Not there.
A horror movie for Synap as he tries to keep E36 up. He gets the TP, he gets Hoobly, and they're looking to get this red without the loop behind him. This is so much pressure that they're feeling, and For Fun are not letting loose.
Because E36 haven't had a moment to reset. For Fun is just sending it back to the portals. They go straight into the hands of Deep Cross Gaming. And Synap tries.
Dude. He took the... They're still chasing him. Everybody was looking at this team. He's still running for his life. The fact that they took the portal back, by the way. Synap, the fact that he gets behind this crate to pop this med kit. The Wraith plays are immaculate. 10 squads left and Aurora get eliminated next. JDG getting some KP. Same thing for Wolf. Shopify to follow. And with Wolves holding the other side of the tracks, you're looking at Synetic, RQ, holding the building, holding the roof. You see the catwalk coming up, blocking vision to allow the safe rotate, to allow them to move up on For Fun.
And are we gonna drop piercing spikes to prevent the climb up? Piercing spikes to on the low ground. And For Fun have a moment to breathe. You see Synap portaling in the distance yet again in the void. And for now, we hit the back of the Arc Sword! The caustic barrel!
He said, leave me alone. Oh my gosh, he's right in front of Straight from Flame. Straight from does not see him.
Hey,
oh my
RQ didn't
goodness!
see Panic. He never saw Panic.
Synap is still alive for E36. He's seeing the action. He knows he's out of the line of sight of the team right across from them. Wolves now closing the gap. He's trying to coexist. I mean, No Name is going to definitely see him. The fact that he hasn't seen him. Oh my gosh, he's hiding behind the bottom lip of the building is insane.
That's our Wraith. That's our Wraith. That's our Wraith, let me tell you. Synap right there, but the breach charge from No Name. Does he know that Synap is there, or are we just sending to the building? No, because he's looking at RRQ.
Yeah, that's why they've been trying to harass him. I mean, the fact that they got the knock onto Straight from Flame, he gets back up. But that's why No Name is creating this space for the rest of his team. Okay, KNC, they built a house behind the amp barriers, behind the Newcastle wall, and floating. Has been finding himself catching this KP. Naughty to follow up to find Chappie. With 8 squads left, they're not giving up this house. Final zone, and a lot of these teams have congregated over to the north side, while that Solo still stays alive for now. Chappie is the next victim. A lot of these split up teams. KNC now down to a duel, but once again, E36 down to that Solo. And a lot of these teams, NIP too, utilizing that Nox grenade before moving up now. It's going to be Wolves with the portal.
And they portal to the truck. For Fun at their backs. Ninjas in Pajamas on the low ground, fighting Deep Cross Gaming. They grab the knock onto one, Xiaoqia here. And they hold steady behind the wall, throwing the caustic barrel on him. Here comes Kinatrope for the third party.
Welcome to the Dutch oven. Cole putting down the barrels, dancing around the Newcastle wall. Vayne looking behind him on the Wraith as DCG fall. 7 squads left. Cole has had one heck of a performance until now, where NIP get eliminated. KNC keep themselves up. That Solo's still alive for right now, but Wolves, they're out for blood. They're hungry. 6 squads left, looking down at For Fun.
And JD Gaming, you saw Naughty there disappear back into the building for a reset. And as Wolves cover the piercing spikes to prevent Synap, I feel like we should be... No, he's stunned out! It's Easy Flash who finds him.
Hey, it's free KP, but he lived, and that is what matters when it's so close to the top. So close for our top 6 right now, RRQ. No one to look at them. Wolves get eliminated. For Fun, really, only have to worry about RRQ as they face off against each other on the south side, and Kinotrope trying to dive it on to JD Gaming.
And it's all about who gets sent first. And this infinite ammo behind the amped cover of Easy Flash. He's on path. He's going for the zip. He's going for JDG.
Oh, what an aggressive play from Easy Flash. It cost his life. Was it going to be worth it here? Now Straight from Flame taking the portal here. The rest coming in from Nags. Fun now trying to stay in this fight in the last two squads as JD Gaming go out, and so does For Fun now as they are your Game 9 winners. They moved up. The patient play was immaculate. Now they're sitting in second place in the overall standings with that performance alone.
For Fun, 9 kills, 3,300 damage. A game when they needed it most to launch themselves up the series. For Team RRQ, A brilliant game there to get into the end. 13 points for them. JD Gaming from the outside looking in, trying to get into the top 6. Was it enough, Vicky?
I mean, getting that dub with 9 KP, they played that so safe. I was wondering here, man, RRQ, they got aggressive. You saw how they were able to try to play ring around the rosy around that rock, man. The ring closing in right behind their backs allows For Fun to walk up and take another dub. Let's not forget that they won game number 1 on E District with 10 KP to kickstart this entire 10-game series.
And this is on the other side. Roy on the screen. Deep Cross Gaming, a top 10 finish there. But we're still doing everything we can to get into the top 6. And with 1 game to go, and how close the scoreline is across the teams, it's not impossible. You're 9 points out of the top 6.
But now you have to look at the teams that are in the later half of this entire lobby and understand that you could literally wipe out every single person. It would just be impossible to find yourself in this top 6. That's why we saw the desperation from our solo player on E36. The Wraith trying to cling on for dear life with how tight it is in the top 6. Literally 69 for E36. Surviving alone gave them that placement. For Fun, being able to find themselves in that 2nd place spot. The difference maker between 6th place, because our top 6 make it in, and 7th place where JD Gaming were getting that KP, it's like a few points, like what, 3-4 points? It's crazy to see how tight it is. This last game is going to mean everything. Will we see teams grief each other? We saw the attempt from Flat. They have nothing to lose. I mean, Aurora going out right there. Aurora sitting in 16th with 38 points. It's a tough day to be an Aurora fan, but this is what happens at LAN. This is what happens when you see what these teams are playing for when their backs are against the wall. And then you look at, even at Shopify, who are at 52 total points in 11th. If they take this lobby by a storm, it all depends on this final game on World's Edge. It's crazy to see how this Survivor stage has played out. Don't go anywhere, because we'll find out what the results are looking like after this final game and after this final break.
We booked Esports World Cup.
This is the result of a loss at EWC 2026. And this was the fate of TLN Pirates and Apex Legends alongside 5 other squads in our group stage. Then 14 teams face the same fate in our survival stage, while 6 continue on to match point finals. 20 teams with their hopes and dreams still alive. The opportunity to place their team's key at the top of the totem. This is what it's all about. This is what all of our teams are competing for the chance to do, to etch their names in the history books of EWC. It doesn't get any better than this.
That's right, Glitter. It doesn't get any better than this, because we're going into the final game of survival stage, and boy, are the stakes high. I mean, you heard the caster say how close everything is. We'll take a look at the overall in a little bit, but we're gonna talk about an outstanding performance in No Name from Wolves. He was almost able to clutch it 2 games ago, by the way, but still, insane performance when they needed somebody to step up.
I mean, for every MNK user in the entire world, he is probably one of the 2, him and Asia probably, but he is probably the player you're looking at currently right now after that phenomenal game right there. It could have probably been the clip of the year had his teammates knockdown shield not stopped 2 of the bullets and he finished up that game. It would have been the clip, I think. Phenomenal.
There was just no stopping him. I'm like, from the Kraber to the Kraber to the Kraber, from the Wraith, the phase right behind the team, and then I thought he had it. I thought it was it. I got you guys were sitting near me. I got out of my chair, almost spilt like my food all over me. But it was such an immaculate start to finish. And even though he didn't get the win, and you could see actually No Name, just sitting there in his chair, shaking his head like he just lost, but did all of this. So it was kind of like, man, you need to congratulate yourself, obviously, for that entire play. But yeah, it's still kind of a crazy feeling just to miss out so small on that win.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, I thought he was going to be a little bit excited, but honestly, Snipe, I want to know, you as an Expo player, what was going through his mind after such a performance and just coming short of clutching it?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what we watched. He's only thinking about those one mistake that he might have made in his head and how he could have gotten his team that win and what those points differential would have meant to them heading into this final game, because it still is that close. We've seen some teams jump up 15 spots in 2 games. We have 1 game left, and it's going to be a masterclass. Honestly, as a controller player, watching him in the actions per minute, I was just like, yeah, would have died there. Would have died there. Would have died there. But at the same time, I was like, hey, put myself in his shoes. It was very impressive.
I mean, when you're talking about how close everything is, E36 right now with 69 points. If it would have ended just now, they would have been able to make it to the match point finals. But JD Gaming is currently on their tail with 65 points. Even DCG, who has been able to get a win today, could make a push towards those top 6. That leaderboard is going to be shuffling in a big way, Graceful.
I mean, even seeing when we get to the second page as well, probably another 5 teams could potentially still make it, because when you get a win and you get to add all the kills as well, and depending on which team soaks the points as well, as we can see right here, even from 40, I would say, you could even do it. Copium, even Aurora could make it if they drop a huge win, but realistically, that's probably not going to happen. The teams in the probably 5th to 10th are going to make it happen, but it's going to be really, really tight.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen No Name being able to step up for Wolves. Aurora, I know it's a little bit of Copium, but Effect would have to put up a lights-out performance, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of teams we're looking at, the Shopifys, the Auroras, a lot of teams that we know have the talent. But could we just give a huge shout out to For Fun for the first team to have 2 wins in this, Game 1 and now Game 9. So they're definitely having fun. They most likely secured themselves, but there is still a chance if, a lot of teams don't show up in this game. But honestly, it's really good for them. I think they're one of the bigger underdogs heading into this. A lot of that roster has had very unfortunate events leading up to this, not making any grand finals in the past few events. So for them to come out firing in the most important tournament with the stakes only at the top 6 moving on is very impressive.
I mean, even then, I've teamed with Tyler. I've known Nags for a long time. In Cinetic, we had him pop off already in Pro League. And him saying himself that, hey, all I had to do was believe and play the way I wanted to play, which was actually a fragger, he said, and that's why he went full on roller. He swapped from MK to roller, very common in this competitive esport, and he just made it happen, and they're here right now, pretty much stamped their tickets to the finals. What better way is it to make that happen?
Yeah, I called them the consistency kings, didn't I? And you can see it now coming to fruition, because they're slow and steady. Yeah, they got the wins under their belts, but honestly, that is what you need to play. And then you look at RRQ and Easy Flash going in there doing something crazy with the Pathfinder and failing from there. So they've been playing their game the whole time.
Yeah, and Graceful, right now we're looking at the Band Legends going into the final game.
Yes.
What's currently popping out at you?
I mean, the biggest thing is Alter got banned so late, actually, and we saw Dinos get use out of that for the longest of time. RRQ as well played it for quite a bit. So I think that some of these teams is ahead on a strategic level. The only thing is that, sure, the final state tomorrow could be longer, could be a little bit shorter, but seeing that you have to, being able to pull that off in that moment, not just following what everybody else is playing, but saying, hey guys, why is Alter, she's not banned, let's just roll with her for as long as we can, and it really paid off huge.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the biggest things about that is the game Dinos won, the Stormpoint game out by Northpad. They were the only Alter in the lobby, and they won the game. And I'm thinking to myself, how is this character this underused at this
I
stage?
specifically remember Snipe saying, why are they not using this broken character?
Yeah, literally. I was like, it took till game 9. We kept talking about the legend bans, and for that to move on, we used to see that character banned 1st or 2nd back, not even 1 or 2 events ago, and now we're at this point. So we talk about it'll be really interesting to see the comps coming out into this Game 10 because of so many legend bans.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these players are probably digging pretty deep into their character pool and how they can perform, so it'll be interesting to see what we come up with.
Yeah, now we got to think about some of those teams towards the bottom, right, that have absolutely nothing to lose, that can just cause chaos in this lobby. Aurora being one of them. We've seen some of the other teams as well. Which team do you guys think is going to cause even more chaos going into this last match and maybe stop some of those top teams that are trying to be in there in the top 6, just a couple points away from getting into the top 6?
I mean, honestly, obviously I'm rooting for Aurora, but it's wearing me thin at this point. I am really stretching thin, trying to believe and cope. But I would like to say this game is going to be absolutely crazy. We saw 14 team Circle 2 zone yesterday. Today, I mean, it might as well be 10 because the teams that are already pretty much secured into finals are feeling super happy, relieved, and they can just play for fun, honestly, and just go run everybody down. Whereas everybody else on the bottom is absolutely terrified, but they literally have to throw haymakers because now you need like 30 points, 40 points to secure a spot. That's no easy win.
Grace, I got to ask you a question. Since we've been here, this last game, we saw a lot of the teams that were in the bottom 5, they all desperate had died early. There was a lot of the middle of the pack and the top that were still left. If you're going into this last game and you're one of the teams that's kind of sitting in the middle, are you going for the kills, or are you thinking that so many teams are going to be desperating just get to the end game?
I mean, the teams that might be on the cusp of 60, in the 55s, 60s, they should just play for, like, as you said, go into zone, just play it easy, make sure to hold space properly to get those points on the board. And at that point, you're kind of playing into hoping that it doesn't shuffle too much. Everybody beneath that, play ranked, boys. This is literally ranked at this point. You just got to drop 20 kills as a team to make up for it. I mean, you have to honestly pull up. We saw a little bit of fuse. Pull out the Rev Octane, like just do something, because like you need a 20 bomb.
The final game is ready. Let's see who's gonna be stepping up as we send it over to Barney and Luti.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are fast approaching, dropping into our 10th and final game of the survival stage. It is now or never. It is do or die. And so let's set the scene, okay? Between 10th place and 6th place right now is just 9 points. So everything can change in this map. So we're going to talk about our bubble teams for a second. That's from 5th to 8th, where everything can move. So if you hear your team name, make some noise. In 5th, we have Ninjas in Pajamas, E-Star. In 6th place, we have Enter Force 36. In 7th place, we have JD Gaming. And in 8th place, we have Dinos. Currently, and it's gonna get spicy, Luti.
Yeah, ça va être en effet extrêmement tendu, mesdames et messieurs. On y est, les Français, je compte sur vous. C'est la toute dernière game. C'est maintenant que ça se joue. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game of the survival stage. So please be ready because make some noise. It's now or never.
Let's head over to our casters and get this game underway.
Final game, everybody. It is the survivor stage. It's do or die. JD Gaming know what is at stake. We saw their powwow, 65 points with their backs against the wall to achieve being in the top 6. They're right outside of it, Tiff. This is it right here.
Not only that, but Keshara was giving the boys over at Dinos in 8th place a conversation, advice from his years of competitive experience. Those boys were 10th in the Americas Split 1 Pro League, and now they're fighting for a chance to get into the Split 1 match point finals here at the playoffs.
Who's gonna grief who? This is what I always look out for. Who is going to grief who? Because Aurora now are already chasing right behind KNC currently. As it's gonna be the little trade-off here in Monument, but then you highlight the teams that desperately really wanted to stay alive. I mean, Kino Choke being at 13th with 44 points, I mean, it would literally be a miracle, right? So then when you have this face-off right here, it could just be an open season for the teams who want to get some easy KP. It's going to be Hierarcho who's going to be able to now try to send it over to the other side of the wall. But Aurora, man, this has just been a different story for a team that led the way within their EMEA region of Pro League.
It's no Rev Octane, but breaking out the Mirage, the Axel, the Bangalore. The only thing on their mind right now is run it down. And as we look at the ring, we're pulling up to that top right-hand side, Deep Cross Gaming, your 10th place team already Just on the outskirts, Shopify Rebellion enter first 36, also making their way up as JD Gaming went for a quick rotate. I'm looking at Wolves, your third place team. 75 points, by the way, which should, in theory, be the statistical benchmark for 6th place, crawling up through the South.
You know it's cooked too, right? When you see some teams rocking out at double vantage. I mean, it's tough. You see that one Mirage, right, from Aurora. This is what you can expect in our final game for the teams that know they have nothing to lose. Aurora now trying to grieve for fun, by the way. A team at 77.
Kinetics down.
Now getting that first knock. Aurora are upset, and if they can't have it, nobody can. Effect now moving up. Getting slowed down by the Caustic Barrels. They lose out on Hierarcha, though, and being able to follow up next. Goes out next for fun. Get eliminated, and Aurora grief them in the process. They look at what was going on with Kino Choke. They deviate their attention. They take care of for fun. Let's see if they're safe. But as you mentioned too, Tiff, they do have 77 points at the least.
Statistically speaking, we should be good. But this lobby could be wild. As Flat, their only choice to be hyper aggro, and Zipline Mafia in 9th. Find one of them.
I'm getting a little bit of revenge for the Dino boys, I ain't gonna lie, because Flat was trying to grief them, and it actually set Dinos back a little bit because they're sitting in 8th place overall with 64 points. While we do have a quick pause, it's important to highlight why Zipline Mafia wanted to get the KP, the mid-climb right there too.
Bro, Spider-Manning.
But the mid-climb, and also highlighting the fact that Flat now are down to a solo, with Zipline Mafia knowing what they need to do to find themselves in the top 6. Anything, any KP with 63 points, 1 point difference between themselves and Dinos, 2 points between Zipline and JD Gaming. That is just how tight it's been as we take a look at the audience. But man, this zone is pulling all the way up to the north on World's Edge. The cheers from the Zipline Mafia fans, man. We saw them try to take that fight over by Pride Rock on the outskirts of Mirage 12. They knew what was at stake here.
All the way from Kazakhstan to support the boys at Zipline Mafia. They just need 6 points to get into that 6th place slot. But honestly, Vicky, the fact that you have to kind of prey on the downfall of other teams in this lobby to fall so that you can take their place is one of the craziest things. But hearts are gonna break today.
Happens to every single LAN, and it always saddens me, but this is what happens when you want to climb your way to the top. This is the level of competition that we have on our hands.
It's what you scrim for. It's what you wake up early for, or 20 minutes before scrims if you're some people, it happens, right? But you lock it in. You give up everything in order to be your best, to get into those match point finals, to hoist that trophy, and back into the game we go. What a place to come back out, by the way.
Drop said not today. They're going to avoid taking any damage as they take the portal, avoid the nade. Heard that Arc Star, and Drop now moves up together with the rest of GK. This is the risky part too. When you're at 71 points, you know the teams that want to try to trail up from behind you, may not have anything to lose, want to be able to scoop you up, try to diminish your chances on making it within the top 6, but they do get away because PXX show face against TIE. We get to see Zipline now follow up on the double that they saw and take out onto Flat earlier before, but still down to a solo. That's what matters here. We have to see if they were able to get the reset, and it does look like they did. The fight over on the back end between TIE and PXX. I mean, PXX, no chance for them, honestly. I mean, sitting second to last right on top of Flat. Same thing for TIE. It's going to be really difficult, nearly impossible. But for Zipline Mafia, it's not impossible for this team. That's why they're looking to farm Flat. I mean, hey, more for us, if anything. We'll absolutely take those. You think we left? Absolutely not. Kazakh with the RE45. Flat get eliminated. They get the revenge for the Dino squad, and they get more KP while Gen G get eliminated. That's it for Gen G. They're outside the top 6. They only have 46 points in 12th place.
But Aurora wipe another team. And if we're looking for 75, we're still 31 points outside of that number. But team by team, as they fall, they're channeling the Aurora spirit of old, the Aurora that shakes things up and causes chaos. But they're just getting started.
What was this? Hello?
Imagine doing that in game 2.
I mean, maybe when they feel like they want some revenge, they want to grieve other teams, this is the different look of Aurora. I mean, they literally have to completely wipe out this lobby. Oh my goodness, the sniper attack. Remember I talked about the vantage? We have 2 vantages in this lobby. And Neo running for their life as a solo. It's another one of these teams where really difficult last 9-game series. We've had 10 total games in the survivor stage, and they are literally trying to survive. Dino too, being one of the teams on that cusp, they still need to show face. You see Zainu on the other side with Shopify Rebellion on the other end with 52 total points, but the way that they're bunkering down from the other side, while Cole from NIP do find floating, that's going to be a really important fight to look at between JD Gaming.
For Dino now, in 9th place. You just kind of have to amped cover it out, hold on to your building, and do what you can. They had a 26-point win in map number 6, and it still wasn't enough to keep them in the top 6. For Zipline Mafia, currently 3 points outside that top 6. Aurora meets them on the outside of Geyser. At least you do have Kazakh on the path for some extra mobility, but choices are going to have to be made, and choices will be costly.
I mean, Aurora knows with the survey beacon, they know who's waiting for them at Geyser, and Zipline Mafia have way more to lose, obviously, than Aurora. That's going to be scary. RRQ, I'll be real here, are pretty safe. They have 80 points. They're literally in 1st place. It does benefit them when you look at the POI draft that goes into that final lobby. But that same pressure that applies to Zipline Mafia, Dino, JDG doesn't really apply there. While PXX know that, are trailing behind them, trying to harass them when you got nothing to lose, headlock in hand. See, by the way, in the feed, Cole still finding heads, still finding Zainu without giving up their position over to the north side.
To be expected. And you're 100% right with ROQ as you see Strafing Flame out into the distance, PXX hunting them down. It would take, what, 6 teams to leapfrog above 80? That's not happening. Statistically, they're good. But PXX still out for blood.
They're going to find Strafing while they're at it too, right? Any KP for them, but they just know at this point. Moving on to the next one, TIE being another one. Let's see how they're going to be trying to reset on the outskirts against WGR Neo. Another one of those teams here.
A little ballistic. I love the variety we're getting here into game number 10. The only issue with some of these teams down in that the bottom 15, right? If they point sponge the kills, the teams trying to get in top 6 will find it difficult. F-Chan, 1 HP, dives to the inside, ults come through, and when you have 1 member left standing, you're chasing down the white Grim Reapers.
We know they're now staying alive here and going to be able to get this reset as well as this finishing blow. It's just kind of those fights and the skirmishes over by countdown, but honestly, those 2 teams being on the later half of things, not really at risk here, considering that they won't make it. But now you have Wolves, who have been in the top 3 this whole time, putting on a masterclass, dealing with the Reapers, the Grim Reapers, Aurora, but Effects is putting on a performance himself while Wednesday's alive for now. He does get traded off though. It's gonna be Zipline Mafia scooping that up for themselves. Aurora get eliminated. They're out of this lobby. They won't make it for the finals.
Done with the tournament as well as Ty out in 16th place. Back to Wolves we go. 78 points should seal the deal for them to advance on to match point finals tomorrow. For GK, NIP, Enterforce 36, those are what people are looking to take. And it's Zipline Mafia trying to get the kills to do so.
This is so crazy from Zipline Mafia. This is such a good plan from them. They're claiming names, they're finishing these knocks. No Name running for his life, but Wolves being another one of those teams with 78 points. Remember, For Fun got eliminated first. They are at 77 points and still in the top 3. A safety net, while Wolves, though, do overtake them. Getting that extra KP puts them in that 2nd place spot. Staying alive here and getting this nice drive-by, because I hear Vantage, though, in the game. VP lose out on Prestis. Virtus Pro right now, being in the 18th spot once again. Another one of those teams, man, that came out swinging in Pro League, now falling short alongside Aurora that we said goodbye to earlier. But looking side by side at what's at stake, it's really Zipline Mafia who are cleaning up this KP.
Virtus Pro. The Virtus Pro are gone. Ran right into the trio of WGR Neo. getting all of the loot here on the western side. Now we set our attention to where we need to go. Keep in mind, guys, VKG did get a care package. They do have a Kraber, and they are in the center of zone. But that team is in 15th place on the leaderboard. So keep tabs on who needs to rotate. Dinos on that eastern side have Kenotropes just outside of them. Zipline Mafia and Wolves coming from Fragment. And the epicenter team is Enerforce 36, who have a longbow and have angles on the teams trying to make some of these moves. That's why we've seen them absolutely bully some of the teams rotating around that area.
And it's good because when you have to highlight just how many points you need, this is what this final game's all about. This is why you're seeing these teams kind of going out of their way outside of zone, while Wolves trying to keep themselves alive because Zipline Mafia are on the hunt. A team that needs this way more. Neo do get eliminated in your feeds, but just to recap, it's insane to talk about that. VP will not be in this final lobby. Top header here when it comes to Pro League. Same thing for Aurora. It's hasta la vista, but it's making way for these other teams to now create their own path. The Zipline want to put their name on the table. They take out Wolves Esports. They're hungry with 4 KP in the pocket of Week Q.
And they have 8 kills, 12 squads remaining, and it's still not enough to be in top 6. It's because the benchmark keeps moving. Enerforce 36 is finding kills inside the top 6. Ninjas in Pajamas with those placement points still holding out by just 1 point. So what does Zipline Mafia do? You set your sights on the next team.
Who's going to be the next victim is the question. They're going to be right behind Kenotrope. Round 3 closing behind their backs, and if they time this well, EK are going to be on the other side of Kenotrope. Zipline could sandwich them. They could also take a roundabout rotation through the southern side of Epi. Team RRQ would also be on the other side of those icy rocks here, with PXX inside that next zone on the outskirts of Survey Camp, as well as VK Gaming.
And GK on your screen holding the 4th place slot by just 2 points. Knocked down, dropped, healing. And at their back, they seem to have stabilized, but Kenotrope has damages, and Zipline Mafia are definitely looking to capitalize on that. Does that save GK for now? Definitely.
This isn't safe for Zipline Mafia right now. They just need 1 more KP, and they overtake it against NIP. And now KNC, noting that they're right behind them, Zipline Mafia, they see it inside the possibilities on joining the likes of Falcons, of Liquid. It's here, and now Chappie may be the next victim, but we're actually taking a different off angle. He's up on the high ground. Zipline Mafia fully healed. Has a 3-man. They get the next knock. The Caustic Gas, though, does answer back and is able to get the knock into Exceeds, but it's fine. They have the number advantage. Zipline, because like playing this safe. Same Chappie. They need to finish him off. GK now show up, though, as Kenotrope get eliminated. This is very risky right now because that GK can move up.
But we're in 5th, and here comes GK. GK, who want to solidify their spot in that top 6, to not let it go here. Everything rides as 2 players. It's just Kazakh last alive. It's the Pathfinder. Oh, do we get a res? Do we go back to a duo?
He pulled it off. He pulled it off. He pulled it off. Let's see if they can even get closer to that. Oh no, there's another team in the vicinity. That's Team RRQ, who are now actually moving away from the edge of zone. It's 1 member of RRQ. I believe they may have scanned the survey beacon over by the middle of Epi. They see them from right below them, and they're griefing them. This is scary for Zipline Mafia, who are now overtaking NIP. Top 6, they have 17 points, and it doesn't stay alive. That may be it. It depends on what NIP have instead. Because NIP now, with 72 points, find themselves above. Man, they had to stay alive. Their RRQ stopped their chances. And with NIP still alive or feeling pressure from VK Gaming, I mean, placement alone, this sets up NIP to feel a little bit more secured.
And this is the next fight. Your 4th and 6th place teams could collapse here on this rotation. GK trying to not make a lot of noise. You see NIP, you see some dinos, they're down below. And Vayne with a Kraber in hand.
Honestly, with NIP winning Game 7 earlier, that's it, because they would have won anyways if there was a tiebreaker in this top 6. So NIP overtaking Zipline. It's hasta la vista to Zipline too. Good try here at that final zone now as Ninjas in Pajamas have bunkered down.
Not safe though, not safe. JDG, Dinos, Deep Cross Gaming still in it. And as we say that, JDG under fire, the mobile shield, the nades being slung to them.
Former winners of EWC will not be in that last lobby too, by the way. VKG went out earlier in 10th. DCG eliminated next, while JDG keep their dreams alive. 68 points. They're looking to overtake NIP, but the question is, can they stay alive in this pileup?
Enterforce 36 getting more and more kills is leaving them just inside the top 6. GK needs more, NIP needs more, and JDG is gonna need a lot to break into it. But I see JDG going down in the kill feed, and GK trying to take down RRQ. JDG are out!
They do not get the chance to find themselves in that final lobby, while GK, they were forming E36, helping them out too to secure the second place spot for themselves, or maybe even overtake RRQ. They lose out on drop here. They slide in, wingman shots in hand, and GK are the next to go. Last 6 squads, RRQ lead it with first place. NIP see another day still with E36, RRQ, NIP. Dinos could be the next story is the question.
Dinos need 10 points. 10 points! And Synap last alive, marked by a Vantage. At 79 points, should theoretically be safe. Dinos, on the other hand, need a miracle.
Great on the other side of this portal. The fact that they get the reset, they're looking above, Shopify being the umbrella above Dino's head, the meteor that could keep them extinct. NIP now playing up the low ground. The fact that they're still alive is so good for them. Not trying to get aggressive, playing defensively. They've been peppering the damage as E36 are the next to go.
NIP is 6th place with 75 points. And as we approach the end of our final game in the Survival Series, Vayne lays siege, puts the portal at their feet.
The threat right now for NIP being Dinos, I mean, they're stuck with their backs against the wall, but NIP trying to make a play for this. They look up at Shopify, and now they know that their attention is split between 2 teams, but NIP are feeling pressure. Shopify could help them if only looks at this direction, but Dinos are also harassing them with Vayne having the Kraber in their hand. Oh my god, the collide! Are you kidding me? Oh, DJ's out, and so is Dinos, and any chance of them making it into that next round.
To the final 3 teams we go. Shopify, they drop down 64 points.
Hold.
I'm holding.
64 points, the difference is 6th place is 77 with GK. Vayne now moves up. Alternator, Kraber in hand. He goes out. Shopify now down to 1. Dinos 1 shot. Last 3 squads. PXX move up. They're looking to take the jump. Shopify get eliminated. No chance here.
To the final 2.
That's it.
This is the last fight, and PXX are your champions. But unfortunately, the top 6 is locked. What a survival stage here in Paris. The 10-game gauntlet is over. And as you look around and you see the scoreline, some celebrating, others hearts breaking, but for fun on your screen right there, who went out so early in match 10, just had to wait and see. But it's the fans who are here to support you. They support you in your wins, they support you in your losses, and they carry you through those hard times.
RRQ chants as they deserve. The team who has taken first place in this Survivor stage with 89 total points. NIP surviving till the end allows them to overtake the second place spot, overtake E36, where now they are in second. E36 at least find themselves in third. But our last 6 teams who will be in our final lobby, RRQ, NIP, E36, Wolves, For Fun, who was the first to go out in that last game, have a bit of breathing room. They tied that together with GK, who are the last team for our top 6 cutoff.
For the others who just missed out, Zipline Mafia. So many kills in that game. Doing everything, gate kept by so many teams, fighting your way. I'm talking, we're double-digit kills. We are doing our best. But the teams in the top 6 just kept on doing more in that last game and staying alive.
It's very emotional here. Oh, Wolves, man, today. Can't wait to see more from this team, man. They were fantastic. Top 4 finish. A great performance here. No Name going crazy. I think he dropped like, what, 14 total KP over the course of these last 10 games. Wanks as well with 19. Amazing performance, and you mentioned, you know, being emotional, seeing the players that were right outside the cusp. The congratulations. This is what we love to see at our ALGS LAN. You don't get this anywhere else.
You don't. The regions coming together to celebrate. APAC South teams, Wolves Esports, we're your #1 seed. RRQ staples in the APAC South scene. And the family and the fans just waiting to celebrate. You can see right there, Mama Vane, ninjas in pajamas.
It's you know, it really touches you in a different way, but I do need to highlight the teams that unfortunately did not make it by a slim. Zipline Mafia, who started waking up, who knew what they needed to do in that last game, not surviving. So many teams looking at them, GK being part of that. That's why they needed to secure their back into that zone. Dinos, have to give credit to this team. With a lack of LAN experience, they came in swinging through Pro League and here at LAN. DJ dropping 19 kills. JD Gaming, after the performance today, Floating is your kill leader in this entire lobby with 23 total kills. Finding themselves in 9th place overall, it makes you wonder, when you dwell on certain actions in a series like this, when you have 10 games, you have to recall towards game number 1, taking that flanking angle, maybe getting that win. What could that have done?
I don't like what if moments, Vicky.
I mean, you gotta review, man. This is what happens when you got that trophy right in front of you, when you know what's on the line. This is the level of competition. Shopify, who were behind them too, bringing in Phony, playing alongside Zainu once again. It's a very hard position to be in. It's very emotional. And you have to give credit to the teams that were able to make those adjustments, such as Shopify. Even DCG coming in from the back end, but the Survivor stage is now played out. We get to welcome our next top 6 teams who do end up advancing.
Well, while everyone celebrates or gets everything together, let's get down to the stage. Barney has an interview for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the survival stage is now over. 6 teams go through into tomorrow's match point finals, and I've got the boys from RRQ joining me. I've got Pricey. Pricey, dude, we just had a very quick chat before we went live, and you said, that was stressful. How are you feeling right now? Does it feel like a weight off your shoulders?
Euphoric.
Euphoric, a one-word answer. I love it. Would you like to translate that?
Évidemment, eh bien, il était très stressé, mais plus que ça, il est euphorique.
I guess one of the more important questions is, how does it feel to know that your team can perform under pressure going into tomorrow?
It definitely feels great. Last 2 days haven't been great for us, obviously. Choked a pretty easy winners run, and straight into the finals, but being able to show up here, Flame was pulling out of his mind, Mar was doing Mar things and just killing everyone. Everyone did their part, and it Felt great. Felt like a team.
Il lui a demandé.
Feels like a team. Sorry.
Il lui a demandé évidemment ce que ça faisait de jouer sous cette pression. Est-ce que ça le rassurait pour demain? Il a dit évidemment, surtout que les 2 premières journées ne sont pas extrêmement bien passées pour eux. Mais alors là, autant dire que ça s'est vraiment très bien passé. Ses teammates ont clutch de zinzin, ont fait exactement leur boulot. Et du coup, il est confiant pour demain.
Strafing Flame. Tell me about the journey through the EWC so far this year. Obviously, Pricey said the first 3 days, in fact, were pretty tough. Today, you guys have shone. It's been amazing. But, like, how has it been for you? Has it been a rocky road?
Yeah, I mean, EWC so far has been like a very unstable roller coaster. I think we started off the first day right in second place overall leaderboards, and then we just couldn't get anything going after that. And I mean, it's just about like the mental factor, right? Like we go into EWC with very little expectations, and then after the first day, we show like what we're capable of when we're playing not under pressure, and we dominate, right? And today we went into it with the same mindset again. It's like, if we go home, then we go home, right? It's like, I don't want to lose, but I'm okay with losing. And my teammates as well, like, did a really fucking good job, like, I guess taking that mentality to heart. And we played like what we were supposed to, you know? Like, these guys' names explain themselves. Like, if you ask any competitor, they know about these guys. These are 2 of the best players in the game. And we just, you know, kind of played like it.
Last little question, bro. Like, if you have to shout out to someone who is here but didn't make it, if you have one team you want to shout out for them because they didn't reach the top 6, who you want?
Gen G. Did VKG make it?
Yeah. No, VK didn't make it.
VKG, Gen G, Aurora. I think those 3 teams, I really would have hoped that they would have made it.
Maybe see you next time for them.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to take a little stroll. Come with me, because you, by placing in the top spot in our survival stage, have earned the right to crush 14 keys at one time. So hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, we'll let you know. Luti, it's about that time. Whoa. You're scaring me, bro.
Do you want to open it? Okay.
Yeah, you press that button.
And press that button.
Here we go. And the iris is now open. It's all popping off. Here we go. Flame in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. I think so. You know what? It's okay. Things can be fixed. But the reality is that the 14 keys are now indeed crushed. And so, with that being said, our survival stage is now coming to a close. But before we let you go, we're going to send you over to Rainday, because I believe he's got some interviews for you guys.
Well, 20 teams stepped foot into the arena today, knowing that only 6 would find a way to the mountaintop, at least a chance to climb it with tomorrow's greatest day in esports, as I have liked to call our match point finals. 6 teams have just moved on, but it was without any hesitation that they said they could do it. Anyone in this lobby had that opportunity. But of course, it means despair is on the other side of those who will not be joining us. However, this survival stage gave us all of the drama, all of the excitement, all of the passion that you expect from an Apex Legends esports LAN. And what better way to kick off the anticipation for tomorrow's match point finals than to talk head-to-head to 2 of the teams who have just booked their tickets. Of course, I'm talking about NIP. Yeah, you can make some noise if you want. Representatives all around the house, all around the world. NIP, what an organization. And of course, GK Esports as well. This is a team that has been there. They know what it's all about. I've got Cole right next to me. I'm looking at him, and I think I'm going to start with you, Cole. You guys, man, that last game was something. I was worried for you back there. GK was out, waiting, watching. I'll get their perspective, but from your eyes, what was it like going through that final zone?
I mean, I don't even really remember it, to be honest. I was just so hyped about getting second, and just knowing we called. Before it even ended, we knew we were called, so it was a great feeling.
Listen, I told you I would retire the nickname McLovin, but you are playing like the guy that everybody took note of when you were coming from the Challenger circuit. How does it feel to just be on your game right now?
It feels great. I'm just glad we pulled it back from the first 2 days and we're able to make it. And also, this is about the 4th time you've said that.
It's just so good. Bring it back, Cole. Bring it back. Okay, I got to switch over because he was getting mad at me. Keon, This is a group that I talked to you about earlier. This is a group that just feels right, fits your play style. These guys feel like they are home for you. You guys have made it into that match point finals. It's time to make history, but what does this moment mean to you making it out of Survivor stage?
I mean, we were down, but, you know, we're not out. You know, that's all that matters, you know. Bad draft, it doesn't matter. We had a bad draft coming here, you know, and we kind of figured it out going in to this elimination round, so we're excited.
Noct, I want to talk to you a little bit because you've been there with this gentleman right here. I'm going to step in between you two. Dropped. You guys have teamed before on Optic, obviously representing GK now. The journey, the brotherhood means something to you, but also just getting results here in this moment has to mean something to you as well, Noct.
Yeah, we always find a way to make it really hard on ourselves to get to finals, but usually we perform there, so I'm excited for it.
You know, Dropped, I want to talk about family because you got some family supporting you, huh?
Yeah, my dad's here supporting, yeah.
How does that feel? I talked to him in the stands. He said some kind words. I won't reveal them to you. He said them on tape, so maybe you watch back the show. What does it feel to you knowing that someone like that is rooting for you in these moments where 1 point can make the difference of going home and a season being done or having a chance at $2 million?
Yeah, no, it means everything. You know, my dad being here, he supports me no matter what, and as long as I'm doing my best. So I just always know that, and I always do my best because of that reason.
Second place, you guys have both been there. Seen that stolen away by some heroics from Sweet, who's no longer even playing in Apex Esports right now. Noct, is this finally time to climb the mountaintop tomorrow?
Hopefully. I mean, we got some good momentum going in. I feel like we played pretty well today until the last 2 games, so yeah.
All right, I need to get a little bit of spice heading over here. Keon, I might ask you a question about these guys in a second, but let me do this with Vayne and with Kurev, because Vayne, you've been here before. You've actually been a champion, but there's been a little bit of a conversation about that championship because it was online at that time. We didn't have a chance to meet all in LAN. We didn't have a chance to do it in a way that we would have loved to due to things we can't control in the world. Does this help that feeling of saying, I deserve to be there, I deserve to be in these finals, moments like this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, winning an online championship is great, and then, you know, a couple months in, it's like, you know, it was online, it was this, it was that, you know. But it feels good to be on LAN and to keep improving. And like, I'm not the most experienced IGL, but, you know, thanks to my team for believing in me and letting me make mistakes and just, you know, rolling with the punches, and we'll get there, so.
And your mom is here?
Yeah, my mom's right there.
Shout out Mama Vayne, I see you in the crowd. We love the parents representing, man. I mean, that's such an awesome story as well. And Kurev, I wanna get to you. You said these guys, they feel just like you guys are all the same guy, all the same vibe, all the same brothers. How important is that going into a moment where everyone is against you, especially in a lobby where really life-changing money and opportunities are on the line tomorrow?
I mean, there's literally nothing better than just like being able to just like come here, play the most hype tournament there is, you know, for a lot of money, plus within your like, I don't know, like literally the best teammates you could ever had, you know, like it's like not only like a friendship, but like just fucking when it comes to like doing the work and stuff, they're always like serious and stuff. So I mean, there's no better feeling than that for sure.
It's been so great talking to you guys. Now I'm going to get a little bit of a conversation with Keon, just quickly previewing tomorrow. Obviously, you got a team right here who fought the same battle that you did. And to me, I think there's momentum coming into a tournament after going through adversity. Who are you worried most about heading into tomorrow? And it can't be we're not worried about anybody. We love our own game. That's the right answer. But who is a team that you have your eyes on, you know, that's going to bring it?
I mean, I'm rooting for everybody in NA when it comes to grand finals. Obviously, we're rooting for ourselves. You know, anybody would answer that. I don't know. I think any team that's won a LAN, that's who I'm worried about. I want those guys to not win another. You know what I mean? I'm ready for a new champion to rise up. And then like the only other thing, crypto, bro, get that guy out.
Cole, with Keon saying it's going to be them, what do you have to say to that? Because obviously this is a good team. They just went through your journey, but it can only be one of you.
I mean, we've said it before we even came. We're here to win. That's all I'm going to say.
I like it. There's the mama support right there. I absolutely love it. Gentlemen, this is one of those moments that you don't get very often. Soak it up. Enjoy it as well. I'm going to leave you guys here. One final word to your fans, to your friends, to your family, whoever you want to make it out. Cole, I'll leave it with you.
Thank you, everyone who roots for us, and thank you for believing in us, even when times are tough.
And we'll go to Noct here, because I think I've kind of hit this moment. Big moment for you, man. And what do you want to say, final moments to GK or to anybody who's been supporting you?
Yeah, thanks to GK for supporting us and all of our families. You know, we got some family here. Shout out to them and everyone back home.
All right, well, what a moment, guys. The survival stage is set. It's done, and these two teams, along 4 others, will be playing tomorrow for $2 million and the chance to hoist this trophy. The ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026 is only just beginning. You better join us.
That's right, Rain Day. That's right, Rain Day. I mean, you said it best. $2 million on the line. And there will be a new champion, as VK Gaming, the reigning champions, have not made it to match point finals, but one team that has definitely made it, it's none other than RRQ, Lace.
The reverse caster curse worked. I don't know what I pulled in from the universe, but I'm staring deep into the camera to say it actually worked. What an exceptional performance from the boys. I got a chance to sort of message Partner really quickly to the coach of RRQ to give my congratulations, and also don't block me off Twitter because I said what I said. But look, their consistency, and you even heard it from Strafing before, saying that, yeah, we kind of choked in a fair few matches. So the fact that they could bring it together and kind of like reset that mentality, and because Partner basically said it's not the skill from this team, it's the mentality. And then Strafing's like, you know what, if we go home, that's okay. But they didn't want to. They're going through, and they get a chance at that $2 million.
That's right. I mean, talking about consistency, this team has been really consistent. They have been able now to make it to match point finals. They have played groups. They have played survival today, and they haven't won a single match yet. They're going to match point finals.
I mean, honestly, I think even Noct himself said that, the adversity, and sometimes they just mess it up for themselves. I think RRQ is a great example of that. The example being you're either just popping off in a game or two, or you have Easy Flash sipping straight into a rock and pretty much anything. But, however, when you can keep your head up and keep going through it, being through all the nitty-gritty, tenacity, patience, absolutely everything. You need to pull out absolutely everything to make it this far. And consistency or not, if you're at that top of the leaderboard, you can go really far in the finals tomorrow.
Okay, well, Snipe, I know you haven't been hot on this squad. RRQ, you picked them to not even be here, but they end up being in first place. And you can see right there the top 6 teams that will be heading to the match point finals. But I got one question for you, Snipe, in regards to Team RRQ. Have you seen enough from that squad to possibly see them lift the trophy tomorrow and take home $600,000?
Yeah, I mean, this team has had, they've been in the grand finals multiple times, this exact roster, and we know how Strafing Flame has been. They've had multiple chances to win some tournaments in the past, but I think what I've seen is that they have the capability to dominate a lobby and get top 2, or they end up in the bottom 3 to 4 and end up completely, fluking out. And I think that's just one of those teams where you don't know what to expect. I think Strafing might be the only competitor here that says, we're okay with losing. I have not heard anyone that would say that on that stage. So, I mean, maybe that takes the pressure off of them and makes it feel, like a little more natural. Yeah, maybe that's their own way of thinking, let's just have some fun. Let's go out there, do what we do best and see what happens. And, when it's flow state, it's flow state. We see how well they do. And when it's not going well, it seems like they have trouble finding a way to get out of that. So it'll be interesting to see tomorrow, but I mean, who knows? We'll wait.
I mean, even then, 50 placement point is absolutely crazy. That means you're pretty much in every single end game at some point, whether that be in top 5, whether that be in top 3 or 2. You're still hitting every end game. So they know how to play the zone and having good macro in this lobby, but can that, can they keep that form up for tomorrow? Because those are 14 other teams that you have to adapt to their macro, their play style, and how they play.
And a big heartbreak too here on the second page. You can see not only JNG, you see Aurora as well, Lace. They just weren't able to do enough, even though they were full sending it in that last match.
Yeah, it was just too late, wasn't it? It was sort of like you had a fair few games to kick things off with 10 games. And on that 10th one, it just didn't make it enough. I think if they would have had that same kind of energy going into the first couple of matches, it would have been the way.
It would have been the way. Now, going the opposite, right? We talked about consistency from RRQ, even though they really haven't been able to win a game. A team that has been able to win some games and was able to win actually 2 games today at the start. And then almost at the end, for fun, has been able to win those games.
I mean, for fun is still one of, we talk about them as well. Those are players from the EMEA region that are like, they've had their fair share of history, not necessarily to the success to the degree that they think they deserve, but I think a lot of people actually think that they deserve. I've teamed with Tyler myself. Synetic has been absolutely phenomenal, and then Nags has been on roster, always been. He's been the glue to most rosters that he's been performing on, but on this LAN, it's actually about them being coexistent with each other, taking space. I still remember that draft point game that they played, and they're just capable of overtaking the game, and that's the type of proactivity you need to go far.
Now, as we've been watching survival stage here at ALGS at EWC 26, we've been keeping a close eye, especially you, Snipe. We've been keeping a close eye on a player, and that is NIP Cole. And I know you were saying that you feel like his gameplay is very underrated.
Yeah, I absolutely think he's one of the more underrated players, and he gives so much credit and hype around to other players around the league that I think it's time that, people put that same hype on his name. I think he brought a lot to this roster that they were missing. Kurev and Vayne are very good at speaking to each other and making sure that they have things locked down and allow Vayne to be the best IGL as possible. Kurev has also been an IGL in the past, and they all know what they're doing without needing to be told what to do. And Cole was a pretty new player. He came through challengers, fell on a roster that had not much hype around it to begin with, and for them to excel to the point where they are winning Pro League, winning regional finals, and now they're at this event, and every day they've gotten better and better. I think it really is time to put respect on his name and the rest of that team's name, because it comes down to, at these events, you have every single one of these teams is incredible. Every one of these teams is amazing, and you have 4 days to prove it. It doesn't matter how good you were leading up to this. You have 4 days to prove that you are meant to be in that grand finals lobby. And if you screw up on any of those days, it's not who the best team is all around, it's who the best team is in that 5-day span this weekend.
Yeah, and those 4 days have flown by. And now we will be heading over to that match point finals tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. But before we head over there, we have so many amazing teams as well. Is there one team, Lace, for tomorrow that you're going to be keeping an eye on?
Wolves. We're still going to watch Wolves. We saw them go crazy. Yeah. We saw them go absolutely insane and, put respect on No Name. But I'm still backing that. They can do it because it is a match point format, and they come out kicking and swinging.
How about you, Graceful?
Bro, I think this is gonna sound really old and OG. You know me here. We're in a part of that history as well. I think Elite, because if they keep their momentum and they win this whole thing, we haven't seen anything this dominant since old TSM roster, I would say. We haven't seen any team just pop off a whole tournament and just crush it all this way, if they can make it tomorrow.
Snipe, who you got?
I kind of have, Liquid's been really hot, so I'll go with the team who's been up there as well, but I actually kind of have a question. Do we think Falcons is an underdog going into this final with how they've been performing this weekend? They had so much hype, but they also didn't perform that well in Pro League. They were 5th. In overall, and I've never seen them place that low. They're usually, top 1, top 2 minimum, and then coming in, they're usually top of the leaderboard all through group play. It's like, are we underestimating them? Because they have been a little bit slow throughout this week. They win first game, and then they drop 0-0-0. They drop 14 after the next 5.
Maybe that clutch moment is going to show up in match point finals. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We will have a new champion. VK Gaming has not made it through. They have been sent home along with a lot of teams. And just to remind you, these are the teams that are going to be showing up tomorrow from Survival. You got Team RRQ. You got NIP, which has stepped it up in a big way, especially here in Survival. E36, Wolves Esports for Fun, and Geek K. They will be joining the other squads that have been waiting since group stages. I can't wait to see what's going to happen here at ALGS at EWC 26. We'll see you tomorrow for Match Point Finals.
Esports.